All right. You guys should be able to hear me. Please hit the like button. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Put a one in the chat. What's going on, Miss V? Good to see you, love. In the place to be. Shout outs to Miss V. What's going on, Cynical? Shout outs to Anthony Southeast in the building. Shout outs to everybody here at Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Shout outs to everybody here. How are you? Put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. We are in the building. Streaming a little bit late today. You know, I've been having a rough last couple, but listen, nonetheless, we are here. We are in the building. Okay, we should be here. I don't know what's going on. We're not having a. Oh, this Wi-Fi, man. I don't know what's going on, y'all. Please put a one in the chat if you can hear me. What's going on, party, man? Watch out. Stay put. You know, put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. Trying to hit today's show goal. Got a lot of stuff to talk about on today's show. Y'all already know. Put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Put a one in the chat. Give me 1 second. Uh, Let me see if you guys can hear me. What is going on? Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. I see this thing pulsing, but I don't know if you guys can actually hear me. And no one's putting a one in the chat. Hold on. All right. Let me see. It sounds like my equipment isn't grounded. All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me do this. All right. You guys should be able to hear me a lot better now. There's always some wild shit going on. Give me 1 second. I gotta y'all don't understand the craziness I gotta go through just to first of all the stream audio right, bring y'all a show. All right, there we go. All right. Yeah, man. The craziest shit I gotta go through just to bring y'all some content, man. You know, I'm only one person, you know. Please hit the like button. Please support the show on the way in. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Please support the show. All right, I got a great show for you guys today. You know, so much stuff has happened. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast in the building. Shout outs to Party in the building. Shout outs to the Cynical One. Shout outs to Miss V. Good to see you guys here. Yeah. I be working real hard. I be taking care of y'all guys, y'all too while y'all at work. I make sure I gotta get y'all through y'all work day. So there's nothing wrong with that. You did. But no, there's a lot of stuff that's happening. I mean, I remember I told you guys. Let's get into some of the stuff that I want to get into. I remember I told you guys a couple of days ago that I had a classmate that's back in my neighborhood that went missing, and thank God she got found. And then like a day after, um, I read the article about one of the girls. And y'all should be seeing her all over y'all timeline now. The news probably just really got out about one of the girls that was kidnapped. It was like a not kidnapped. Well, we're gonna talk about it. One of the girls that was missing was reported found dead. You know, and that's crazy because I know exactly where she was at. You know what I'm saying? She was damn near in my neck of the woods. You dig what I'm saying? And I'm gonna bring up the story. I got a lot of stuff to do. Y'all, please hit the like button. We're gonna have a great show today. Yeah, she was found. She was found deceased. It's a story that's all over the internet now. And I'm not even gonna lie. This shit is disingenuous, but we gonna get to the part that's disingenuous. But that poor young lady was found deceased. She was 19 years old. Um, I'm not gonna take this as an opportunity to say no wild shit. Y'all know I'm always saying something wild, but it's true. But she really had no business being with old boy. The dude from Guatemala. You know what I'm saying? That unsubscribed her in his house. She really had no business being with him, but for a couple of reasons. And you know, we get on here, and yeah, Miss V, very suspicious. you know, and we get on here, and we talk about a lot of things. You know, um, Player Talk Radio. I'll give you guys the real game, damn near on everything. And one of the things that you guys heard me talk about and just get upset about it is what dudes here are telling the youth to do. The youth, right? Dudes here, telling the youth what to do, and it's like you guys see me, you guys see me, go off on dudes, you know, you guys see me go off on dudes saying that, hey, young boys shouldn't be out here in these streets tricking, tricking off their money, you know. Well, look at what I complain about and say that young men shouldn't be out here doing. Look at what I complain about and say, and yes, I'll come out and say, yeah, I complain. Look at what I complain about and say that young men shouldn't be out here doing, right? Well, what do you think, young women are out here doing? Hmm? What do you think young women are out here doing? What do you think?
fast tail hussies are out here doing? So, it's sad, and I hate to say it like that, but she was out here being fast. And she ended up telling her father, I don't even know why, who leaves for gas at like 3 a.m. in the morning. But she sitting up here being fast, trying to do a turn it, and it's not even like it's not like we're talking about it's not like we're talking about hoes, right? It's not like we're talking about hoes. We're talking about regular women. We're talking about regular women. She was out here. She met up with a John, and hey, look at what we got here. I really hate doing stories like this or talking about stuff like this because you know what? It was a story that happened a couple of years ago, and I really hate that I had to, report on that story. But remember the story of we were just talking about her weeks ago or last last month. Remember we were talking about Mercedes Moore. You know what really messed me up? And look, it was what you call it? I don't know if it was an illegal immigrant that took out Mercedes Moore, but anyway. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna get to the comments in a second. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Let me do this. I felt real bad for Mercedes Moore's dad. He knew he had a beautiful daughter. He knew he had a beautiful daughter, and I'm pretty sure he did everything in his his power to protect her. But they're gonna go do whatever they want to do. But man, the look on her father's face, because deep down inside he knew what she was doing. And it's fucked up because people have questions. People have questions and they want answers and shit like that, and it's like, damn, what made her get into the car? Oh, what was she doing out late at night other than getting gas? Yeah, we heard you say she was getting gas, but and it's crazy with the younger women because they want to be independent. They want to emancipate themselves from God knows what. They don't even know what the hell they want to emancipate themselves from. They just want to, do their own thing. And this is why feminism fucks up a lot of women, because it's like, oh yeah, fuck these men. Well, what's your plan, girl? What you gonna do? We gonna fuck these men. Oh, well, see, you see. And she grew up in the DMV area, so I don't know why she knows she was hopping and skip away from Langley Park, wherever she was at. This story is sad. You said sounds like the extreme version of doing shit you ain't got no business doing. Listen, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what's going on. But this is the thing, though. That doesn't mean that she should be unsubscribed from life. What's going on, UFO Kamikaze? That doesn't mean and we all know this, fellas. That doesn't mean that she should be, she should lose her life. But what was she doing? Ms. V said, I'm not sure what's really going on. I know this story been hit your radar, It's just sad, man. I'm glad they found my classmate, though. I wonder what happened. But yeah, this young lady, unfortunately, she didn't make it. They said bro threw her body off the bridge. He threw her body off the bridge, and somebody broke down, and they pulled over, and the police was there trying to, help them get a tow, and they found her naked body on the embankment. We got a lot of stuff to talk about on today's show. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. I'm going to be shooting from the hip a little bit. Let me show y'all the story that I'm talking about. Give me 1 second. Y'all, please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show, so we can keep the show going. These shows definitely need your support. I'm one of the last few really doing it. So definitely please support the show. We got a goal today that we're trying to reach. Give me 1 second. I really don't like reporting on stories like this, but hey. Or we already talked about it, so we give y'all the different perspectives and the different people that I saw did content on this show. Hold on. Well, this story, my bad. Hold on, y'all.
Today, police confirmed 19-year-old Dakara Thompson's body has been found, and they say her killer has been arrested. Our Katie Lusso spoke with Dakara's family and walks us through what we've learned from new court documents tonight. And I do have to warn you, some of these details are deeply disturbing.
This is the last spot that Dakara was seen alive on surveillance footage tonight. There are candles down on the ground and notes on this pole. Her family telling me they are absolutely heartbroken, really just trying to process what happened, but also immensely grateful for the outpouring of support they saw these past 2 weeks.
I should be back soon. I love you too. Good night.
That's the text she sent her father just before midnight, the night of August 22nd. Less than 2 hours later, surveillance footage shows her parking her car on Jasmine Terrace, getting out and walking towards Riggs Road. Friday, new court documents revealing that she apparently continued walking toward University Boulevard and is then...
So she over there by the Family Dollar. Over there by University Boulevard. It's not a bad area, but it's a sketchy area because you got some apartments down the street. I don't even think they call it LaSalle Park anymore. And then you got Creek Forest. And then further down the street, going close to I think it's Ager Road. You got Strip Club Mustangs. I didn't even know they opened up a club up there. So there's a club out there called Galaxies. That's allegedly where he's coming from. But let's go. Let's get back into it. You said knowing she was a content creator already should have never mixed. She's a content creator? Let me know. And I was just, talking to somebody about that, and I was just, hearing somebody talk about it too. Like nowadays, everybody's a content creator. You know, nowadays, every woman is a model. Every woman is a model. But let's go.
Seen on surveillance cameras talking to the driver of a black GMC Yukon XL Denali, getting in on the passenger side and leaving. Police say cell phone records show she remained in that car until they arrived to Pembridge
UFO.
Road in Bowie. It's there where police believe she was killed by a man named Hugo Hernandez Mendez in the early morning hours of August 23rd.
We believe the murder occurred in the home on Cambridge Drive in Hernandez's bedroom.
Investigators believe he then took her body the same morning to Route 50 between Route 424 and Route 97 and threw her over the bridge above South River. It was more than a week later, around 5 p.m. on August 31st, that police would find her body. They had responded to the bridge for a disabled vehicle and happened to see her about 30 feet below the bridge on the river embankment.
That area is probably about 7 miles away from the murder location, but a good distance away from where she went missing. So we are thankful that the Maryland State Police had the ability to locate that body based on that call for service.
The news devastating for her family, her mother telling WUSA 9 Friday night that they are still trying to process everything.
Now, people been picking this story up, and they're like, "Oh, this FBA black woman got found." It's like, bro, cut that shit out, please. First of all, you don't know if she's quote unquote FBA, and I get it. They want to, turn it into something where it's like, you know what I'm saying. They want to turn it into something, an immigration thing, which it is an immigration thing, but I've been telling y'all, like, okay, if we're going to talk about an immigration thing, right? Look at Langley Park. Look at Hyattsville. Look at Bladensburg. Look at all of these places. Everybody knows that there's a bunch of people that's not supposed to be there. Everybody knows. Immigration. Everybody knows. And the thing is that what people are leaving out is that these places are sanctuary states. These places are sanctuary states. That's how they playing with y'all. These places are sanctuary states. If you make it to certain states and stuff like that, you don't really have to fear getting caught. They'll give you the paperwork to stay. The sanctuary states and counties and stuff like that. Especially in PG, Maryland. All of that shit is sanctuary. So let's go.
For nearly 2 weeks, they searched desperately, held vigils, and pleaded for her safe return.
I just simply want my daughter back.
Now her community will stand behind her family as we seek justice for her.
Now, the family has created a GoFundMe page. Initially, it was for search efforts and to hire a private investigator. That money, though, will now be used for funeral costs. We've posted a link to it on our website, WUSA9.com. In Prince George's County, I'm Katie Lusso, WUSA 9.
And this is what I want to say. Shout out to my bro, Cruddy Dave. He does a good job. But this is what I wanted to say. With that whole Texas story that we did a couple years back, right? With Mercedes Moore. Her dad knew what she was doing. Her dad knew what she was doing, and I really felt bad for him. Because that story was crazy. Her father actually broke into, because they did a wellness check. Nobody was answering her apartment door, and the trick, he was still walking around in her apartment, right? Her dad broke into the apartment, and the trick was still alive. He was still, writing shit on the wall and stuff, and he was still alive and stuff, right? And it's like these girls be thinking these dudes are playing and stuff like that, and find out that they're not playing. If I'm sitting up here telling young men, yo, stay away from that lifestyle, that's not something you should be exposed to or something that you should be dabbling in at a young age and stuff like that. You shouldn't be out here tricking, getting used to trick sex and all this other stuff, right? And then with the women, like who like I get it. You can go have sex and do whatever you want, young ladies. But who really, I'm not even gonna lie. There was a lot of hoes in my day and age, but they still had some type of decorum. What woman says, "Oh man, I can't wait this"? Selling coochie at 19 is diabolical for the most part for a square woman. Being on OnlyFans at 19 or whatever you're doing on and posted on any website like that is diabolical. She wanted to go get some money, and she knew how. Use what you got to get what you want. That punk ass money could have came from your dad. That punk ass money could have came from your dad. You could have been like, "Dad, look, I need this or whatever," and whoop de whoop. Or if you had a boyfriend, I even seen people. It was fucked up. I even seen people said I didn't even have to say it. Sadly enough, and it's not, I mean, it's something that I've expressed before. If that's the route they're gonna take, but it's not something that I promote. But I've seen people say it before. I was like, see, I mean, if she had a pimp, I hate to say it, that kind of would have stopped that. That kind of would have stopped that if she had a PI. And I hate to say it like that, but who else gonna be out there in the nighttime with you? Running the streets. Who else can get to you faster? Your parents can't get to you faster. Your parents can't get to you faster. So she walked off, and she went off, went and got into a car with somebody else, and hey, you said most of the states on the East Coast are sanctuary states. I didn't know that. You said Hyundai were doing outsourcing to subcon that employed a gang load of them Koreans. I'm hearing employed, but I wonder where, from north or south, But nah, man, it's really sad, you got these young girls out here renegading, and they become prey for dudes that know, hey man, she not with nobody, she not, there's, and then we don't know what it's about. I mean, did he not pay her, or what was going on, and I heard he's supposed to be appearing in court today, which is crazy. But let's get back into it. Let's go. I got a lot of stuff to talk about. Let's player talk.
Documents say that what happened to Dakara Thompson after she got into a car in this parking lot, and very sad. Court documents say surveillance camera video captured 19-year-old Dakara Thompson as she parked her Ford Edge SUV and made her way on foot to this parking lot behind a Family Dollar store on University Boulevard in the Langley Park area. It was 3 a.m., almost 5 hours after she'd left her father's Lanham home, saying she was going to get gas in her car. Court documents say video shows she approached the driver's side of a black Yukon Denali, talks to the driver for a minute, then gets into the front passenger seat. Worried family members report her missing. They find her car, but not her phone. They search relentlessly, but do not find Dakara. On August 31st, Maryland State Police troopers responding for an unrelated disabled vehicle found her nude body on an embankment of the South River in Annapolis. On September 4th, 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez of Bowie was arrested and charged with DeCara's murder. He was known to drive a black Yukon Denali XL with Maryland tags. According to court documents, cell data and video surveillance confirm the movements of Thompson and the movements of that black GMC Yukon Denali are consistent with moving together. Hernandez Mendez was arrested near a home on Cambridge Drive in Bowie, where he rented a room. Police believe DeCara Thompson was killed there. Detectives stated a roommate told them he heard the defendant in his room the morning of the 23rd having sex with a woman who, quote, did not seem to be having a good time. At a press conference to announce the arrest, County Executive Aisha Braveboy noted the defendant was in the U.S. illegally and had recently been in federal custody.
I think that the U.S. Government has made status of individuals relevant. This was someone who was in their custody, and they made the decision to release him.
Now, he was in a house with a bunch of other people who were said to be quote unquote immigrants and not from the US, and I think there was a lady there and her husband who let the police in, let them do their investigation and stuff like that. He was cooperating with them, and the lady's husband ended up getting taken in also, in Guatemala.
News 4 has learned Hernandez Mendez was arrested April 25th by U.S. Park Police, stopped on the BW Parkway near Annapolis Road for a DUI. But the federal government released him till trial. The U.S. Attorney for Maryland would not comment. ICE released a statement saying the defendant was put under an immigration detainer yesterday. Hernandez Mendez has a court hearing scheduled for Monday. In Hyattsville, Jackie Benson, News 4.
What up, y'all? It's your boy.
What's going on, War Master? We're gonna get into some leftist stuff too. I got some bro. I said, man, we're gonna get into some leftist stuff too. And I'm glad War Master is here, and I'm glad that UFO Kamikaze said that black liberals support these immigration policies until it hits home or at their doorstep. Shout outs to everybody in the building.
Boy,
please hit the like
make
button.
Make sure y'all hit that like, comment, and subscribe.
Now, this is Cruddy Dave. I know Cruddy Dave. I'm familiar with him. He has. Let's go.
But today I got a sad story, y'all. A sad story. So the disappearance of 19-year-old DeCara Thompson was solved last week, and some of the details of this case are very, very disturbing. And also, when they had caught her killer and they saw what kind of person the killer was or what the killer looked like and all that,
it's sad. It's sad because at her age, she should have a little boyfriend. She should be doing what regular 19-year-olds are doing. But what are regular 19-year-olds doing in the black community nowadays? Selling coochie. A lot of them are selling coochie. I mean, respectfully, maybe I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but honestly, somebody got to ask, yo, why was she getting another man's car that late at night? Why was she using I'm going to go get gas as an alibi? For what? Now, Dave says it. I didn't. We're going to talk about it. You said all the problems in America is the fault of the left. They're trying to destroy. You know what's crazy? And I thought about it. With all the stuff that they claim that Donald Trump is doing, is kind of exposing. It's kind of exposing, you know what I'm saying? Stuff that they were pro for. You know, Kane, what's going on? Hold on, man. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Shout outs to War Master. Shout outs to Kane. Hold on. Man, Kane, I said I gotta go looking for you, man. I gave you a shout out last week, bro. Everybody is using, I'm gonna ride for you, brother. Everybody is using your goddamn slogan. Now all of a sudden everybody's saying get to the chopper, and everybody's using the get to the chopper soundbite and video clip. I said, man, my brother Kane need to check behind that, because he was saying this so long ago and revolutionized it in the space. He need that check, man. So people need to know where the proper credit needs to be given, man. Shout outs to my brother Kane the God in the building, Capricorn business. Let's go. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Please hit the like button.
They were
Support the show.
putting a
Let's
lot
go.
of rumors on her name.
We got a lot of stuff to cover on
and
today's show. Let's get
They
it.
were really disrespecting her, in my opinion. Like, the woman is gone, so like at least like have some grace for her and her family while they're mourning at this time. But so Dakara Thompson, she went to a gas station and she was seen on camera like talking to someone in a car. And after she was done talking to the person in the car or whatever, she went into the passenger side, and then they just pulled off or whatever. And then after that, she disappeared for
We got to look at them text messages, but the thing is that guess what? They don't release the text messages. You want to know why? Because it was a QV or overnight stay. It was a quick visit, or overnight stay. She want to be independent. She want to go get her money. This is the sad reality of it, And I advise you guys, man, to if you got nieces, if you got any young lady that you're talking to, be real with them. Talk to them. They're the more mature sex, right? Be real with them. Talk to them. Be like, listen, don't get wrapped up in stuff like this. I rest in peace to this beautiful young lady. But this is a teaching and learning moment for a lot of young women. You should hear the stuff that we talk about with these relationship shows and stuff like that. How these young women make money their god at a young age. They worship money. I mean, what would you do for it? Oh, I wouldn't date a man that works a 9 to 5, but she's selling coochie. A 9 to 5 don't sound that bad when you're selling coochie. Sleeping with chopped niggas all night. What do you think is gonna happen? They worship money. We're gonna get into the show. I got you. Let's play
over a week, maybe 2 weeks.
I'm gonna show y'all what I'm
couldn't
talking
find
about.
Her,
y'all already
her
know.
picture was everywhere and all that, right? Now they said that they found her body in a large.
You said they think Latino men are like white dudes until they see the other side Latinas know about. There's a lot of truth to that, But where she was at, like I said, in close to Langley Park, because that side is technically not Langley Park. That's hard. It's like a little weird little connecting little town. But a lot of robberies and car accidents and stuff happen in that area. You know what I'm saying? A lot of robberies and car accidents happen in that area. She in my neck of the woods, So, she thought he was like a really cool quick trick. You know, she thought he was a really cool, quick lick. You know, and I don't know if y'all know or not, but all these women are running around. You know, what's going on, Malcolm? All these niggas running around, and the women running around talking about some, ooh, we need protection, we need protection, we need protection, and stuff like that. And it's like, well, what are you out there doing? What are you out there doing? Why do you need all of this protection? What are you doing? What are you out there doing? You need protection? She thought it was a quick lick. And then let me tell you something. I don't think I should be telling some 120 or 100 or 95-pound woman that if you're selling fish, right? You're selling fish. People are going to think that they control the fish. If you out here selling fish, people are going to be like, yo, if I'm paying all of this money for this damn fish, I need to do what I want to do. For Christ's sakes, you're selling fish to strangers. You're selling fish to strangers. So what do you expect? What do you like really what do you expect to happen? So the thing is that they think that, certain men are easier tricks. It's like, oh, this is gonna be a easy night for me. You know what I'm saying? I'll just go, collect this money, and this is gonna be a easy night for me. Not knowing how a lot of people view you. You're a young chocolate sister. You don't know how these people are gonna view you. You don't know how they view you. And then the thing is that when you out there and you doing that stuff, right? And they don't trust black people like that. So let's say if you were a black dude, she'll probably turn you down. She might not, her in particular, but she'll probably turn you down. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not trying to get robbed. They're not trying to get their money taken away from no random black dude. So they go after another race. But you just think, oh, you think he from Langley Park. He not from Langley Park. He from a whole nother country. You don't know no history on that country. You think this about to be a little quick little, you know what I'm saying, rendezvous. And this is what happens. That Mercedes Moore chick, she thought she could play around with that brother, there playing games. Now look, and I felt so sorry for her dad. I felt so sorry for her father. Because her father, just a disappointment in his face. It's like, imagine sadness but disappointment in your face, because it could have, something could have been different. Something could have been different. It's like, why did she feel that she had to do that? And some women, they might not have it that cool with their family. Some women just feel that they have to do that because that's what they want to do. And it's sad because, that doesn't warrant her to get unsubscribed from life. That doesn't warrant her to get unsubscribed from life. You know what I'm saying? And you got to leave, other than raising your kids, you got to leave room for them to do some stupid shit. Kids are gonna do some dumb shit. You know, thank God for from the dumb shit that he delivered me from, you from, and a lot of other people. Kids are gonna do dumb shit. But the same thing that I will tell a young man, hey, bro, you shouldn't be out there, paying for playing. You know what I'm saying? You should. That's not something that a young man should be getting into, because there's gonna be certain things that you have no experience with. There's gonna be certain things that you don't know, or you're not gonna pick up on certain signs. You thinking people are playing, and you know what I'm saying? Hey, you think they playing, and they not playing. What's going on, Ghostman Kang? Good to see you. Hold on. You said I don't know how women. I don't know how young women are still out here selling pussy old school way when there's still serial killers in the U.S. Salute Kuda, yeah. Or she did use her phone and link up with him. You know, or she did use her phone and link up with him. Cause he could be like, oh, yeah, I'm at the club, whoop de whoop, and blah blah blah. Just come through. Or when the club is over or whatever. Or he probably did see her, maybe old school. You never know. I just don't see no girl picking up in the middle of the night saying, "Hey, I'm going to go put gas in my car," and then all of a sudden she finds an SUV to get into. That right there don't make no damn sense in America. What's going on, Bronze Flat Power God? Good to see you, player. Hold on. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God. BFPG. You said slit cooter, damn. You said slit cooter, slit, damn. Fish is wild. Yeah, she's selling fish. I'm just saying, when you're that young, you shouldn't be in the street for the dirty meat, man. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be in the street for the dirty meat. That's all I'm saying.
Large body of water, right? And then they made a quick arrest, right? Turns out the person who had killed her was an illegal alien that was in the US illegally. And what he did to her body was crazy. Allegedly, they say that he threw her body over a bridge above the South River to conceal the crime. And then after that, they found DNA, they found hair wigs, and they found multiple women's underwear in his home. Also, when the detectives went to the defendant's house, they say that the defendant lived with a bunch of people in his house, right? The illegal alien. And another person that lived in the same house where they found all that DNA evidence, they say that around 5 a.m., they heard the defendant, Hugo, whatever, they say that they heard a bunch of grunting noises and a bunch of sounds like noises of a scuffle going on in the room at about 5 a.m. That's what the defendant's cousin or family member told the police when the police came and searched their house. So the police had arrested this man for allegedly killing Dakara Thompson, right? His name is Hugo Melendez Hernandez Sanchez. I don't know, but allegedly they say that he did it, right? And then a lot of people were making comments on the Reddit or on Instagram. They were saying what could a 19-year-old African-American lady be doing with this 40-plus-year-old something Mexican illegal immigrant, you know what I'm saying? Now, people were trying to say that she was, doing the thing, if you know what I mean. Honestly, they're trying to say that she was being a prostitute, you know what I'm saying? They're saying that he found her on Backpage or a list crawler or something like that. And then there's another rumor going around that they say that Dakara has a list crawler ad or something going up. Now, I couldn't find that, but there's a lot of things going on, man. And then they're saying like, oh, she should have had a pimp. This would have never happened, this and that.
See?
Now, I'm trying to be as nice as possible. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to her family or nothing like that. But I don't know. There's something deeper going on, you know what I'm saying? Because the video surveillance showed that she walked up to the car willingly, you know what I'm saying? And then she just got in the car with him. They met at a gas station at like in the early morning hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, how could she have known this person? You know, that's my question. Like, where would she know him?
And they get comfortable too. They get comfortable. Hopping in and out of cars like, oh, he's harmless. What is he gonna do? A lot? The fuck? A lot? You know, America makes it real safe for women. I've seen women jumping. I've seen little small, scrawny women jump in front of a Goliath's face. Talking cash shit, and it's like, girl, this nigga will knock you into your next life. Like, what are you doing? Oh, they're not gonna. He not gonna do nothing. They can't say nothing. They not gonna touch me. He not shit. Shit. You will get touched. You will get beyond touched. But they tell you, oh, we need protection. Protection from what? From their own damn selves. They need protection from their own damn self.
From, and then she wasn't forcibly forced in the car.
19. What are you doing?
She wasn't forced in the car at all. She got in there willingly. So I don't know. And then the Hugo Melendez, his cousin or one of his family members that live in the same house as him, he said that he heard some type of noises going on at 5 a.m. Man, I don't know. And then on top of that, they found a bunch of DNA and some nails, multiple women's underwear in this house. Now, in my opinion, I don't think that was the first person he had killed. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? But man, and he's an illegal. First of all, he's an illegal too. Now the media, I don't know what they're gonna do because the demographics of this case is kind of weird. But I know the media, they gonna use this case, man. They need, they need to get him up out of here. Get him up out of here. But you know he ain't finna stay in jail in America. They gonna send him back wherever he was. You know what I'm saying? And this is not his first time getting in trouble. He was in federal custody back in 2019 too. So I don't know what's going on, man. But justice for Dakara and you know, healing for her family and all that, man. But this shit right here is wild, y'all. But yeah, I'm out, man. Make sure y'all hit that like, comment, subscribe, and let me know what y'all think.
Well, shout outs to Creddy Dave. Rest in peace to this young girl. You said Western women have gotten used to squaring up with men, get violent with men because they believe all men are afraid of the cops. Yeah. They call it blue leashing. That's the term for it. They call it blue leashing. What's going on, Bobby Reds? Yeah, look at his face. He looked crazy. You said a lot of Latino men already low-key feel like they're downgrading by dealing with black women. Well, not all of them. You know, and I know you didn't say all. I know you said a lot. But you said trying to finesse them on top of that is playing with fire. These chicks don't really know shit. They don't. But especially a 19-year-old. And believe it or not, shout outs to Bobby in the building. What's going on, man? Believe it or not, believe it or not, you got 19-year-olds that are veterans. They've been doing shit since 16. You got 19-year-olds that are veterans when they get to that age. You know what I'm saying? But believe it or not, just protect y'all daughters out here, man. It don't matter what she know or who she know. It don't matter the race of the dude or what would happen. Number one, she shouldn't be out here doing stuff like that. And I'm not gonna lie, the car shit. When you're a kid and you get a car, the car. When you get a car is a symbol of freedom. You know what I'm saying? A car is like, yeah, granted that you have the gas money, you can hop in that joint and drive wherever the hell you want. You can jump right in that baby and go wherever the hell you want to go. And it's an isolated thing too, because it's like, yeah, that's true. You can go as far as away. You know what I'm saying? You can go as far as away from your parents as you like. We got some videos coming a little bit later. Hopefully we can get into it. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. We got a bunch of videos of guys in Chicago saying that, oh, they ready for Trump. They're like, oh yeah, we ready for the National Guard. No, they're absolutely not. They are not ready for no goddamn National Guard or nobody to come through. They are not ready for no damn Trump to come through in Chicago. Absolutely not. But like I said, this is a very sad situation. And like I said, protect your daughters. Just, make sure, that they can grow up as a functional 19-year-old. Selling ass at 19 is crazy. Like, what is on your mind at this point, And it really messed me up for the last couple of days because, my classmate disappeared. And her face was alongside of this young lady's face and stuff like that. And I'm glad that they found her alive. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that they found her alive because women were just disappearing, in the DMV area. They were just, disappearing. And you know what I'm saying? They were disappearing. And she got found and she's back home and safe, which is good. But right after I found out that she was found, then I saw the story of this young lady dead. And it's just messed up. It's just messed up.
What's going on, guys? I'm Steve. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video. If it's your first time stopping by the channel,
what's going on, LT, man?
hit that
Hold
subscribe
on.
button.
Goddamn. Speaking of Chicago, I just have to give you a shout out. Shout outs to LT, man, in the building. Hold on. Shout outs to LT, man, in the building. Good to see you. What's going on? As always, great to see you. War Master says evil exists. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm pretty sure she thought it was gonna be something quick, and where she parked her car too was like on the side of the road. So there's like a side of the road where she was at where is free parking. The reason why I know that because remember I told you guys that there's apartments there on that street. You got I think it was called LaSalle Park at the time, but they keep rechanging the name. And then you have Forest Creek. I think they keep rechanging the name there also. Those tow trucks are notorious. They will tow you. They will watch you and tow you after a certain time. So you got to keep going out there and checking on your car, making sure your car is there. And the messed up part is that people, the guests, they don't like parking on the street, because when they park on the street, they can get robbed or something can happen to them on the way, back and forth to their car. And if you don't know those apartment complexes, man, they will rob you and then run behind the building, and you don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? They'll run behind the building and stuff like that. So in the DMV area, yeah, we got gangs and stuff like that, but it really ain't gangs. It's just niggas that hang out at gas stations, apartment complexes and stuff like that. It's just little renegade, you know, hold on, little renegade stuff, going on. So, it's just sad, so what they do is they park on the street, and then they'll be okay. Their car will be there. They know their car will be there. So she parked on the street and walked over to him. So I'm under the impression that she was linking up with him. Cause then he drove all the way to Bowie. Bowie is far as fuck from that part of Hyattsville. Bowie is far as hell. So she went on a fantastic voyage with him, probably not even knowing how she gonna get back. But let's go.
You won't regret it. You're a returning subscriber as always, guys. Welcome back, and I do appreciate support. Guys, it's been a couple of days since the press conference
Shout out to LT
came
man
out
in the
revealing
building.
more about what happened to 19-year-old missing woman out there in Maryland, Prince George's County to be exact. Shout out Dakara Thompson. According to reports, they got a guy in custody, 35-year-old migrant from Guatemala. This guy's name is Hugo Hernandez Mendez, 35 years old. And, they found her body earlier last week and then told that, the body they found was hers. Now, I got some more information. I was digging in this because, this past Saturday, I was talking, I did a video, and I was talking to my wife about it, and she had said some things that was interesting and made me want to go back and see what else was out there. And I found some more things outside of the initial video I did about the press conference. Make no mistake, folks, man, it's dangerous all out here. And you can warn your kids, like no other, but a lot of times they got to go through things or see things for themselves. Hopefully they can,
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you can tell your daughters, or you can tell your nieces, or what I'm saying, your granddaughters, you can tell them everything, but it's what they're just make sure you've instilled make sure you instilled the right knowledge in them, because they're gonna be out here bumping their heads. And then I'm not even gonna lie, you fuck a television, you got something bigger that you gotta fight, and that's that damn phone that's in their hands. That's that damn phone that's in their hands, and their homegirls, and what they think is right, and all kinds of stuff. You said I seen a video that two guys were passing each other by. One got knocked out, and the other guy picked him up and dragged him by his pants to the back of the apartment building and robbed him. I don't understand why women are out here selling coochie but getting on the internet complaining about protection and all this other shit. Like, we live in a crazy world. You gonna be you just gonna just insert yourself and be a part of the craziness and think that some of it is not gonna backfire on you? And I feel so sorry for this young woman's father, because, for whatever little punk ass money you were gonna get or whatever, or Now you're not here. Now you're not here.
Or not put in the position that Dakara was put in, but I mean, there's predators out there. It's very unfortunate that what happened to this young lady, and I want to show you some more information that has come out about what happened to her and how she was found and where she was located. This is truly horrible, and I think I have an idea of what happened that led to her untimely demise. Take a look.
We are also following some heartbreaking news tonight in the case of a young woman from Prince George's County who went missing 2 weeks ago. Today, police confirmed 19-year-old Dakara Thompson's body has been found, and they say her killer has been arrested. Our Katie Lusso spoke with Dakara's family and walks us through what we learned from new court documents tonight. And I do have to warn you, some of these details are deeply disturbing.
This is the last spot that Dakara...
Well, see, that's the thing, UFO kamikaze. Home is where the heart is. You know, you can't blame any race for sticking with their own. It's black people in the West that are out of fucking sync. It's black people in the West that are screwed up. You know, and y'all know we talk about it on the show all the time. It's like, you know, Negroes are screwed the hell up. The same way the quote unquote passport bros go to these countries. Why don't you, let me ask y'all a question. Why don't y'all ever see passport bros go to Jamaica? You see, they're going crazy in Africa right now, barely. A couple of them, the small few that are over there and stuff like that. What do? They go to the people that's not gonna, they go to these countries that's not gonna really give them no shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you go to Jamaica or Haiti or somewhere like that, and you play around with they women like that, bro, they will chase you with a machete. So they go to places where they don't think there's gonna be no real repercussions or something like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to these predominantly black places. And then when they do, they get on the internet and be like, man, Kenyan women are ugly as hell. These African girls are ugly as hell. They're going through a little bullshit feminism over there too. They're going through a little bullshit feminism over there in South America. Come on, I'm trying to be, come on, man. I'm trying to be serious, cynical, and war master. Jamaica is wild. Yeah, a lot of wild stuff happens in Africa too. Yeah, and that's what's going on. But they're getting robbed and beaten in scopolamine down there in Colombia, you know. And I've been telling y'all this for years. I'm like, shit. Getting scopolamine in Colombia and shit. But this is what I'm saying, you know, a lot of races, you know what I'm saying? A lot of different races, they you know, they go after, you know, not necessarily just black people, but they go after different people that's really not, you know, that's really not from their country or that's not hip to some of the stuff. They go after certain people to kind of cleanse their palate of what they might do. For example, a lot of people in Dubai and in the Middle East and in certain places, they don't like feminism. They don't like Western culture. They don't like American women and how American women act and stuff like that. But guess what? Having one is a trophy. You know what I'm saying? Having one is a trophy. Like, oh yeah, I screwed an American last night. I did this and I did that. So you go over to Dubai, and you see what they're doing to Western women. And the thing is, they think that they're doing the right thing. A lot of times too, If you go to Colombia and you get scopolamine by a prostitute, in a lot of cases, some of them, they think they're doing the right thing. Oh, you were a horrible man anyway. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm mad that this is what I'm doing to get by and blah blah blah. And I'm gonna take that out on you. Because see, this is the thing. It doesn't matter if you're a good trick. It doesn't matter if you're a bad trick. You have to understand, and I talk about this in my book, which is why I told you guys not to be tricks. I talk about this in my book. You are a mannequin. You are a muse. You are a muse of a trick, of what she, just like a hoe is a muse of what you want. You pay for so much coochie that you'll never own. It's always damn near a different woman, or you're rotating women, or it's a different race of woman, or it's whatever. It's a muse. What is a muse, y'all? A muse, and I'm gonna use it in this context of what it is. If you're an artist and stuff like that, and you're like, hey, you know what? I love women. I'm into their look. I'm into their body. I'm into all different types of stuff, right? And you're like, oh, this is a beautiful woman. I'm gonna use her to make a hit song, or I'm gonna use her to draw. I'm gonna use her and draw her. I'm gonna draw her. Or I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna use her as inspiration to do something. It's basically using somebody like a mannequin as a template or something like that for something. That's what a mannequin represents, because a mannequin, it looks a certain way, it's shaped a certain way, and it can wear many different clothes. But a mannequin has no name. A mannequin has no face. So imagine if you've seen so many tricks. Imagine if you've seen so many hoes. It ain't even about who that particular person is. It's about what they represent. Whew, man, I be giving y'all the game, man. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. If you guys are soaking up and picking up what I'm putting down, please hit the like button and please support the show. Overly delivering, all right? Please hit the like button and support the show. We have a goal to reach today. I'm telling you, it's a muse. So most people, they're not looking at the particular woman. They're looking at the occupation, not even the occupation, but what's being done or what they're doing, more so than, you know what I'm saying? And let me tell y'all something too. An angry trick and whatever nut clarity is not a good idea. Is not a good idea. This is why you need to stay away from certain people that's in a certain lifestyle. This is why if you don't understand the theater of mind that certain people are going to be in, it's just best to avoid it altogether. And not to, and not to give her no excuse or whatever. I'm not going to say, oh, her frontal lobe was messed up. No, she 19. She don't know what the hell she's doing. And this is why, as young men, you need to be around good men and decent men to say, hey, brother, we don't do that. But see, with the internet today, the internet enables people to do stuff that they normally wouldn't do. It puts false ideas in their head, and they're like, hey, let me make a OnlyFans. Let me dabble in this real quick. I wonder what would happen if I dabbled in this, and let me play around with fire a little bit. And see, your phone, it gives you a false sense of confidence, because guess what? It's on your phone. Oh, it's harmless. Until you come into real life, until you start appearing in real life, or what was on your phone appears in real life. And by the time you go out of your way to make something that's on your phone appear in real life, you might be in grave danger. Driving all the way on the other side of town with a complete stranger. And I know this because, like I said, I've been on 1 billion dates. Women will run off with a damn stranger. This is the shit. I couldn't have no damn daughter. I ain't gonna lie. She gonna be Rapunzel. She gonna be trapped. She gonna be trapped in a house, you know. Women will run off with strangers. It's that simple. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it for y'all. Women will run the fuck off with a complete stranger. You know, I've seen it happen so many times. Men will run off with a complete stranger. You know? Don't even think just because it's woman that, you know, oh, something wrong with it. You said, hey, Kuda, listening to music at my bar. Heard of Mr. Yola that abandoned me? No, I haven't heard of that, but let me save that and I'm going to check it out. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. Yes, sir. Don't it sound like a drink? The Screwed American. Cynical said, if you're actually getting crapped on in other countries, you shouldn't tell anyone. They're so gross. They didn't tell anyone, but once that payment get out and people say for what, then, you know, it gets out. You know, UFO said, I work with tons of Latino men back when I worked construction and was a forestry supervisor. I know the real. Well, people have a preference, you know what I'm saying? And even the hoes have a preference and stuff like that. So, you know, I'm not going to say that she would have been safe with her brother. I'm not going to say that she would have been safe, you know what I'm saying? You know, with the Asian man. I'm just going to just jump straight to it, especially at her age in the area that she was in. She shouldn't be out there being a hoe. You know? And let me tell y'all the fucked up part about the game. Not even the death. Not even the you know, not even the being a hoe or selling yourself out at such a young age for whatever reason. Let me tell y'all something. A lot of these people come from loving families. And I know that's what eats up the dad. I know that's what eats up the parents. That's what eats up the whole family. It's like, yo, why is she out there doing that? Imagine your neighbor asking you like, yo, we saw your daughter on the news last night. Why? Well, she grew up here in the neighborhood. If she needed something, she could have asked us. Why was she out there doing that? And people looking at you like you're a fucked up parent. Well, you're not. Some of these girls, they come from good homes. Some of these girls and boys, you know, they just want to be bad. And they just want to rebel against something. And they just need something to rebel against. Crazy.
Was seen alive on surveillance footage tonight. There are candles down on the ground and notes on this pole. Her family telling me they are absolutely heartbroken, really just trying to process what happened, but also immensely grateful for the outpouring of support they saw these past 2 weeks.
I should be back soon. I love you too. Good night.
That's the text she sent her father just before midnight, night of August 22nd. Less than 2 hours later, surveillance footage shows her parking her car on Jasmine Terrace, getting out and walking towards Riggs Road. Friday, new court documents documents revealing that she apparently continued walking toward University Boulevard and is then seen on surveillance cameras talking to the driver of a black GMC Yukon XL Denali, getting in on the passenger side.
What's going on, Link? Good to see you, man. Welcome to the show. Let's go.
And leaving. Police say cell phone records show she remained in that car until they arrived to Cambridge Road in Bowie. It's there where police believe she was killed by a man named Hugo Hernandez Mendez in the early morning hours of August 23rd.
We believe the murder occurred in the home on Cambridge Drive in Hernandez's bedroom.
Investigators believe he then took her body the same morning to Route 50 between Route 424 and Route 97 and threw her over the bridge above South River. It was more than a week later, around 5 p.m. on August 31st, that police would find her body. They had responded to the bridge for a disabled vehicle and happened to see her about 30 feet below the bridge on the river embankment.
That area is probably about 7 miles away from the murder location, but a good distance away from where she went missing. So we are thankful that the Maryland State Police had the ability to locate that body based on that call for service.
The news devastating for her family, her mother telling WUSA 9 Friday night that they are still trying to process everything.
And the crazy part is that when you hear a story like this, you think that a woman got abducted. Oh, somebody snatched her and grabbed her up off the... No, they get in the car. And this is what I'm saying, man. We have to teach the younger generation, and we got to teach our daughters and our granddaughters and our nieces and our, you know, and young women at a young age, bro. Don't worship money. Don't worship money. Niggas don't need candy the niggas don't need no damn candy or nothing like that to abduct you. Riding off with a complete stranger like that. That's a long fucking ride from where she was at all the way to Bowie. Sadly, I agree with that. Some of the stories that I've been reporting on for the last decade, I agree with that, War Master. War Master said that children are a reflection of their parents' naivety. Or naivety, my bad. God damn, look at me inventing words, y'all. Naivety is a big ass handicap as wickedness. Yeah. Let me drop some gems. All right, shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show via PayPal and Cash App. Let me drop some gems as I always do, right? And I want y'all to pay attention to what I'm about to say, right? They say when you have a single mother or a single parent, they say that if you look at a family crossing the street, right? And you grab your kid's hand, you have a toddler or whatever, or a child, and you grab your kid's hand, you have your mother on your kid's left side, and you have your father on your kid's right side. When you're a single parent, and let's say you're crossing the street with your kid, and let's just assume it's a highway, it's not a one-way. Technically, and I'm using this as a metaphor, but that's some real shit too. There's a whole nother side of your child that's exposed. There's a whole nother side of your child that's exposed to anything. And you can't do nothing about it. You can only protect one side. This is why you need two parents. This is why you need two parents. You said like someone said, men would not get in a car at 3 a.m. with people you don't know. Exactly. Or be looking for a John at 3 a.m. Or be looking for a John at 3 a.m.
Nearly 2 weeks, they searched desperately, held vigils, and pleaded for her safe return.
I just simply want my daughter back.
Now her community will stand behind her family as we seek justice for her.
Now the family has created a GoFundMe page. Initially, it was for search efforts and to hire a private investigator that...
You said dude could have been married and she threatened to expose their arrangement for more money. That's a death wish depending on some of the circumstances, right? I'm not sure if he was married though. He probably got a wife back home. Or maybe somewhere out here. You never know. What's going on, Paul? I talked about NBA YoungBoy. I don't know if he's gonna be in Chicago soon, but he out on the world tour. Congrats to him. He got his freedom. Yeah, he got his freedom.
Money, though, will now be used for funeral costs. We've posted a link to it on our website, WUSA9.com. In Prince George's County, I'm Katie Lusso, WUSA 9.
Thompson was killed inside of a house on Cambridge Drive in Bowie, Maryland.
Rafael Sanchez Cruz has been covering the investigation there. Rafa, you spoke to the accused killer's cousin and learned some insight into how this arrest all played out.
Yeah, Lorenzo, Annie, this is a really layered case. So let me walk you through it. Yesterday, investigators executed a search warrant at this home right behind me. But today, there were federal agents back here to arrest a different man. Now, the cousin of Hugo Hernandez Mendez tells me that they found blood inside her cousin's bedroom, that blood belonging to Dakara Thompson. It's in the side bedroom of this Bowie home where investigators say Dakara Thompson was killed. I never thought a family member would do something like that. We are distraught. The cousin of Hugo Hernandez Mendez agreed to speak only if her face is not shown. We will call her Maria. She says her cousin, an immigrant from Guatemala, lived with her family and other relatives, but recently she rarely saw him and his behavior changed.
That's true, Anthony.
It's very unfortunate that we have to live in a society where predators are always lurking.
Neighbors are still in shock.
I just felt that there was a need for me to come out and extend my condolences to the family.
Oh my goodness, it's connected.
Tracy Franklin says Maryland State Troopers visited her home as part of the investigation.
I am very glad to see that coverage is happening and awareness of a young African-American woman missing, because a lot of times that doesn't happen.
Maria says her husband was also taken by investigators for questioning yesterday, but was released. This morning, she says federal immigration agents were back at their home, this time for her husband, who is an undocumented immigrant from Mexico. They did not have an order for my husband or a warrant for me. They simply handcuffed him and took him. Maria insists her husband has nothing to do with the alleged crime. Her young children standing right next to her. She says her husband was taken despite his full cooperation in the criminal investigation. She has this message for Dakara's parents.
Yo soy madre, entiendo a la madre, entiendo al padre.
I am a mother. I understand her mother and father. I have children. I hope God gives them strength through this difficult situation. I really lament that it was a family member of mine, my cousin. I am really sorry. Yeah, we did reach out to ICE to know more details about the arrest of Maria's husband, but we have yet to hear back. Lorenzo, Annie, this community still processing this horrible tragedy. Back to you.
All right, guys, there you have it. What happened to Dakara Thompson at age 19? Nobody should go through that. But this is where we are right now in the world, where no woman is at peace. And I say that, I mean that.
That's cap. And that's another thing too. Not calling this brother a simp or whatever, but we gotta keep it 100, man. Stop saying no woman is at peace when women are walking themselves into this bullshit. Women are walking themselves into this bullshit too. Bad enough they can get snatched. But that's cap. Women are at peace. It's just that the crazy thing is that you can't do what you really want to do. You have boundaries. You may feel like you can do what you want to do, but the world and the people in it, they're not thinking like you. And when you feel that you can do anything that you want to do, you don't have no filtration system. You don't have any deterrence. You don't have anything, you know what I'm saying, that can say, hey, you know what, I even though I could do this, just don't. He said simps always direct ignorance at men. That's true. Super true. He said, but I'm like my ancestors from the deep past, bloodline. We're going to talk about that. Tariq Nasheed might think different, bro. We're going to talk about that on the lighter note, you know. This is a sad story. No, but we do gotta tell the truth about this, because we gotta tell both sides, because women need to hear, oh, you are safe, but some of your decisions that you're gonna make is gonna make you unsafe. Men already know this. Men already know this. So we got to find ways to get through to the young ladies and stuff like that, because it's like, listen, man, you got main character syndrome. These young women got, this ego, this high amount of confidence at a young age. And they're arrogant and cocky, and they're like, I'm the prettiest thing walking around, and blah blah blah. I can do whatever I want. I don't have to listen to somebody. I don't have to. And slowly but surely, what their world got in store for them, they find themselves on the blade. Or, you know, what's even more diabolical is when your phone is the blade. Y'all don't hear me though. What's even more diabolical is when you've turned your phone into the blade. And then, yeah, you know, you got a lot of parents that know about this stuff. You got a lot of parents that I wouldn't necessarily say are squares. But are you going to sit up there and be talking about the blade to your daughter? You know, I even came back and showed y'all that show with that lady, Tania. That lady and her daughter. You know what I'm saying? That lady and her daughter that was young. And her daughter was out there, you know, selling ass. And they were on Soft White Underbelly. And she was holding her grandson in her hand. And she was sitting there. 2 generations of hoes. Sadly but surely, look where both women had to be to even probably even have a conversation about that. Don't no fucking square parent or somebody that loves their child want to sit up there and talk about no damn blade. So you know how people get mad and they just call everything. They're like, well, why do y'all call everything game? Why do y'all call everything game? Why do y'all call everything game? Well, you know what square people call stuff, that when they just don't want to specify what it is, or they don't know what it is, they just chalk it up and say it's the streets. Oh, don't get lost to the streets. And the process is gradual, y'all. Especially for women. How much times are you gonna have to tell your daughter or your son, hey, those ain't your friends? Don't throw your life away with this group of people, because you're not even gonna know these people when you become an adult, if they're still alive. Yeah, I don't know Mr. Yola. I have no idea who Mr. Yola is. I'm gonna take a look at him. I'm gonna look him up. But yeah, that's crazy. It's just crazy to be at that age and be out there already.
Here it is, a 19-year-old girl gone way too soon at the hands of a monster. This guy right here, Hugo Hernandez Mendez. Now,
what I wanted to get at is that you chop your daughters and your sons off at the legs by sugarcoating shit, because the world ain't gonna sugarcoat shit, and they're gonna think that they stumbled on something that mom and dad doesn't know. Yeah, okay.
This guy is in court right now at the present time of me doing this video, so you can expect the update soon. This is his first court appearance, and I gotta be honest with you. Reason why I'm doing this video now before the court videos and stuff come out, I did a video Saturday where I said, was this a drug buy or a meetup for sex? I did that story and I try to do it as respectful as I can for the family, because they seem like nice people. I don't know them, but they do seem like nice people. That video I did was just, what I thought at that time. More information has come out, what you've seen. Now, it's still a lot of questions remaining. They said, this is a layered case. But I will say this, if you look at the timeline, right?
What's going on, D-Mac?
Stuff that,
You said, what's good, people? What's good? People playing dumb like they don't know why she was with that immigrant. Well, hey. Yeah, we talked about it. And it's like, damn. There is an update in it, but I think the guy's going to say how the other woman's husband got arrested. But I think Tariq Nasheed touched on this story too. Might get to see what he said. But give me 1 second, Charlie. Let's get through this, and then we're going to go on to a lighter note. It's just I wanted to cover this topic, but let's get.
Came out. It's just crazy how.
Hold on. Shout outs to D-Mac the trucker in the building. Let's go.
If you go back and look, 11:50, right? At the time she went missing, the video, she sent the text to her father, right? 11:50, she sent the text to her dad. 1:35 a.m., she was seen walking away from her vehicle. That looked like it was parked where she was going to come back to it. 3:06, that's the big part, because I'm looking at it up here in this article. 3:06 a.m. is when she was at that SUV in the parking lot at a Family Dollar. So 2 hours passed from her walking away until she came across the SUV with Hugo Hernandez Mendez in it. So that what happened between that time and where she was at, nobody knows. But I came across this. I got it over here. Check this out. It says, in the charging documents, Hernandez Mendez agreed to be interviewed, telling detectives when he went to a nightclub to meet his ex-girlfriend but never did. When detectives questioned further, the defendant denied any involvement, meaning they must have been like, okay, well, we got you with this girl in the car, so what was that about? And then he shut up. But something had to happen between that time of 11:50 sending the text to her dad, 1:35 walking away from her vehicle. Now between the 1:35 and 3:06, something had to happen. Because 3:06 she got into the vehicle. Then it says 3:47 she arrived at Hernandez Mendez house. Family members said they heard it seemed like they was in there having sex, and the girl wasn't really feeling it. Said he killed her in the house. Then 5:03, early in the morning, he takes her and throws her off a damn bridge. So that 2-hour window is the big mystery with this of how they came, what the connection was with her.
Well, that drive is more than 40 something minutes. So there goes 1 hour right there. Say take 20 extra minutes to get in the house or whatever. It lines up. Let's go.
Getting out of her car, 2 hours passing, and then getting into his. I want you to think about something. They saying this guy's a migrant from Guatemala. A lot of back in the day, in fact, recently they probably still are going through that. They saying it's a mass femicide out there in Guatemala. This guy's unregistered. He's over here. He don't see women like they are seen in America. You know what I'm saying? As valuable assets. A lot of times, these people, you know, he got that scar on his face. That shit is telling.
All right, listen, and I understand, and I get it, guys, right? But we're talking about the wrong thing. Obviously, yes, he is an immigrant here. That's on top of that. But number one, she should not have been outside around that time, quote unquote, getting gas. That was an alibi and an excuse to leave the house. Number two, it don't matter if he was an immigrant or whatever the hell, or the femicide back in Guatemala and all that. Niggas can't even spell Guatemala. What's going on, Young Jay? Young women out here getting killed by tricks. Now, obviously, yes, the police caught him, but it was park police, and they're not trying to, man, they ain't trying to handle that paperwork. We got so much sanctuary states in the U.S. is crazy. And to tell you the truth, it goes back to the politics. It goes back to politics. Because they're 10 minutes away from D.C. Not even. They're 5 minutes away. You know, where they are right there. There's 5 minutes away from D.C. Literally, if you go the opposite way, the way they went, if you just keep straight and make a right and keep straight, you're in D.C. Literally for like 3 minutes. DC is a sanctuary state. Let me tell y'all something. Everybody knows about Langley Park, over there by where TikTok Liquors used to be, over there by the Pep Boys and stuff like that. Langley Park is known for illegal immigrants. She wasn't even really in Langley Park, but you could kind of say that's Langley Park, but it's really not. I'm talking about Langley Park. And she thought this was going to be some easy money. She's 19. She's not supposed to be in that club. She out there parking lot pimping. For real. And that's what people do. They sit outside the club. The girls that they wanted to mess with in the club, they didn't get no coochie from them. They ain't really get no play from them. So they'll sit outside the club and be on Backpage or List Crawler and try to end their night off. And girls be doing out calls. They be doing car dates and stuff like that, especially when they're young like that. They can't really be really having, a traffic of tricks going in and out of their house like that. I'm just telling you. So she probably went to go do a car date, and he's like, nah, just, Come roll with me type shit. I'll pay you extra. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever to get her in the car. Or do the car date in his car. Or wherever he gonna take you. But now you at his mercy. See?
You know what I mean? He ain't no choir boy. And the way he did her is a reflection of what he is and what he sees. This guy right here is trash. Fuck this dude. He threw a girl off a bridge. And that car breaking down on the bridge where they went to investigate it and stuff and then looked down there and seen her. Man, that's nothing but God, man. That's nothing but God. I'm gonna show you something up here. In the article, right, that I had up here, it says she was found on the side, like I guess washed up on the shore after he threw her in the water. They looked down and saw her in a embankment down there. You threw a body of a woman that you use like an instrument for your own satisfaction and then just threw her off of a bridge after you killed her in a house that ain't yours. He killed her in his room that he's renting. He killed her. What kind of household is that where a woman can get killed in a room after being assaulted? You know what I'm talking about. And nobody notices that? They said they heard something was going on. What kind of shit is he on? Has he done this before? I'm gonna tell you something. You got somebody in your house and they in there bumping uglies and it sound like the woman is in distress. Nobody knocks on the door. Nobody. This whole thing is a fucking.
Well, this is the thing. She was already gone before she got thrown off the bridge. She was already gone before she got thrown off the bridge.
Mess. But either way, man, it's upsetting because all this stuff is out in the open and the family has to hear this. And they said they know their daughter and they know it's not like her. And it keeps going off in my head. The mother saying, this is not like her. This is not like her. Somebody has her. Somebody has her. They know their child. So, you know, I made that video before. And, you know, it's not to discredit this girl in any way. You know, you're just speaking on what you have in front.
You see, this is the thing. People can't, this is the crazy part. People can't really, the same thing with the Mercedes Moore story. People can't really tell you this story, y'all. They can't really tell you this story in good faith because it's like, I kind of low-key gotta admit she was out here. People are gonna wonder where, you know, what happened. You know, people are gonna wonder what happened. Yo, why was she get in a car with old boy? Do they know each other? How they know each other? Why would he do that to her? It's sad, man.
In front of you and giving your opinion on it. But man, no mistake, no matter what it was.
See what they're doing though is in the fucked up part is that what they're doing is they're using this as an immigration topic. They're using this as an immigration topic. Which that's an element to it. Yeah, he got you know, apprehended by park police, you know, being drunk in the park and shit or whatever. And they didn't, you know, the park police could only do but so much, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So they're turning this into an immigration thing when it's really two stories going on at once. Number one, your child shouldn't be out here selling ass at 19. There's so much other things to do, man. I listen, I was fucking rolling sandwiches at 19. Niggas was working in College Park at Pita Pit. Nigga, I was up there opening up pitas and giving people what the hell they want. Double, here we go. Falafel, here we go. Baba Ganoush, here we go. People want to be rich in their teens and shit like that. It's like, listen, at that age, shit, you better try to survive. You better try to even make it through your 20s. Getting unsubscribed at 19 is crazy. And I wonder which woman or man is gonna actually come out here and really say it. It was like it's like, yo, like it's crazy. You know, you got women that are quote unquote feminists. Oh, because men are just so evil and subjective. There's some evil nigga in her life making her do some shit that she don't want to do, so she gonna go sell coochie. You know what I'm saying? You got those type of women, and they're so against selling coochie and being objectified. Now, one of them come out and go against OnlyFans. OnlyFans get no pushback. Why is that? Why is that? So, you know, for sure, they're not going to come out here and be like, you know what? We got to look at the youth. They'll come out here all day. Oh, man, that's crazy that these young kids, these young boys that's around her age, they hunting each other down with machine guns and blah, blah, blah. Men, even though niggas be super fake, we talk about that. Why aren't the young, the YBs, why aren't they coming out and be like, hey, look, joining OnlyFans at 18 is not the move. And you know, innately, a lot of women don't care because guess what? A lot of young women love replacing older women. They like that feeling. They like that feeling, that competition feeling. Because it's like, oh, these women are so jealous of me. I don't know what I possess, but I got it. It's called the it factor. To a certain degree, you might not have the it factor if you can tell was pulling people. You know what I'm saying? Can't call it because you might spoil it. If you knew your strengths and you try to play to it, you might fuck it up. So a lot of young girls they just happy to have that it factor. You do got women out here that try to talk to them, but guess what? Women don't got the capacity to put up with that shit. Women are on these airways saying that they rather cater to a baby than a man. They rather cater to a infant than their husband. What's going on, Morbid Trinity? This happened around our way. Shout outs to Morbid Trinity. Morbid Trinity know where Hydesville is. Shout outs to Morbid Trinity in the building. Good to see you, bro. Hold on. We got a lot of topics coming on today's show. Y'all please hit the like button. Support the show. War Master said feminists will always blame all men for the actions of one man. Absolutely. Or a unicorn man, a man that don't even exist. But let's go.
Did not deserve to die, and especially be found 2 weeks later, washed up on a shore somewhere. I'm Stock Market Steve for the Dynamic Reason channel. As always, like, comment, share, and subscribe. Hopefully we'll have more answers today to a lot of the puzzling questions about what happened to her, you know, and hopefully these people will get justice, which is like few and far between. I'll see you in the next video. Take care.
So you got a lot of fathers out here hurt. And like I said, when we did that Mercedes Moore story, it was fucked up. It was a fresh thing. You know what I'm saying? It was still a fresh thing for a lot of people because a lot of women were running to OnlyFans. A lot of women were running to OnlyFans during the pandemic. see what Tariq says.
A lot of crime, despite a lot of the shit that people like Barrister and them talk and all that. Man, it's wild. I had a friend here who was an attorney. He was set up and killed by I think they were from like Sierra Leone and the Congo. And these people, they were like college graduates and all that set him up and killed him. So yeah, man, a lot of that's going on here in PG County.
Wow, man. And thanks for reminding me of that story, brother. Yeah, for those who don't know, it was a 19-year-old black girl, man. Her name was Dakara Thompson. And somehow this illegal immigrant, this dude, Hugo Hernandez Mendez, got her and killed her and dumped her somewhere. And a lot of people are feeling a certain way about that. This dude shouldn't have even been over here, and people are really looking at this immigration thing. That's why black people ain't really on that no more. We ain't sitting up here letting the Democrats tell us that there's this big minority coalition, because we keep seeing little stuff like this, these weird dudes coming over, killing.
Now, let me say this, right? Cause shit start getting stupid when you get certain black people talking about certain things. I don't even know why y'all keep pointing the finger, at Mexican and Hispanic and Latino men, because let me tell y'all something. They're not the only immigrants. You got Haitians, you got Pakistani people, you got Ethiopians, you got Somalians, you got all different kinds of different people that are immigrants in America that are illegal. Like where I told you guys, Langley Park. Yeah, there's a big concentration. There's a big concentration of you know what I'm saying? There's a big concentration of Hispanic players there, that's men and women and kids and stuff that are illegal. But if they have kids or something like that, or people from Asia that come to America and stuff like that, there's so many illegal people in America that you can't just single out one race. Does that make sense? You can't just say, "Oh man, I think this person, he's illegal." It don't work like that. So where I was telling you guys, like in Langley Park, you got Ethiopian, you got a lot of different people. All people got to do is just not get back on the plane. Just don't get back on the plane. Not that hard.
Sisters and all that shit. No, we're cool. We're cool in the gang on that, man. And you know what? Let's get deep. Can we get deep for a minute just to talk about?
That's true. Mexicans will be the largest group of illegal aliens by far. Yeah, and the rest are known as others. Yeah, but truth be told, Mexicans owned all of this shit at one point. At one point, Mexicans owned all of this shit. Louisiana purchased these nuts. Shit. Mexicans owned all this shit at one point. And that's the thing about America. A lot of people don't want to know. I mean, you know, learn to speak Spanish. You know, I mean, that is the second language in America. So, you know, the Latin roots in America it's a whole nother story. We're gonna talk about it because we're gonna get into this Drewski skit again. Shout outs to everybody in the building. We're gonna get back into the Drewski skit. And shout outs to LT Man for bringing it to my attention. Shout outs to LT Man all the way from Chicago. Let's get it. Drewski, I'm gonna show y'all what people are saying. They actually said a lot of what I said. It was funny watching that play out. But let's go. Hold on, y'all.
Safety.
Give me 1 second. I gotta set something up. Give me 1 second.
You know, a lot of us talk about how back in the day we used to be outside back in the day. Back in the 70s and 80s, we were outside. Y'all know, some of us who grew up in the 70s and 80s, we were outside heavy. We were majorly outside. Now, not so much. It's a whole different vibe now. When y'all remember when we were small kids, a lot of times we'd be at the crib by ourselves. Sometimes we'd be walking to school by ourselves. Me and the little homies, we'd be 8, 9 years old, walking to school. Yeah. This day and age, hell no. I don't let my kids go outside the front damn yard by themselves. It's a whole different vibe now. My oldest daughter, I'd never let her go out by herself. Yeah, it's a whole different vibe now. When we were growing up, you know, I'd be 7, 8 years old. I'd stay at the house by myself. I'd be at the crib making fucking pancakes and grits and cream of wheat by myself. And I'd be at the crib chilling. You know, we hang out all in the neighborhood. We walk over to somebody else's neighborhood. We were out.
I'm not gonna lie. If you from Cali, I know y'all got a whole different disposition. Y'all got a whole different disposition with the Mexicans. It's crazy.
Damn side. And we got to understand, see, at that time, there was a lower awareness of the risk. See, a lot of in those days, everybody knew each other to a certain degree. The community generally knew each other, and there was somewhat of a code. In those days, 70s, early 80s, we didn't have a lot of foreign entities in the community. We didn't. So everybody kind of knew each other, you know? So that's why there was a sense of safety to a certain degree. Anybody came around, the first thing you said, hey man, where you from? Where your mama? Where your family from? Who's your mama? Everybody would, like my mom today. My mom knew everybody in the damn.
But see, that's Cali. Where are you from? Where your mama stay? Where your daddy stay? Like Cali, they will ask you that for a myriad of reasons, honestly, too.
Neighborhood. Even now, my mom always hit me up talking about somebody grandma done died. Every week, my mom just keeps track of. She still keep track of all the people that we grew up with. But there was no concept of stranger danger yet because we knew everybody. Now, child independence was normalized also.
Now, I mean, there's some truth to that, but there's cap. There's a lot of cap with that. There is a such thing as stranger danger. If you were dating somebody at the club, people would look at you crazy. Yo, you took that person home from the club? Do you know that person? How you know? Whoop-de-whoop, this, that, and the third. So imagine how crazy you must be dating somebody from the internet. Just imagine that. Okay? Shout outs to Morbid Trinity. Morbid Trinity said, this is off topic, but I've been trying out some of the stuff from your book. Yes. How is it? Are you Are you learning from the concepts? Everything that I say in the book is practical. I'm trying to make the book as practical as possible. You know, I know it's easy to say, hey, don't think like that, think like this, you know, but I kind of try to break it down, like to kind of give you guys a theater mind to be in with certain things, you know. So there's a lot of, applicable and practical information in the book. War Master said America was safe before the left closed the left closed the mental institutions, started in the 70s and brought illegal aliens into this country. We've been wanting a wall since the 80s. He said Tariq is clueless. I think I think so. I think before crack hit too. Before crack hit, outside, being outside was crazy. I'm pretty sure, when crack hit, that shit was wild. A lot of people had a reason. A lot of people had a reason to be outside. You said Tariq is clueless. Look, there's so many people going at him right now for changing up. The same guy that's going at Tariq right now, he just did a video not too long ago going in on O'Shea. Because we're gonna cover that too. O'Shea had a video of him going in on Officer Tatum. Somebody said Officer Hatem, but he had a video of him going in on Officer Tatum, and this dude clapped back and was like, "Yo, O'Shea and Officer Tatum is the same nigga." I said, "Damn, that's crazy." When people that ain't even from the space is picking up on that shit. And he said something about O'Shea that was true at the time. O'Shea back in the day was bootlicking. O'Shea back in the day was bootlicking. I forgot there was a whole group of Snow Kings around in these spaces, and O'Shea was throwing a bunch of black people under the bus around that time. So I said, dang, I totally forgot about that. But I know the streams that he was referencing. Then, the Negro manosphere. Anyway, let's go.
Oh. See, back then, they wanted to, the parents were a little tougher. They were like, yeah.
Hold on. And it's crazy because, Gen X. Shout outs to my Gen Xers. Y'all had a lot more awareness as kids. Think about that. Gen X had a lot more awareness as kids. Then you have people as grown adults today. And it's not just the latchkey thing. The latchkey kid thing is y'all had more awareness. Morbid Trinity said, took a breath and went out to do some business on top of trying to meet this girl. You said learned a couple of things. It was kind of chaotic, but I chatted her up a bit. This is what you need to do, right? And this is what we did back in the day to get better at talking with women. Basically, you approach women, do small talk, and then eject. You eject. So you walk up to a woman, you smile. 80% of women will smile back, but it depends on how you do it. You walk up to a woman, you smile, and because people mirror people, to a certain degree. So you smile and you say, "Hey, my name is Morbid. What's your name?" And you say, well, "Yeah, the weather is nice today. It's just a great day to be out. I'm glad that I saw you today. You're very beautiful. Well, I gotta go. I'll talk to you some other time, or you can get her Instagram or whatever and stuff like that." Basically, you eject, I remember when I was learning really what I was doing, because I would always talk to women, but I never really focused on conversation and framing and gambits and stuff and theory and stuff like that. I never focused on where the conversation was going. I just thought like, hey, I'm just talking to somebody. That's why most people really can't give dating advice, because they're like, well, just go talk to her. And it's like, yeah, but if you want to break certain things down, you can do that. Basically say, hey, use an opener, transition into small talk, and then eject. So basically you just you go over there, you talk to her, you transition into small talk. Yeah, the weather is nice, that's a nice outfit, nice shoes. I saw you wearing them yesterday, but I want to let you know you look good in them today. But listen, I got to get back to my friends over there. I'll see you in a bit. Is there a way we can continue this conversation or something or whatever? Basically, you just talk to them and eject. When you start to feel nervous, let's say you start to feel nervous, eject. But one of the things that used to confuse me, that I had to learn, and I was around a bunch of other pickup artists, and we would talk about this in forums and stuff back in the day, and just go over certain things, and it's been talked about in the community the whole time. And it's not to tell you to get in a pickup, and it's not about pickup, but it was a pickup concept. Is that when you're talking to anybody, even a sale, but when you're talking to a woman, when you're at like the peak, when you're at like the apex, like the height of the conversation, leave. When y'all are like just like having a good time and y'all feel so good and you're talking to each other, be like, oh, well, I gotta go. Leave. It's little things you gotta learn. Even when you get the number, some dudes, they'll get a woman's number and kind of stick around. It's like, no, when you get the number, leave. Because now it could turn awkward once you get the number and you're just kind of just hanging around and stuff like that. So one of the best things to do is to master the art of small talk. You got to learn how to how to have small talk. You don't have to have no lasting conversation or anything. Even if you don't have a conversation, like I said in the book, ask open-ended questions. And the information that women will give you is called value. So when the woman is telling you certain things, you know exactly what to say next. And even if you don't know, just practice doing that because it comes naturally. It's like, oh, wow, okay, so you look like you model or something. That's what's up. Do you travel? Oh, no, I don't travel, and blah, blah, blah. I'm just stuck here. Oh, okay, cool. All right, well, look. If you were to go to sleep tonight and wake up anywhere in the world, where would it be? This feeds into a person's ego, main character syndrome. You listen to some of the questions that people ask people on dates and in interactions and stuff like that. It makes it seem like they're on Vlad TV or they're at the top. People want to be that. You know how they say video killed the radio star? Because and I was talking to a buddy about this. It was a gradual transition. A lot of people, they will hear a radio show or even a YouTube show or something like that kind of has elements of radio, player talk radio. And they'll be like, well, I don't have to show my face. You could just hear my voice. So let me be a part of that, because there's a bit of, you could be anonymous doing that. And then when TV came out, it's like, oh, this is, you got to know how to act. This is, there's a camera in front of you, and you had to be talented. You had to be a star, and there was no stage fright, and there was none of that, and blah, blah, blah. Because even radio had a stage fright element to it also, right? But if you had a face for radio, cool, But then you got, television. And it's like everybody wanted to be on television, because if you had a television camera on you, you were doing something. This is why they, hey, mom, I made it. I made it to TV or whatever, right? Now you got to look at the internet. This is what people aren't talking about. The internet is a completely different beast. All the girls are models. All the girls have some type of paparazzi. And they don't even create content. There's this pressure on guys to be like that guy. It's like, even if you see an attractive girl on the internet, guess what? She got a DM, full of guys. You haven't even heard this woman's voice yet. You look at her pictures, even on Instagram. Instagram, they got, they copyrighted. They got these color palettes that they use to make people's lives look a little bit more brighter, look a little bit more interesting than yours. People have this, especially men. We have this goofy expectation on us. You see a beautiful girl and be like, man, that's nice. Like, she's for you. Base level, you a guy, right? It makes dudes see insecure. Sometimes dudes see a pretty girl, they feel insecure. So imagine how women feel. All of this stuff that I'm telling you works 10 times even more now than it did back then. And man, we put in more when it comes into dating and shit like that. Ain't no woman finna come up to me and be like, oh, those are nice pants. If you were to go to sleep anywhere, and it don't even sound out of place. Ain't that crazy? If you were, you seem like you travel. If you were to go to sleep and wake up anywhere else in the world today, tomorrow, where would it be? And she'll be like, oh, Paris or Mulan and stuff like that. Like, okay, do you know how to speak French? Like, Paris? I don't see you waking up in Paris. You might wake up in like Chicago or New York or somewhere. I could see you at New York Fashion Week or something like that. See, now you have, like, literally when you talk to women teach you how to catch them. Women literally teach you how to catch them. Now you have topics you can talk to her about. Does she like planes? Oh, I don't like planes. Or, oh, if I were to travel here. Or, oh, I would be in Florida because my uncle lives in Florida. And, women teach you how to catch them. It's not necessarily picking a lot. But don't dwell on it too much. But women's favorite topics, a woman's favorite topic is herself. So you don't really have to talk that much. Just ask open-ended questions and just kind of follow up. Just be a filler. Oh my God. What's going on, New? Warmaster says, be careful, Morbid Trinity. The Cuda will have you growing dreads and riding a one wheel without an... No, I won't. And we're going to get back to the gaming. No, I won't. Warmaster said Gen X had more awareness because we had dads. That part right there, bro. Dads matter. Absolutely. Y'all got more awareness than most adults these days, which is crazy. Early millennials, yeah, we got a Gen X influence on us. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I found out the other day that technically, I thought my mother was like early Gen X. She's a boomer. I said, oh, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. You said I'm trying to hit her. You said I'm trying to hit her up one-on-one. Like to say the dating game has like to say the dating game has evolved. Like I asked for Instagram instead of the phone number these days, kind of shit. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. Even in the book, I tell you guys to ask for the Instagram. You don't need no damn phone number. Fuck a phone. What the fuck is a phone number? You don't need no damn phone number. You said if a chick hasn't had my Johnson in her mouth, she don't get compliments. See, Warmaster cutthroat. Warmaster is cutthroat. Oh, I got a video for you, Warmaster. I got a video that I was gonna play it. I got a video that's gonna piss everybody off. Tone Talks dropped the whole video about Kamala winning. I got a video that'll piss everybody off. Shout outs to everybody here. We are 2 hours and 36 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button and do me a huge favor and hit the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. And head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Do you like free stuff? Cool, me too. Make sure you head over to hempforfitness.com and mention DJ Cuda with your order, and you will get 2 gifts free. On top of that, you will get 10% off. I'm gonna start playing a game with you guys because I'm gonna have the coupon code somewhere hidden on the screen where you can get 10% off on the next couple of shows. All right. But if you want to get 10% off, use code T-Tube10. That's T-Tube10. You can get 10% off your order. Okay. Make sure you guys stick around because they had a buy one, get one free deal last month. And you never know what's going to happen this month. 9/11, it might be, hey. Also, we're going to be covering 9/11 pretty soon. Y'all, please hit the like button. Please support the show because Piers Morgan, is it Piers Morgan or is it Tucker Carlson? I think it's Piers Morgan. Is doing a 9/11. I think it's Tucker. I don't know, but there's a 9/11 expose coming out. It's an actual, So make sure you guys stick around for that and definitely support the stream. Okay, I got you guys. Hold on. If you guys want to catch up on sleep, head to hempforfitness.com. If you want to regulate your diet, head to hempforfitness.com. If you want to get back in the gym, not on a whim, make sure you guys stop looking for results and start feeling them. It's Player Talk Radio. Make sure you head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Get your hands on some of these gummy rings. You dig? All right. Shout outs to New. Shout outs to War Master. War Master said a man needs 3 questions answered. 1, are you single? True. Even though never approach a woman assuming that she's single. You know what I'm saying? Even if she's single, there's still some type of orbiter hanging around and stuff like that. That's why I said get the Instagram, because you see more. You can see who you really was talking to earlier, But don't feed into her image on Instagram. Get the information that you normally would have asked her from the gram. What's your favorite color? What's your zodiac sign? Or, you can even do that too. One of the things you can do is you can go on her Instagram, find out her zodiac sign or her favorite place to eat, and just act like you're just talking to her. You don't have to necessarily like her pictures and stuff like that, but you could be like, man, you know what, I was talking to a friend the other day. He was telling me about some zodiac signs and stuff like that, and I was like, you know what, I found out within the last year that I'm attracted to Pisces. This is all chick crack, y'all. So you can say, yo, within the last year, I found out I'm attracted to Pisces. Really? Yeah, I'm attracted to Pisces. Oh my God, I'm a Pisces. What? For real? See, I knew I met you for a reason. Come on now. Easy peasy. War Master said, number 1, are you single? Number 2, do you like me? Number 3, can I contact you? Make it natural if you... All right, I walked my way into this one. All right, hold on. Oh, my God. Make it natural when you ask if she plays Xbox. Come on, man. Speaking of video games, PlayStation just had its 30-year anniversary. 30 years of PlayStation. Shout outs to Suki. The girl that's on the cover of Drake's, Her Loss album. Shout outs to Suki. She have Japanese and black, so she was making a big deal out of it. You said me and War Master thinking the same. We Gen X, yeah. What's going on, Degenerate Sherigan? What's going on, man? Welcome to the show. You say, yeah, I'm gonna just walk in with a list and read it out to her. That's funny. You know what we used to do? We used to go to the mall, and I would give my friend like a certain amount, like let's say like $25, and say, listen, I got to talk to 5 girls. And you give me $5 back each girl I talk to. You know what I'm saying? That way you go do it or whatever. And I used to, there's this routine that we used to have, we used to run it, and it was like, get a girl to reject you, so you can go up to a girl, and this is called the rejection opener. You can go up to a girl and be like, listen, what's your name? And blah blah blah. You get a name, whatever, and be like, look, I need you to do me a huge favor, okay? I need you to reject me as hard as you can, and she'll probably be like, no, I'm not interested, or blah blah blah, or whatever she says, and you be like, oh, you're good at this, and stuff, and be complimenting her. It's a whole routine. I would have to. It would take another show for me to go over all of that stuff. It would take a whole nother show for me to go over all of that stuff. But the way I can go over it, you'd be like, oh, dang, that actually would work. I see how that would work. Listen, this is the problem with most of you guys that are trying to learn how to talk to women or date. You're missing out a key element. Have fun. If she rejects you, laugh. Have fun. Go out there and go talk to her. Go talk to any, these girls, bro. Go have fun. The whole point is for you to have fun. Niggas be walking up and be serious as hell. I need a wife. I need a girlfriend. You need to come and be my girlfriend right now, and I need to have fun. The dating game is for having fun. You need to have as much fun as possible. All right. We're going to get back into this. This is Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. News says, hold on. You said, well, water and earth typically get together. This is true. And the moon controls the tides. News says, even if she got somebody, she's single. None of that, none of this is rocket science. All that extra stuff, throw it right out the window. No, I assume that a woman's always dealing with somebody. Just because you're single don't mean she alone. You know what I'm saying? So I go in there instead of waiting for surprises and all that other goofy shit. I assume that she's already dealing with somebody. That's just it just is what it is, I already assume that she's talking to somebody or somebody else is on her line. That's really how you got to navigate this game. Because that's really what it is. They'll be dealing with a bunch of dudes. Women have a rotation. He said, I'm a water sign and usually don't mesh with earth signs. Well, we mesh, but we're different. We usually don't mess with earth signs as well. I mesh with Leo and Sag. He said, I'm talking in a plutonic sense. YouTube is different. If I can call from my recollection, Cynical, you are a Cancer. Tariq Nasheed is a Cancer too. I'm a Capricorn. I'm literally your opposite. So, you know how they say opposites attract, y'all? So, the zodiac sign is like a clock, and you have numbers opposite of each other on a clock. Well, they say date your opposite. I remember in high school, I had the hugest crush ever on this cheerleader, and she was a Cancer also. And I had women too. I just don't know why I don't know. I got stuck on stupid with this chick, and I was dumb as hell, with this chick, and her too, we both would just keep looking at each other, and we just keep looking at each other, and we just keep looking at each other. Even sometimes if something happens, I would laugh or smile, and we would just look at each other. And this was back in the day when we had uniforms and shit like that. But, you know, some days you could dress down. I remember one time I dressed down. Boy, I was fresh as hell. And she wasn't there that day. I'm like, damn. Fuck, I'm gonna have to dress down 2 days in a row. Like, who the hell am I gonna look at today? And you know, when you had to pair up and get in teams and stuff like that, we would look at each other but choose somebody else. Man, that shit was goofy as hell. And every so often I would say something to her. And then, you know what's funny? MySpace came out. So what was funny was I remember looking for her MySpace. Cause you know, you damn near knew everybody's government name in school and shit. I remember looking for her MySpace. And I ain't gonna lie, I sent her a friend request. We was beta testing everything, y'all. I sent her a friend request and I was like, dang, I wonder if she gonna accept me. I wonder if she know who I am. And it's like, she gotta know who I am, right? And she accepted me, and I said, hey, imagine being shy to talk to somebody in real life, but talking to them on the internet and stuff like that. You know, I found out stuff about it. She likes SpongeBob. I like SpongeBob too. All kinds of goofy shit, you know. She was a Cancer. And one thing I know, and then I met a bunch of Cancers. I met a couple of Cancers after that. But one thing I noticed with Cancer, we good at being friends. We good at being co-workers. But I don't know about relationships. You know. Even though I've never been in a full-blown relationship with Cancer, I can see how sometimes it'll play out. Because we're both stubborn. Both playful. But in a different way. And stuff like that. And it's like kind of opposite. But it's weird. You know, shout outs to Truth Only in the building. Good to see you. Hold on. Shout outs to Truth Only. Yeah, tell me 15 magic words. It's easy though. And it's funny because I've always wanted to be that guy. I always wanted to be like the player type guy. Well, it wasn't necessarily a player. I always wanted to be able to talk to women and walk off with them or get whatever I want as a kid. And then it's funny learning pickup at a young age kind of showed me that, yeah, you can do that. And that scared the hell out of me because I've always dreamed about it, but I didn't know how I would do it. But learning pickup at a young age, it's like you can do that, but it doesn't work the way that you think it does. And then when I went through trial and error to learn how to do it, I was like, oh shoot, you know. And then not even that, I'm telling you, bro, you'd be surprised, bro. Women will walk off and go off with a complete stranger. I've charmed women into doing that. They, you know, it's like, damn, she just walked off with me. Is it because she walk off with everybody, or is my mouthpiece that cold? Women will walk off with a complete stranger. So check out this girl here. She got into a truck and rode off with a complete stranger. This girl in this video right here, she got into a truck with a complete stranger. You know? So I learned when I got older, it's not my ability to charm and disarm, even though it is. But it's like women will do this with a lot of people. You know? Party says, after 20-some, women are never alone. Yeah. Yeah. War Master said, remember, Xbox makes you smarter. Real talk. Let's go. You said, speaking of Cancer, speaking based on what I've seen, it's that along Gemini, Scorpio, Cancers catch a lot of flack online. Well, Scorpios are very manipulative and they do want to control shit. The female Scorpios. Some of them are quiet though. I ran into those ones, but they're very manipulative. Gemini are not bipolar, they're tripolar. A lot of signs are tripolar. Gemini, Pisces, Capricorns are tripolar too. A lot of those Libras, a lot of these signs are tripolar. So you see, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. You said Morbid Trinity, I'm 50 years old, brother. You said all the extra shit is just extra. I feel that, new. Oh man. Shout outs to Truth Only dropping a huge. Shout outs to Truth Only dropping a huge. $5 on the Cash App. I got you, bro. And you know where we going. Where the money resides. Where the money resides. Where the money resides. Where the money resides. Let's go.
All right, we going. Where the money reside. Where the money reside. Where the money reside. Where the money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm at what the what? Where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay, okay, okay.
All right. Shout outs to Truth Only. Let's go. Two hours and 53 minutes into the madness. You said my bestie is a Scorpio and she isn't like that. Well, they're not like that with women, but trust me, a lot of them are manipulative. Scorpios, they like to dress and keep up with the trends. A little bit stylish in their own way, or they're just trendy. Scorpios are interesting. Scorpio women are interesting, if you're gonna be dating and they're freaks, both of them. The woman told me Scorpio dudes are freaks. I'm like, She even said Pisces dudes. The same girl said Pisces dudes are freaks. But I'm like, But Scorpio women, fellas, they are, a lot of them are good women. But you gotta find the right one. Because they like to take control and stuff like that, and then sometimes they like to act like they're just innocent and shit like that, and then want you to be in control. Scorpio women be running shit tests, and a lot of times, you said, or they just hoey. No, but I mean a lot of times, like if you date like Scorpio women, they'll shit test you out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? They want to be in control. And they like when their man lets them take over and stuff like that, kind of let them be them. But the thing is that if she knows that she can control you, they get unattracted. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even if she knows that she can control you. If they just, Scorpio women, the shit test really is what a lot of women do. It's just that Scorpio women do it a little bit different. The shit test is that they want to know you have a backbone. That's what Scorpio women do. So when they shit test you is basically to test to see if you have a backbone. You know what I'm saying? Would you stand up to her? That's really what it is.
You're gonna learn this shit the hard way. The parents, it was like hands on. It wasn't, we're not gonna coddle you. Yeah. When I'm at work, I left some meat out, fry the meat, boil the chicken or whatever.
Yeah, they be abandoning their kids.
So we had to, step the hell up. Yeah, I used to cook. Yes, I did, Lexi. My lady talking about I know how to cook. But yeah, y'all know girls. Y'all know back in the day, y'all girls grew up in the 70s and 80s. Your little 8-year-old ass was up there in the kitchen frying bacon and shit. You had to get in that kitchen.
Oh yeah, Scorpio women are violent as hell. They will fight. Best believe they might not win every single fight, but they will fight.
And cook for your siblings at 9. You know? Your parents made you responsible. We're responsible as hell. You know? So it was a tough thing. If we had some beefs in the streets, no, don't run your ass in the house. Get out there and knuckle up with his ass. Get your ass out there and fight that nigga. He's too big. Get a stick and hit that nigga then if he's too big. But you're going to get out here and handle yours. So yeah.
This is the truth though.
Those days it was about, hey, you better take responsibility. You're going to grow up. You're going to learn the hard way. You know, it was teaching responsibility and toughness. Now it's really the culture emphasizes protection and oversight, which is fine, which is understandable because it's some different shit out here now. You understand? You got foreigners, people you don't know. I'm telling you, the foreign entity, these people you don't know, that has created a whole different thing. You don't know who these people are. You can't knuckle up with some of these folks. You don't know where the hell they're from. They pull out something and shoot up the whole neighborhood. It wasn't like that back in the day. Like one of my best friends growing up was a nigga I used to fight. We became best friends. You think? That's how it was back then. Y'all squabble and then shake hands and then y'all kicking and riding bikes and racing with each other the next day. So it was that type of thing. Now you don't know what tethered and slithered up in the damn neighborhood. You fight with this nigga and he pull out some Ebola bushmeat and throw it at your ass. He take this nigga, and you don't know what you got. You know, it's different. Okay? And understand something. Do y'all know, like in the 70s, there was a lot of crime in the 70s still. There was still a lot of crime. The crime rates were kind of higher in a lot of urban areas during the 70s and 80s. It was really higher than today. But the thing is there wasn't 24-hour reporting on it. You know, by the 90s, they started to just go overboard with showing crime stats and, you know, TV shows like Cops and all. They just went overboard with just showing crime. You had a bunch of real reality crime shows. So they just started to overemphasize the crimes in the media. So that changed a lot of people's disposition as far as letting kids out and walking around and letting kids be out and about. And also laws changed too, because now you had Child Protective Services. So yeah, you leave kids at home by themselves. You got these neglect laws, and parents, they start facing consequences for leaving young kids alone, even briefly. Hell, you can't even leave kids in a car too damn long.
You see, and that's why, like in the 80s, you know, with Gen X and the latchkey kids, you know, that's kind of really started like the neighborhood watch. And it wasn't really about, you know, it wasn't really about leaving kids alone and stuff like that. It's like, yo, can you make sure, you know, Brandon got in the house? You know, because the parents will leave you in the house, but just making sure you got in the house. Or, you know, can you sit and, you know, this is what happens when the folks used to sit out on the porch, or they look out the window, they see, you know, the kids getting off of the school bus, and see if you go straight in the house or if you outside playing on your bike with the other kids and stuff like that, you know. And to a certain degree, kids never really wandered off like that. They knew they place a little bit, you know. So kids back then were more self-sufficient. But let's go.
And then that can be a crime. So yeah, a lot of stuff has changed as far as that. And another thing too, that whole stranger danger thing started popping up in the 80s. In the 80s, starting in the early 80s, there were situations where children were being targeted. You start having these serial killers run around. In the white community, you had that case with Adam Walsh, where this white kid, I think he was at a mall or something, and somebody kidnapped him, and then his severed head was found, and they never found his body. It was a horrible, horrible ass thing. And his dad, what's his dad's name? Is it Matt Walsh, something like that? He, started the whole.
That's how he started America's Most Wanted. Yeah, that's a crazy story. Whatever happened to Matt Walsh? That other Walsh guy reminded me of Matt Walsh, but let's go.
Crime Stoppers thing, and so that was a thing that kind of shocked the nation. And in Black society, the thing that kind of made us a little cautious, made our parents say, hey, y'all got to start watching out for what's going on out here. What really kind of shifted our consciousness as far as just being out and about. Y'all remember the Atlanta child murders? Yeah, y'all remember that? How many of you guys old enough to remember that? That was a major thing in the Black community, early 80s. That was a major thing that had us on alert. Those Atlanta child murders, it was like dozens of Black kids and Black youths were being killed in Atlanta. And the fall guy was that Williams dude, Willie Williams, whatever his name is. A lot of people believe he was the fall guy. Many people still believe that he wasn't really the one doing it. There were rumors, and even today there's still rumors about it was some white supremacist shit. The Klan were involved with the police. It's still rumors about that to this day. There's still a lot of rumors about those Atlanta child murders to this day, because even when the Willie Williams dude went to jail, some of the murders were still happening. A lot of folks don't know that. So yeah, they just picked a fall guy. So, that kind of changed our consciousness to a certain degree. And what really, changed the consciousness where we couldn't really be outside like we used to. We started, the crack thing.
Yeah,
the crack started to hit. We couldn't kick it like we used to, because then you got crackheads running around, and things change. And then you had these people coming into the communities really in the mid 80s, going into the 90s, because we started getting a big influx of immigrants around the country rather. And you got these people that didn't nobody know. So you got somebody living down the street, and they got that stay away from the Akata, stay away from the Yank mindset. So you don't know his family. You don't know this kid, you don't know his family. So there started to be cultural disconnects going on. So there was a decline of these tight-knit communities. Whereas, when it was all FBAs, my homeboy's mom would say, hey, Flex, go into the crib. It's 6:00, baby. Go into your house, because, it's about to get dark out here. It was that. We all look out for each other. Hey, baby, it's late. You need to go on home before it gets dark. It was that type of thing. Everybody looked out for each other. But then you get these weird foreign families that didn't nobody know. And you're like, get off my yard, nigga. Get off my lawn. You don't know them. You ain't clicked in with them. You don't know the kids. So it was a whole disconnect thing. And it started to get more and more disconnected.
What's going on, Dollar Washer?
And then we got, we started getting little bitch niggas like Revenue, people like him moving into the neighborhood, little old musty fuck niggas that, nobody wanted to kick it with. And then them niggas start stealing. So, you come home and then Revenue done snuck in your house and stole your VCR. So it was a whole different thing. It's a whole different vibe. All right. You come in the house and it smells like must and jerk chicken. And Revenue's fingerprints all on shit. So yeah, it was a whole different vibe. So yeah, the game changed. It was a game changer. All right. All right, Strangely. Let's get Strangely in here. Strange.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
I'm good, Tariq. Going back to the sister that was killed in Maryland, the crazy thing about it, like, this has happened in Texas too. A 7-year-old got killed by an illegal. Some illegals on a jet ski killed a Black National Guardsman. And every time we get killed, you never see Crockett coming out explaining, and all these Democrats, they never talk. Like, every time it's about Trump, even on your timeline with your comments, I did not see one anti-Trump Democrat in your comments. Like I said, they always silent when the FBA gets killed by an illegal. And I was also, yeah, it's like they're like, oh, Democrats and Republicans are right, both trash. They are.
All right, so if you disappeared from the internet prior to 2020 or in 2019 or whatever, and you come back, just so y'all know, or you know now, Tariq Nasheed is you know, the black people the black people are Republicans now. Just so y'all know. So that's another reason why because we're gonna talk about it on another show, because you know a lot of people are mad at the Hoteps. You know what I'm saying? They're super mad at the Hoteps because they don't even know if they're Republicans now, but you know damn well Yvette Carnell, you know, she not trying to be pro-Trump. You know, and a lot of people ain't gonna go out their way to try to say, oh man, you know, Donald Trump, he not really racist like that. And it's like, they're not trying to have that conversation with their audience. You know, they're not, they're not trying to convince black people about racism, you know, because shit, black people barely know about racism as it is. And these are people that will tell you that they are well educated on their history and blah blah blah. You know, it kind of blows their cover. So they just kind of, you know, just say they're anti-Democrat for now. But let's go. Even though the black community is super Democrat. Actually, they're like alligators. They double down on Democrat, you know, on the democracy way more than anybody else, and damn near any other race. You know, Womack says stay in the house, play Xbox. That's the safest thing to do these days.
But at least the Republican media has posted about the girl in Maryland. I've seen not one Democrat. Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely true. They get real silent about that stuff. And yeah, these illegal immigrants, have y'all seen all of these damn truck accidents these folks are having? You got these immigrants coming over here with these bogus ass trucking licenses. They don't know how to drive a damn truck to save their lives.
They make more
doing U-turns on the freeway, just killing people all willy damn nilly. There's a couple of situations like that where they clearly got some kind of scam ass permit or some kind of certificate, and they don't know what the hell they're doing. They're doing some stupid ass shit. You know? Yeah, it was a couple of situations where these dudes killed a whole bunch of people in traffic. It's weird, man. So the Democrats, boy, they're trying to act silent, and they're trying to be selective with what they report on. JD Elliott, what's happening?
The shit is crazy though, to act like you wasn't a Democrat. Most black people are Democrat. Most people, I'm not even gonna lie, in America, most people are Democrats until they get some paper. And that was the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's like, damn, a lot of black people are Democrats until they get some paper. Weirdest shit ever.
JD? All right, JD ain't saying nothing. Let's get Yashar. Yashar in the building.
He said child support and welfare destroyed the family. Tariq is full of shit.
Mr. Yashar. Go ahead, Yashar.
Hey, Tariq, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you
okay. Hold on. Let me
get earphones out, please. Yes. Yeah, so we can hear you a little bit better.
All right, can you hear me now?
Much better, much better. What's on your mind, brother?
Hey,
Derek said, can you back up on 38 for him?
Okay. Man, my bad.
my
Tweak.
man
I'm right
up here
working,
trucking.
man. Let me move this truck. I gotta.
See?
I'll get back
I have
on.
you call.
All right.
We have you brother out here working. His supervisor yelling at him. Hey! They need to move that truck on back there. Backing on up. We need to get all these Walmart product in there. Backing on up here. Open that door and go by the dock. And he's getting reprimanded by a supervisor. So yeah, y'all, you on the job. Chill out. JD, what's up, Jay?
Hey, how you doing, Tariq? I was just,
Go ahead.
yeah, I was just wondering, have you ever done a segment on the link between the psychotropic drugs and these mass shootings? Because starting from Columbine up to today, going backwards, we never had these shootings before.
Yeah.
No, they had shootings before, but it was mainly like mob bosses and people that can get their hands on those type of guns. Of course, there was mass shootings back in the day, and it was over drugs.
These mass shootings really started in the 70s. Yeah, that
So,
started in the 70s. Go ahead. Oh, Jay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Now, what were you saying?
Oh, I was from Andrea Yates, the mother that drowned her 5 kids. She was on psychotropic drugs. I mean, all of these people that going crazy. That is the solid link. And I haven't heard not one single person talk about the pharmaceutical industry, the all the drugs that on the commercials. The side effect says suicidal tendencies. How is that not the link? Every last one of those psychotropic drugs that you see.
Well, the side effect says suicidal thoughts, not necessarily tendencies, but tomato.
Yeah. In that trans dude who just shot up that school, was he on something?
Yes.
Of course,
What
he was
he
on
on?
some
On psychotropic drugs.
Wow.
Every last one of those trans.
Oh yeah, he was on like some hormonal drugs or something, right?
Yes. We got the cross-sex hormones, the psychotropic drugs. These people that are the trans that are saying that we're gonna kill ourselves. They're actually doing it on society. They're taking it out on society if we don't give them their drugs.
Yeah, it's deep, man. Wait, let me touch on that because these mass shootings really started in major secession around 70, I want to say 79 and late 70s. Was a girl out here who shot up a school that was across the street from her house down in San Diego. This little white girl, she shot up a school and they're like, why the hell you do that? She was like, well, I did it because I hate Mondays. And then some white rock group made a song about I hate Mondays. And they took this white girl to Burger King. A lot of folks don't know. Y'all look that up. Just like they did with Dylan Roof. Before they took her to jail, they took her to Burger King. There's some real weird shit going on with these white supremacists and law enforcement and coddling these killers. But a lot of it does have a lot to do with in the 70s. There were a lot of psychotropic drugs put out there that was coming out of the 60s. But the 70s, you had all of these new psychotropic drugs that were introduced to the public. And then they made gun accessibility easier. And a lot of these folks realized they can get some media attention by doing this stuff. And but a lot of these drugs, that does have a lot to do with this stuff. That has a lot to do with it. Let me see. Let's get my brother Mav in here. Brother Maverick, the Maverick Approach in the building. Brother Mav.
Brother, how you feeling?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, I wanted to touch on that real quick and how you're saying with the shooters with mental issues, and they've been doing shootings for a while. So they actually been testing on people since the 60s. So the CIA, if you look up Operation Midnight Climax, and what they did was the CIA would literally hire hookers, then create these safe houses all around the U.S. And then what happens is They would coerce men into these safe houses, and then they drug them with LSD to see the effects of LSD.
Yeah.
So they did all kind of stuff like that for years. So we're seeing all these people now starting to flip out, in the 60s, 70s, 80s. These are a lot of the effects that, they've been testing on people for a long time. And another funny thing too with these mass shooters, don't you notice, besides them being trans, their hair colors are always some weird color?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I noticed that too. So that could be a part of like whatever mental connection that is too. Because like the guy who shot up, remember Batman Begins? I think that was in Colorado.
Yeah.
His hair was like orange and purple. This last shooter, same thing.
Why the Asian shooter
one
always
kid
got
shot up
blonde
a
hair?
school. I believe that was last year. His hair was a weird color. So I find that pretty odd how all these people are either trans and or have that hair color.
Yeah, it's deep, man. It's real deep, brother. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, man. But yeah, a lot of these folks, man, they realize they can get a lot of attention doing this. They can be significant because they had these 24-hour news cycles that started in the 70s and 80s. And they realized that these news agencies will give nonstop coverage to these shootings. So they're like, well, shit, I can be significant if I go out here and blow somebody off. But it's some deep stuff, man. Let's get, let me see. We got a lot of folks in here. Shout out to everybody.
Yeah, a lot of the
in
mass
here,
shooters
ladies
are
and
on
gentlemen.
drugs.
Shout out to everybody in here.
That's what, and it's funny because I was looking at that with the, I was looking at some Metal Gear Solid stuff the other day, and I was like, I wonder if that guy that shot at Donald Trump, was he on some type of drugs, or I wondered, because I was looking at the luck thing, right? Shout outs to my gunaholics in the building. I was looking at the luck thing. I'm like, how lucky, like, what are the odds of that? How lucky could Donald Trump really be to fucking turn his head at the right fucking time? I want to chalk it up to say, hey, old boy probably don't know how to handle that gun. First of all, he probably don't know how to handle that gun. Because, those AR-15s, they're so customizable. You can do so much with them. But then again, he probably know how to handle that gun because they are customizable and you can do so much things with them. And maybe he just didn't have a clean, not necessarily a clean shot, but like a good vantage point. Maybe he just took the vantage point that he can get. Because, don't nobody give a flying coochie if you a damn, you know what I'm saying, sniper. And a sniper gang, don't nobody give a damn if you a damn sniper. Are you a sniper? What type of sniper are you? That AR-15 is a medium range weapon. You don't, that's not like a ranged weapon. You know what I'm saying? People would rather, if you're using an AR-15, people would rather you be closer than further. That's all I'm gonna say. And the original sight, if you ever shot an AR-15, the original sight is actually pretty good. Like anything in that circle damn near is gone. Because it's just a circle. And the AR-15, is supposed to be easier to use compared to like any other American rifle, like an M16. You see a nigga toting an M16, he 9 times out of 10 he knows what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? AR-15 is like the Western AK. It's like it's the black rifle. It's not really the Western AK, but if you go more east, you'll see AKs. But AKs are everywhere here in America too. So, but that's not a sniper rifle. A sniper would never pick a rifle like that. unless they got to move around and they're more close. Like this ain't arranged, you know. So I was wondering. I was like, you know, did Trump move his head, or bro just didn't know what he was doing? Because you know, in the game I'm telling y'all about, or talking to y'all about, and I'm gonna show it to War Master soon. Metal Gear Solid. They have this thing called diazepam in the game, and Snake, to keep his aim steady, you know, Snake takes some diazepam. You know what I'm saying? So it was just interesting. I was like, man, I wonder if bro took some diazepam or something, you know, or if President Trump is that lucky, is he that lucky to turn his head at the right time and not get clipped off like that? Cause that had to be God right there. But let's go.
Let's get political hood. Political hood. What's up, political hood in the building? Political hood. What's up,
brother?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm all right. Now, my comment to the last person that called and the caller before that may be true with these drugs, yes, but I don't understand, why is it just white men that's doing it? It's not like it ain't no women that's on these psychotic drugs. It's not like it's Hispanics on these psychotic drugs. It's not like it's Black Americans on these psychotic drugs. Why is it just them? See, that's just an excuse. The drug says cause suicidal tendencies. They're not committing suicide.
Yeah.
They killing people.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying,
they're taking out people and then committing suicide. I don't know how Black people don't pick up on this. And shit, a lot of the drugs that you see Black people taking nowadays are those same drugs. You got Black people rapping about taking Xanax and all kinds of stuff. You said Democrats have been exposed as feminist manipulators. Well, I mean, I will say this. It's the women too, you know, because feminists, they're the biggest misogynists ever, you know, towards women. You want to know how you can and these cats in the manosphere, because they're not around women, so they really don't know this shit. You want to know how you beat women at their game with this BS feminist narrative? Just come out here openly and say, yeah, you know what? Women should work. Hell no, we ain't going 50-50. Women should work. Women should do this. Women should do that. And all this other stuff. And then when they hit you with that men should provide and all that other stuff, because the dudes aren't smart enough to do that. When they hit you with the men should provide and all this other goofy shit, it's like, no, y'all wanted to be equal. Let men really start practicing egalitarianism and see how they switch up. You know? You said, man, this elevator music you got playing on this kind of heavy topic is off-putting. Yeah, it's a little backwards, ain't it? Because we all the way up. Let's go.
And is that whites got an excuse now to say, oh, look, it's the psychotic drugs. It was never me. It was never my...
Well, I wouldn't say the white boys are sore losers, New. It's just that they have a superiority complex more than an inferiority complex.
My upbringing, it was never how my father treated me. It was never none of that. it was the psychotic drugs. Absolutely not. Yeah, it might be a quote unquote link, but what about your upbringing as well?
Mm-hmm. You know what, brother? And that's some very good points right there. And a very good point. I'm glad you brought that up because look, we don't, black people, if we shoot somebody, it's usually over some damn street beef. It's not, I'm about to pull up to a damn daycare center or a Christian school and just start busting on kids. We don't do that type of
You
shit.
said single mothers don't care if their children get proper mental health. That's true.
We can talk about the psychotropic drugs and all of that stuff, but also there's a
Last thing on
cultural
people's mind.
entitlement there. You see, the white supremacy, because usually, you notice another thing, because my brother Maverick brought up, they be having these weird hair colors, but one thing we almost always see with these shooters, the common denominator, and damn near all of them, they be having some type of white supremacist ideology.
Well, that's the thing. They have a superiority complex. I've talked about this for years. They have a superiority complex, and then on top of that, one thing you always find with them is a manifesto. It's a manifesto. And guess what happens in that manifesto? In that manifesto, they tell you exactly why they did what they did. And let me tell you a fucked up part too about life. A lot of those shooters, they've actually warned their family and a bunch of people before they do that. And people think they were joking. Let's go.
Just like this trans shooter, he was on some white supremacist shit. You understand? Every time they go shoot up something, they have a manifesto. It's all the black people are hate the blacks and the goddamn Jews and all the white women are sucking black cock. It is always some weird white supremacist shit. And these white supremacist males, they've held this structural dominance in American society. And when that perceived entitlement feels threatened, if it's job loss, some type of social rejection, changing of demographics, they start reacting violently because there's like a perceived loss of power, loss of status. Yeah. They feel like they're owed respect, they're owed power, they're owed privilege. Then they start lashing out when they're denied. And also with the white supremacist males, there's a lone wolf mythology. See, the white supremacist males, they're culturally conditioned to see themselves as rugged individuals or anti-heroes. You know, from the Western movies, from action films, they see themselves as the Joker. You know, you're an anti-hero. You're like the Joker is damn near more positive than Batman, because the white males can relate to that.
Well, that's what happened in America over time. That's what happened in America over time. Over time, the characters that were perceived as bad, they end up getting good. It's like when you grow older, you start relating more to Squidward than SpongeBob and shit. You know, it's like, you know what? You know what? Now that I'm older, I kind of see what the hell Squidward was talking about. Why are these people happy anyway? You know? You know, you grow a little bit older and you like, damn, you know what? I see why Two-Face kicked that nigga off that bridge. You know, it's like it just you know, hey, it happens. Let's go.
The evil, chaotic genius, so to speak, who's just wreaking havoc and coming up with creative ways to wreak havoc as a way to control the environment around them. and even other movies like the Charles Bronson Death Wish movies, these anti-heroes, you're a vigilante. They got this, the white supremacist males, they got this idea of fighting back or going out with a bang. So that's heavily romanticized in a lot of the media they consume. So that's why they relate to some of these old characters like the Travis Bickle and Taxi Driver and the Joker and Rambo and all this stuff. The disaffected white male loner who resorts to violence. And also the thing is, let's be real. With the white supremacist male, they have unlimited access to firearms. That's the thing. These dudes be crazy as cat shit. Crazy as a Bessie bug, as my grandmother used to say. But they can get access legally. They're not getting, like, black folks on the street. We got to get shit with the serial number scratched off, the whole shebang. They get legal access to firearms like it's candy. These white males, the white supremacist suspects in these suburban areas, these rural areas, whatever, they have greater access to legal guns through family, gun culture, proximity to firearm retailers. So the white supremacist male, they are the most armed demographic in the country. Black folks, you try to get you a little 22 pistol, boy, they got you on an FBI watch list. And then you might get denied because they got some gun shops where they got some kind of loophole where the gun shop owner, especially the white ones, which most of them are white, there's some kind of loophole where they can allow you to get the gun under their discretion. And a lot of times, if you black, they don't let you do it. I remember black people in St. Louis during the Mike Brown situation where black people were trying to get guns and white store owners refused to sell black people guns. I want y'all to go look that up. When black people were trying to arm themselves, white gun store owners were like, no, I'm going to use my discretion I have a legal right based on this law and this loophole where I can deny the gun under my own discretion.
Hell yeah, they're not about to give you that gun. Especially if it's a case where they're like, oh man, people might start rioting and fighting over resources. Hell no. Niggas be mad as hell when other races look out for their race. Let's go.
Discretion. So they were doing a lot of that. And that's another thing. See, with law enforcement, they ignore all the red flags. That's another thing you notice with these white supremacist male shooters. When they go shoot up something, they're already in the FBI's database. There's already something about their asses that it prompted some kind of investigation, but they just don't do anything about them. It's always, we came and investigated them one time and we saw.
See, their military class already knows how to use a gun. Like I told you guys, like go places and try to learn jujitsu or somewhere or some type of go figure out the most weirdest martial art you can learn and go to some of these places and see if it ain't a classroom full of white dudes in there knowing how they know how to whip ass. Go somewhere where you can go learn like Krav Maga or some weird Korean martial art and shit like that. They already know. They in there beating ass. You go to let's say you go to laser tag or something. Let's say you and your girl go out to go to laser tag. Man, them kids in there militant. They be trying to say video games is what's making these kids. No, hell no. He said Tariq is an ignorant dude. Black folks support illegal gun laws up until Biden. You can make your own gun with no serial number. Yeah, the ghost gun. I remember that. The ghost gun. The ghost glizzy. You know. But now you have to, what is it? Now you can't make any ghost glizzy now. Definitely can't make a ghost glizzy now. You can print the gun. You know. Back then. And I think the reason why they stop it is because a lot of those ghost guns, with the exception of what like a couple of components and stuff like that, it can make it through a metal detector. You said non-blacks have dads; they participate in society. That's why they have guns, and guns, and we don't. Having a dad, yeah. I remember my uncle used to take me deer hunting. My father ain't into guns, but my uncle used to take me deer hunting. And it was interesting. I didn't have a gun. I mean, I didn't have a gun. I had a little pellet gun. I find a deer, that shit gonna run the hell off. Like, what the hell? What the hell is that? Plus, I didn't really go too much with them because I'm like, I'm not into killing shit. Truthfully, no one wants egalitarianism. Women do. They swear up and down in their heart of hearts. They want egalitarianism. The most unfair creature on the planet. And when y'all argue with sisters, I want y'all to use that word because they don't even know what that word is, but they swear up and down they're the biggest feminists. You said you can make a ghost gun. It needs a serial thanks to the Supreme Court. Yeah. I forgot what channel I was watching and they were talking about that. Lord have mercy.
All that, there was not a real big issue, and then he shot up 100 people. You know. So yeah, they all.
Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Support the show. 3 hours and 39 minutes into the madness. We're gonna get back into some interesting stuff. The next stuff I might play for y'all is probably gonna piss y'all off. But let's go.
Always do that shit. These people
kind of off on my.
They got a whole cache of guns somewhere in their basement. They got all of these crazy signs of being antisocial, and it gets ignored and dismissed, and they make excuses for it because they're so busy putting the damn National Guard. You got the National Guard running around black neighborhoods in DC, harassing innocent ass people, and those National Guard should be in the.
I'm not gonna lie, that needed to happen, and that's what we're gonna get into next, y'all. We're gonna talk about the National Guard hitting Chicago. Chicago say they ready, but are they? Let's go.
Basement of these damn white supremacists.
And them niggas, they be bluffing, but we're gonna see, you know, because I think they're gonna fall in line. Them niggas wasn't even ready for the Argentinians. They are going to fall in line. Let's go.
Who got a whole damn brigade of guns stockpiled up. Yeah. So there's also an online radicalization in these white spaces. You got whole websites where all these dudes do is sit up and radicalize each other.
Now, we had that back in the day. But we had it back in the day, but it was Stormfront. If you guys can remember Stormfront. Oh, shoot. Give me 1 second. I'm far behind. Hold on. Shout outs to everybody hitting the like button and supporting the show. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I am behind. Hold on, guys. Shout outs to New. Dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Shout outs to Shaka Nulu. Thank you, bro, for supporting the show. New says, don't ask her. Don't ask her for IG. Listen, I will say this. If you don't know what to do with her IG, you might be disappointed, because I'm not going to lie. Peering into people's lives more than they want you to peer in their life might not work out well for you. You know, I mean, you know, and a lot of the younger cats that I told, hey, get her IG, or hey, get this thing from her. You might be mad. A lot of cats are mad. You know, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Like, if you don't know what to do with information, just don't ask for it, because you might be mad once you find out this is what your baby daddy looks like. Oh, this is my homeboy. You was dating him? Oh, the girl that you think that's sweet, the little cashier at Save a Lot and shit, she twerking. Heavy. You know, so if you do get her, I will warn you, younger cats and cats in my age range, you know, because we young. We old, but we young. But we old, but we young. But we old, but we young. I would tell you to be careful getting her IG. If you're not ready to see what it is. I mean, if you won't waste your time a little bit, or you want her to kind of, because I get it, sometimes y'all want her to sell you the fantasy a little bit more. It's gonna, you know, ask my audience. I talk about having the steak with the sizzle. You know, you want the steak and the sizzle all together. So hey, you know, it is what it is. But just don't be mad if you find out that she's whack as fuck. I'm just saving y'all from the heartache. Or when you go outside and you hanging out with her and some random nigga runs up on you and shit like that, at least you can be like, oh, that's her baby daddy, and you kind of know what time he on or not. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, at least you seen him on her IG to be like, oh, okay, I know what this nigga is. I know who this nigga is. It's just, hey, saving your life there. But yeah, shout outs to Shaka Nulu. Shout outs to War Master dropping the Q. War Masters. I'm gonna start reading y'all messages, man. War Master says 3 hours and 39 minutes, still no Xbox. Man, War Master, when do you get back home? I still got to do. I'm gonna fire up a random show. I just don't want it to be during the midday. I want to fire up a random show because I gotta rant to you about Metal Gear Solid and everybody else who's interested in Metal Gear Solid. Or if you guys aren't interested in Metal Gear Solid, come by and check that show out, because I want to do a show where we just go down the whole Metal Gear Solid rabbit hole, because a lot of the stuff that we've talked about and will be talking about, it matches up with a lot of the stuff that goes on in that game. Whereas, you know, the government is not really being truthful to you. They're lying to you about certain things. How the left are doing certain things, and you know, all kinds of stuff happening. What's going on, Gemini? Good to see you, man. Hold on. See, See, Gemini said he about to play Call of Duty. Yeah. So if you guys are nostalgic gamers, you know, y'all need to be here for that. And look, we might go on we might go on what's the name of that website? The tier list site. You know, I was on the tier list site the other day because I still had it pulled up on my tabs. And it had the list of female wrestlers on there, and I was like, dang, I really got to finish that show because I can actually identify some of these female wrestlers on here. You said you get home October 2nd? Damn, that's a minute. But you have your Xbox on the road with you. So if you can, because you can do it before I can, I'm gonna see if we can convince War Master. War Master actually said he would do it. We're gonna see if we can convince War Master to check out Metal Gear Solid. So look, I was just looking at something too. Online, y'all. So on Metal Gear Solid on Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater, obviously I'm gonna y'all will figure out more who she is when we do the show, because it's a lot to explain, right? You have a villain called the Boss, and this is where like Snake gets his title of Big Boss, right? You said you always had, man, because you got like 5 backup Xbox. War Master got like 5 backup Xboxes, y'all. But no, listen. It's this lady named the Boss. I gotta really run it by you. If you guys are into guns, right? Snake gets a bunch of different types of guns, and every time he runs into the Boss, she literally, like, she does this fighting martial art called CQC, which is short for close quarters combat, right? She literally takes your gun apart. So literally, like, Snake, he holds his gun together with his knife. So literally, he's pointing the gun forward, and on the bottom of the gun, you know, like where the clip is and stuff like that, he has his knife out, shit in case he gets close to people. So you know, so you're basically, you know, you're basically running with your gun and your knife. You know, knife in one hand, gun in the other hand. But when he uses it, he kind of clasps both of them together, and then he fights and stuff like that. Well, the Boss, who also taught him CQC, yeah, the red bandana's unlimited ammo, and then you if you go through the game and don't kill anybody, if you go through the game and you don't kill anybody, you get a you get the stealth camo. But the camos got so good in Metal Gear Solid that I don't even really see them saying anything too much about the stealth camos, y'all. But no, literally, the Boss, she takes your gun apart. Like, she literally makes your gun useless. And there's a part in the game where you're fighting her. This is like when you have to kill her, right? You're fighting her in this like in this field of flowers. And the game is so beautiful because like when she dies, like she dies in the same field of flowers, but like the wind hits it and then everything just like turns red, which is like her blood stain. You know, it's just a beautiful game, y'all. I don't even know how to explain it, but she's like basically breaking your gun and taking shit away from you. And like you can literally have like a bunch of different you can literally have like a bunch of different items and stuff that she takes away from you. And like Snake has like this naked girl magazine, and like he when she runs up on you and she disarms you. She's like, I thought I taught you better. I got to show you this thing. It's really hard to explain it to you. You said Kuda has 3 weeks to get an Xbox to end his 708-day drought of not being an able.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Oh my God, 708 days already. I remember last October you were like, it's 360. I said, shit. Or was it last September? When was it? You said, what's going on, Hood Hobbies? Good to see you, man. Hold on. All right, give me 1 second. We're gonna get into it because I really wanna go on a Metal Gear Solid rant, you know. You said Kuda has to take it out on the G because the G ain't fitting the gamer. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm not gonna lie, man. I really do miss video games. I really do. I sincerely do. Okay, give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta charge this thing real quick. So my audio quality is probably gonna go down a little bit. But let's get back into this Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to War Master. Shout outs to New. Shout outs to Truth Only. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get back into it. Let's go.
They got all of these white supremacist
Give me 1
forums.
second, guys.
It's not hard to find out where white supremacists is radicalized. It's the same websites, the same message boards, Stormfront, 4chan, all of them. They sit on here yelling about Negroes all day and the Jews and all this stuff and the white women banging Negroes and they sit here radicalizing each other. It was a white man who was just arrested. He was talking about he put up a comment on YouTube under a YouTube channel. They arrested his dumb ass. He was talking about shooting and burning black children. So yeah, they decided to do something and preemptively get him early.
From New York Times best-selling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As one of the most influential voices for black.
All right, so it looks like Tariq, he ended up writing this book anyway. All right, hopefully you guys can hear me. Hold on. Shout outs to Party. I was playing some Killer Season on the last show. All right, let's get into this real quick. Hopefully you guys come and join us on 9/11. Give me 1 second. Hopefully you guys come and join us on 9/11. Because I want to check this out with you guys. Y'all let me know your thoughts on this. Check this out.
The official story on 9/11 is a complete lie. The 9/11 report is a joke.
You have the CIA following two men all over the planet and then eventually even to America, right? And you don't tell the FBI. 9/11 Commission, cover up.
So what did happen? What did the government know? What did foreign governments know?
Now, the reason why I'm talking about Metal Gear Solid and also why I'm playing this is because some people, and I was looking at infographics talking about this, some people think that Osama bin Laden was a U.S. agent, which is true. He probably was. But you know what Metal Gear Solid put into my head? That a lot of double agents or people that are agents, if they got to be the fall person, they're going to be the fall person. And people will believe a different story or a different part of history and run with that story. With people that are classified and they know the classified information, they will run with a story. They will know the real story. So what was I about to say? There was a lot of people speculating that Osama bin Laden, who worked for the USA and knows a lot of our secrets and stuff, and we sold him weapons. He might be, he might not have been the evil person that we thought he was. You never know. Not to change your mind, but to make you think. Let's go.
No. there was a cover-up. Why? It's been nearly 25 years. It is time Americans learned what actually happened. We're going to tell you, we're releasing one episode per week. You're not going to want to wait. If you're a member, you don't have to. You get all 5 episodes the day it drops, right then, ad-free. Our first episode airs Thursday, 9/11, September 11th. You will not want to miss it. Join us now at tuckercarlson.com.
All right, well, that trailer and this docu-series that's coming up on the Tucker Carlson Network is getting a lot of attention. So much so that Piers Morgan interviewed him today just to ask some questions and to challenge what many believe are simply crazy conspiracy theories among conspiracy theorists in regard to what took place on 9/11. I don't know what I personally believe. Obviously, this hasn't been published yet, but I thought that this conversation, this exchange between Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson was fascinating. And we're gonna just give you a few highlights. Please watch the entire conversation for yourselves. But before I get into it, Cenk, any initial thoughts?
Well, before I never entertained the idea that 9/11 was anything but what the government said. And so I was like, what did they make the planes disappear? They get willing to kill everybody on the planes. It all sounds absurd. So I now think that I have seen the government do so many terrible things repeatedly and cover up for it repeatedly that I am no longer sure. And when you see things like World Trade Center 7, a building across the street, apparently was so hot that the steel inside the building melted from across the street, but the government found Mohammed Atta.
And they talk about it in Metal Gear Solid. War Master said, notice how when people talk about the problem with 9/11, they always mention Bush, 43, and Clinton, and never Clinton. Put up a wall between the FBI and the CIA. Clinton was covering up his crimes. Yeah. And then also too, I heard the Clintons fucked up Haiti so bad that they should be in jail for a lot of other shit, but hey.
Does paper passport conveniently on top of the rubble.
Yeah, there's
and shout outs to LT Man. You know, we were just talking about this. Me, LT Man, War Master, a lot of guys here. We were just talking about this. How the hell? And they said he was a horrible pilot. We're gonna go over that too, because I gotta find that. How the hell did you land the plane with his landing gears out and run it across the grass and flew into the Trade Center? You would have had a piece of an airplane, a wing or something that would fly up in the air or whatever. Like even planes that just hit the grass, you still see pieces of the plane. I didn't see no damn plane with the damn Pentagon. So hey.
Things that don't make any sense.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying I know the answer, but I'm beginning to come to some conclusions about what is not the answer.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at as well, right? I'm not running around saying 9/11 was an inside job. I don't know, but I do know that there are some serious issues with what the, accepted narrative is. And in fact, they're about to get into an exchange in.
Yeah, I heard Hillary had a laptop too. What is up with the presidents? Like, there's always like some scandalous laptop. That Hillary laptop shit disappeared too, y'all.
Regard to Building 7. So let's go to the first clip.
Huge parts of the 9/11 story were left out of the commission report. For example, what happened to Building 7, which was not only not next to the Twin Towers, which are hit by airplanes, but had a building in between itself and those buildings, collapsed that afternoon for reasons that no one has been able to explain since. You're not a lunatic for asking. There's no plausible explanation for how that building collapsed.
So that's the issue at play here, that I wanted to give you that portion of what Tucker Carlson had to say. And Piers Morgan attempts to explain it to some extent by providing what he feels is a similar example of another building, like just melting away similarly to Building 7. Yeah.
Before we go to that clip, Anna, I just want to say this story broke today. I didn't know that was going to be the first topic. And for all the times that I had this conversation with Ben and a million other people, I would always say, look, guys, I get everything, and I'm not a physicist. I don't know how the plane could hit or couldn't hit or could crash or couldn't crash. I got no expertise on that. Just that building that is not anywhere near the other buildings just melting down. I've never thought that made any sense. And what we should expect from our government is
also, too, you guys tune in this week because Ben Shapiro was recently on the Breakfast Club and he schooled the fuck out of the Breakfast Club. We're gonna get into. We got a lot of shit to get into. It's player talk.
Logical answers,
right?
Not like whatever. Shut up. You're a conspiracy theorist, and you should never get any real answers. So the reason I interrupted you is because I'm super curious what Piers Morgan is going to say, because I've literally never heard a proper explanation for it, even when I believe 9/11 100%.
Well, let's go
the
to
official
Piers Morgan.
story.
Let's see what he had to say.
If you look into the investigation into Tower 7, the findings of the investigation into it were that the North Tower, when it came down, had set off a load of fires in Building 7. And it was a steel structure and shouldn't have gone down, but it did. That these fires burned all afternoon, and I think it was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon or something, the tower eventually gave way to the welter of fire.
You said you didn't see any plane parts in the Pennsylvania crash. Planes are mostly made up of aluminum. It burns very easily. Yeah, aluminum is a conductor. But with the Pennsylvania crash, which I think that it was shot down, which I get it. I ain't gonna lie, if I was the president, I would have shot that shit down too. That's just how war goes. But you can see the outline of a plane. You know what I'm saying? In the grass. Like you know how like wide planes are? You know, War Master, you're a plane guy, right? Plane, trains, automobiles. So you know when a plane runs into something, it has like the width. So when you look at a plane crash from the top, it's like a slash. You know, it's like it makes like a cut looking. Even if you look at the Twin Towers, it's like a slash. It's like a cut because of how far the wings are out. You can see that in the grass with the Pennsylvania plane crash, which again I think was shot down. You know, and it doesn't sound good to say, hey, we shot that plane down, but we had no choice. Shoot that shit down. You know, the people on it, they were heroes anyway, but shoot it down. Fuck it. You know, a lot of people don't want to hear that, but that's, you know, if you ask me, that's what happened. So you would have seen like a slash on at least on the Pentagon. Yeah, they are hollow. That's true. Yeah. Let's go.
Raging inside it. And it was the only time that had happened to a structure that was built in that way. However, there has been another tower very similar to that in structure, which has since gone down in Tehran. So it's no longer the only one. In other words, there is another example of a tower like that collapsing.
Okay, so you can see Tucker Carlson smiling in response to what Piers Morgan is saying, probably because, okay, well, if you want to make that argument that the fire was so hot that it.
And I hate to say this, y'all, and it might sound like I'm reaching. Tehran is more hot, and the conditions are a little bit different for their buildings in Tehran. 9/11 was on a cold New York day, cold ass New York day. But let's go.
Led to the collapse of Building 7. Well, what happened to the building in between, right? And nothing happened to that building. And so I want to give Tucker an opportunity to respond to that, and then we can discuss.
What is the alternative explanation? I mean, if you're examining another theory other than the one that the investigation concluded was simply that the North Tower came down, fires were set off in Tower 7, and then it eventually collapsed. What is the other theory which we should give more credence to?
I don't know. I don't know that the onus is on me or anyone who seeks the truth about what happened to come up with an alternative theory. The onus is on federal authorities to explain why, for example, they never investigated it. Why, for example, the rubble and the steel from that building was carted off within hours and sent out of the country to Asia. Why, for example, an analysis done not by kooks, but by chemists found traces of explosive material.
Damn, he just straight up said kooks. That's crazy.
In the dust from that day. Why structural engineers who have kind of no skin in this game came to the conclusion that that just couldn't happen based on all available evidence. And that none of that is addressed at all or even mentioned in the 9/11 report. So, and there are all kinds of anomalies, as I know that you're fully aware, and there are possible explanations to explain all of them. For example, the BBC report on air saying the building had fallen when it hadn't fallen yet.
He's right about that BBC report, and Pierce later says that
he said Pennsylvania crashed. They fought to take the plane back over. That's why it crashed. The man leading that attack who started the popularity of the term "let's roll" before they were attacked. Yeah, it's a lot of, people say they were attacked. They fought back. Some people say that they couldn't open up the cabin. I don't know, we're gonna comb through everything on 9/11, and we're gonna see which one is more of the plausible story. Because I really do think that they shot that plane down. But then again, I think there was a lot of heroic, patriotic, and I'm not trying to take anything away from the people that fought back in that cabin. But what I will say is, I heard that plane in particular was headed towards the Capitol building. Imagine if they had hit the Capitol. What do you think would have happened if they had hit the Capitol? I think America would just take the whole country. Let's go.
The BBC report was based on an erroneous report by Reuters. Okay,
that doesn't explain anything.
It
Then how did Reuters know the building was going to collapse before it got hit?
Exactly. Yeah.
So look, I don't know those
We don't know. And I'm very interested to watch this docuseries and the claims that it makes. I was super young when 9/11 happened. I was in high school. And the thought of, this being a big conspiracy was ridiculous to me. It didn't even cross my mind. I was a child, okay? But revisiting this now, I do have a lot of questions.
Yeah, no, it's over. Look, we're at a seminal moment in American politics and media. Before, there was a whole bucket of things you could not question. The minute you question them, what would happen? Wow, what does that mean you can't?
Well, we're adults now. And the minute you question, honestly, at the time, you couldn't really question it, because the minute you question it, it was like, okay, you're not being patriotic. I'm not gonna lie. Fucked up shit like 9/11 brought a lot of Americans together. Made a lot of people patriotic.
Question them. You can say anything you want in a backyard barbecue, right? But if you work in politics or media in any way, shape, or form, if you question them, you would immediately be fired. You would be labeled a kook, a conspiracy theorist, and probably some sort of character assassination on top attached to it.
Right.
Anti-Semite, a racist, a this, a that, whatever it is, but you're dispatched. You're not allowed on air, right? Now, because of digital media, they can't contain it. And now everybody's asking questions, and they're like, fire Tim Dillon. Damn it, we can't fire Tim Dillon. Okay, then fire Joe Rogan. God damn it, we can't fire Joe Rogan. So now people are starting to ask and ask and ask. And so what I'm telling you now about this seminal moment is we've crossed the Rubicon. You can ask any goddamn thing you like.
Right.
Okay? And if they try to fire you for it, they're the bad guys, not you.
And
okay?
asking the question doesn't mean that you already think that it's a conspiracy. You're just trying to prove that it's a conspiracy. The questions about Building 7 are legitimate questions. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
You said Bonhomme Richards superstructure was made of aluminum. It caught fire in 2020, I think, and was a total loss. How is all of this aluminum catching fire though? Aluminum, from what I know, is a conductor. But then again, you have different types of aluminum. Some aluminum are thinner than others. Some aluminum are thinner than others, and some I don't know.
Look, I'm willing to get convinced on anything, but Building 7 is a mystery that is nearly impossible. Like the idea that the towers would collapse themselves, north and south, after they got hit, that the steel could burn so much that they could collapse is a very controversial idea within engineering circles, right? But but a building across the street with other buildings in between, no, the steel didn't burn down. No way. That is not the correct answer. So the same thing with JFK. So if when I was growing up, if you ever said anything about JFK, you were told to shut up and you'd get fired, etc. Now, I don't know who killed JFK because I don't have the secret files in front of me. I don't know what happened on 9/11, but it's not my job to know, it's my job to ask questions, right? And it's the job of the government to tell us the correct answers. So what I'm telling you now is, on JFK, I'm absolutely positive the government's story is not the correct answer.
Dang.
Lee Harvey Oswald didn't shoot him from 3 states away and hit everything else in between and is the greatest shot of all time, even though he had nothing to do with JFK. There's tons and tons of people who despise JFK and wanted him killed and said on the record they wanted him killed. So I don't know which one of them did it. I do know that it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald acting by himself. And if you want to do the old games and say, well, the government said it, so you're a conspiracy theorist. You can do that all day long, guys, but it doesn't matter because you lost.
He's starting to sound like Myron, y'all.
Because now you look ridiculous. So now when you turn back to 9/11, no, I don't know the answer, guys. I don't know who did it and why they did it, or maybe it did happen just like October 7th, where it's not that Israel did it, but there was a weird stand down order. Why was there a stand down order? And that's not me saying, that's IDF soldiers saying there was a stand down order right at that exact time when we never have a stand down order. So that's not me saying Israel did it, that's me saying that's weird.
That is weird.
Right.
What's going on, Insane One? Good to see you, player. War Master says, people forget that the Pentagon is made with reduced steel. They had to use a ridiculous amount of concrete to replace the steel. They saved so much steel, they could have made a battleship with it. But the thing is that look at how the Pentagon is. Like that whole wall was gone. And it wasn't a slash. There's actual footage. And they said it looked more like a missile. But then again, airplanes look like missiles. You know, but hey. Who knows? Who knows, man?
We need an answer to that.
Yeah, and you need a plausible answer to that. Not trust me, bro, which is what the government's been doing the entire time. And then one more quick thing on Pierce's answer. So now we're told that conveniently there was a building that melted down in a similar way in Tehran. Wait, does Iran acknowledge that? Or is that some intelligence we got from a trusted ally? And just trust us, bro, that building went down just like World Trade Center 7 did. Yeah, maybe and maybe not.
Should we play a few more clips?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So the topic then switched to whether anyone may have known that this terror attack was gonna happen, but withheld.
He said aluminum is strong and lightweight material. If you heat it, it will bend and catch fire easily. Like I said, I've always looked at aluminum as a conductor. But then again, I don't know. You know, there's different types of aluminum. And you know, we'll definitely get into the different types of aluminum in certain case use, because for some strange reason, everybody's older now, and everybody's like, hey, what really happened with those damn buildings? Because when I was a kid, I went, and I was scared too to get on a damn plane. I went straight to New York. Could have drove there, but didn't. And I went to New York to go visit my father. And it was a building right beside it. It was a big black building right beside it. I don't know what building it was. And the only thing that was wrong with that building was the windows was busted out. And it had bags over the windows, basically to I guess you could say the windows were just busted out. That's all I could say. Like, it's like the windows were busted out and they had bags over it. That's all I remember. You know? So that threw me off right there. It's like, dang. That building didn't fall? But like she said, I was a kid, so I didn't question it. But I did remember that, though. I absolutely remembered that.
That information or that intel from the American people and the American government anyway. Let's get to that clip.
Is it cock up, or do you think there is merit to suggestion that some people somewhere must have known more than we've been told?
Well, we know that people did know more than we've been told. I mean, somebody shorted the airlines and a bunch of the banks that were affected. Now, this is not a conspiracy theory. It's not a guess. This is publicly available information. Now, the FBI found out the identity of the person or institution that shorted these events on 9/11 and made a huge amount of money by doing that, but never released that information. So why can't we know who clearly had foreknowledge? I mean, if you're shorting American Airlines a week before 9/11, when no one knows it's coming, I think you should have to explain why you did that. And if you're shorting Barclays and banks that were affected by 9/11, why can't we know who you are? These are public markets, by the way. This is not private equity. This is publicly traded equities.
That's fascinating. I mean, there could be an explanation for why that individual decided to short American Airlines. It could have been a crazy coincidence.
Yeah. So look, again, the problem isn't the answers. The problem is that we weren't allowed to ask before. Right. So for example, is it possible that somebody had a different hunch based?
Well, you know, Gen X and millennials, we gonna ask. I'm not even gonna lie. Ask is like an understatement. We definitely gonna get up. We definitely gonna pick this apart. But hey,
it's on a completely different thing, and they shorted American, and they got quote unquote lucky, right? In that sense. Now you could say that with rolling your eyes. Oh yeah, what a coincidence. But it might be. It might be, right? It depends on the scale of it. It depends on who it is. Is it Rando Bob from Nebraska? Well,
War Master said big planes weigh more than 300,000 pounds, traveling over 400 miles per hour, have a lot of kinetic energy. True. But those planes, though, War Master, those were like those little. Those were like those planes weren't the big planes. What's the middle, the medium planes, the medium to light? Was it the 737s? Was it 737s? Those were like lighter planes. It's not like they took a jumbo jet. It's not like they took like a 2-floor jumbo jet and ran it into something. Those planes were considered lighter. I guess you could say they're lighter, but not the lightest, you know.
What the hell would he know, right? But if it's somebody from the intelligence community, whoa, wait, that's a different thing, right? If it's a senator, that's a different thing, right? So why aren't the American people allowed to know? I mean, you don't even have to give me the brother's name, whether it was the guy who shorted Barclays or the company that did, or American or whatever. Just like, can we find out what category they were in? Were they a farmer? Were they a banker? What were they, right? But for everything, they always tell you the same thing. Shut up, otherwise we'll ruin you. You will assassinate your character and say you're a conspiracy theorist and you'll never work again.
Yeah.
That reaction makes me think, wait, maybe this is worse than I thought.
Yeah, and guys,
because what a weirdo reaction for the most normal questions about one of the most important events in American history.
It is one of the most important and most tragic events in American history. It was the largest terror attack on US soil. Okay, thousands of people died, and it served as the catalyst for changing this country forever. And not for the best, I would argue, okay? Violations of Americans' privacies, mass surveillance, the Patriot Act, obviously, foreign wars, it just goes on.
Global war on terrorism that cost us $8 trillion.
Yes.
Happened to take out other people's enemies, not our enemies. Anyways, but one other thing, the Bin Ladens. So why did we fly out the Bin Ladens? No one's ever answered that.
That's a great question.
So that was a question from the left. That was Michael Moore asking that question. What a...
Oh my God! And this is kind of why I stopped watching the Turks, because now he's pretending like he wasn't with the left. Man, they flip flop so much, man.
Weird reaction.
I want to see the hugest flip flops on the planet. Follow politics. Don't ever look at politics as a football, because a lot of people look at politics like football. Like, hey, this person claims this and this person's gonna stay there. It's like, no, actually that person's gonna flip-flop about 5 different political parties. And for years, you're not even gonna know where this person stands. That's how much they flip-flop. The flippiest of the floppiest. Let's go.
Osama bin Laden did it, and your first reaction was to gather up all the bin Ladens that apparently lived inside America and fly them out first class to Saudi Arabia.
Why?
And I'm not allowed to ask why? No, that's crazy talk. Guys, this isn't...
First of all, you're not supposed to know that.
Isn't about right or left. This is about our government doesn't represent us, and they keep telling us funny stories that don't make any sense. The minute you ask one question, they try to take your head off.
Yeah.
So you got one more?
One more clip. Let's take a look.
So clearly, yes, there was foreknowledge. By the way, there was a team, this is according to the FBI, by the way, this is the FBI saying, there was a team of clearly intel-connected foreigners who were arrested after 9/11, as you well know, videotaping the terror attacks. I'm almost verbatim quoting from the FBI assessment of this. And the FBI determined that they...
Oh, there were 767s. Okay. Dang. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Dang.
Apparently had foreknowledge of the attacks. So why can't we know more about that? Exactly. Shut up. That's bigoted. No, this is my country.
So I don't know if he's referring to the 5 Israelis who a witness had seen taking photos, not recording, but taking photos of the World Trade Center as it was being attacked. One of them was holding a lighter up to the World Trade Center prior to the attack. And I don't know if that's what he's referring to, but those 5 individuals were kept in US custody for over 2 months. The FBI absolutely did believe that at least 2 of them had connections to Mossad, right? The Israeli intelligence organization. And I read the FBI files on this, and the investigation just like abruptly kind of ended after a little over 2 months. John Ashcroft specifically, the attorney general at the time, called for them to be released and sent back to Israel. And then a few years after that, he served as a consultant who consulted on behalf of Israel.
I mean, it's absurd. So guys, look, on that one, again, that's the one that people get most touchy about because they assume all sorts of things in your head that aren't in your head. They're like, oh, that must mean that you hate Israel and you hate Jews and you hate this. No, hold on, guys. We're not talking about any of that. We're saying, why did they go to document that event? And that's not my words, that's their words. One of them was on his.
I mean, crazy enough, a lot of people were filming on that day. And it's not hard to film the New York skyline and the Trade Center is not in it. Y'all, the Trade Center was big as fuck. Like literally the Trade Center had a whole mall and all kinds of shit inside of it. Like, it was huge. Yeah, that's another thing too that we were talking about. If technically the plane's weight, would that play a factor? You know, because the planes did weigh a lot, and people was like, well, the plane's weight is included in the weight that was in the towers. But it's like, is the plane's weight included? Because a lot of the plane burnt up. I would think the plane's fuel plays more, the plane's fuel burning on the top floors plays more of a role than the actual plane's weight. But all right, we'll see.
Israeli TV afterwards when he was shipped back to Israel, and they said, why did you?
Yeah, and recently their president came out and says that war is inevitable. But he always said
Go. And he slipped up. I assume he slipped up. He said, we went to document the event. Which makes you ask, how did you know there was going to be an event? So now you're not supposed to ask that question, otherwise you're going to get called all sorts of names.
And by the way, there could even be a legitimate explanation for that, right? Maybe they happened to be in New York City at the time doing other spy operations. The claim was that, or the FBI also believed that there were Israeli nationals or members or agents of Mossad.
What's going on, EB? In the place to be. Let's go.
Here in the United States spying on Arabs. Okay, that's the
on Arabs.
On Arabs, okay.
Okay, that's what they say.
Maybe they just happen to be in New York City.
Is that okay, by the way?
I don't think that's okay, especially if our government and our intelligence organizations don't know about it. But okay, putting that aside for a second, maybe they saw that there was an attack and they went to this specific area to take more images and whatever of the World Trade Center. I don't know. I don't know what the explanation is. But the point is, these questions are okay to ask, especially when
okay to ask now. Oh, and let me throw something else out there for you guys, as a precursor before we get into that show. A lot of this 9/11 stuff is gonna give you what's called the Mandela effect. So remember, as kids think, even though kids can recall actual stuff, remember, you thought as a child or when you're young, because some of you guys were in your teens. Me, I know for a fact. Shout outs to Link. You said she's starting to get old in the face. That Botox is on the way. But no, a lot of this stuff is going to be the Mandela effect. Keep in mind, all right? All right, shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Moving company that these 5 Israelis were working for ended up being a total front. And the owner of that moving company immediately scrambled to get back to Israel once the 5 individuals had been arrested. And by the way, in the moving truck, they found foreign passports, $4,700 in cash.
You said the CIA knew there was going to be an attack. They didn't know what, and couldn't tell the FBI thanks to the Clintons. Yeah. So George Bush did say that there would be an attack coming soon, or people were planning. I think he said Clinton said people were planning to attack, but he didn't take it too seriously, and then You know, when George Bush was sitting in that damn room and shit started going haywire, his ears perked up like, oh, okay, gangster time now, you know.
Cash, all sorts of like weird, shady things that make you wonder, make you ask these appropriate questions. And remember, the five got arrested after a witness saw them taking the photos of the World Trade Center and also, like, in her words, like celebrating. They looked happy.
Yeah. All right. So, guys, last thing on this. Again, it doesn't mean that Israel did it, for example. It could be that they knew about it, like on October 7th, but chose not to say anything. It could be that they said something, but we didn't listen to them. Okay, that could also be the case.
Right.
Remember, there was the famous.
I'm pretty sure, like, people from the CIA or people that know, they sit around and they watch regular people try to figure this out with modern technology.
CIA warning to Bush,
or ask Chat GPT to see if it's going to lie or tell the truth.
When he was on his Crawford Ranch, and they said Bin Laden determined to attack inside the United States, and Bush said, "You covered your ass, now go home," and ignored it.
Right.
So there could be legitimate things, but what if you have a legitimate answer? Telling everybody to shut up and calling.
When you say Africa, that's South Africa, right? Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. The attack on South Africa was that Clinton? I know Anthony's here. Anthony will be able to tell us.
Them bigots
they went straight into that police station and took over all the shit. They were wilding like crazy in South Africa.
a weird response, right? And then final thought here. Now, no one disputes that they were Israeli spies and that they were released back to Israel. Right?
People do dispute it even till this day, but
I mean, of course, the Israeli government's going to lie about everything. So I don't mean like illegitimate, ridiculous things like there is no genocide in Gaza, no one got hurt in Gaza. I mean, you could say absurd things, right? But like we know there was Israeli spies. ABC News reported it, Fox News reported it at the time, etc. The FBI in its own reports has the Israeli spies, right? And then they send them back to Israel, just like we did with the Bin Laden. Why would you catch spies of any nation, let alone after the worst attack against your country ever, and then let them go?
Because they probably was working for us. Shout outs to Metal Gear Solid. They probably was working for us. They'll be like, "Hey, I'm gonna tell what you had me do," and America was like, "You right," and let their ass go.
Why would you let them go?
War Master said Palestinians living in America were dancing in the streets in New Jersey. People were calling the cops on them, for fuck's sakes.
Like assuming that Israel had absolutely nothing to do with it and no foreknowledge, no nothing, because we don't know that. But you did catch these Israeli spies. They did say they were there to document the event. Maybe they did. They said that later. But it is weird. They were taking pictures of it. You thought to question them for 2 months. That's how freaked out you were by it. And then all of a sudden, you don't just go, "Oh, okay, I get it. It was a miscommunication or whatever. You guys didn't do anything wrong." You then say, even though I know you're a spy for a foreign country and you were spying on us here.
See, this is the thing. If they're a spy for the foreign country, they could still be an American spy. I swear the same shit happened in Metal Gear Solid. Ocelot was a spy. So was Eva. They just wanted to see who was gonna get the snake first. I'm gonna stop making Metal Gear Solid references, but if you ever played that game, it will have you thinking like, this can very much be true.
In America, you're free to go. Why are they free to go? Forget 9/11. We caught spies here. Yeah. Why are they free to go? Why were the Bin Ladens free to go? Why were the Israeli spies?
Because they were working for America. See, most people, I'm not gonna lie, most people will never be able to handle the actual truth of war. You said you let spies go because our spies get caught all the time. That's true. That's so true. Did you see that story about the undercover cops busting in on the drug dealers that was also undercover cops? It was like, wait, we both undercover, bruh.
Free to go. That is not an illegitimate question. It doesn't get any more legitimate than that question.
Yo, War Master, that's so fucking true. You let spies go because our spies get caught all the time. That's so true.
And if you can't answer that, the problem isn't in the person asking the question. The problem is in the person that won't give the answer to the American people.
God.
So we're
That's so true. Our spies get caught. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Oh man, that is so fucking hilarious. Hold on, make sure my settings are back. We got a little bit of juice.
All right, we should be back. Hold on. All right. And that was the most funniest shit that shit is funny because it's true. Our spies get caught all the fucking time. I gotta show y'all, there's a video of some undercover police officers busting other undercover police officers, and both of them were undercover. Undercover police officers busting undercover drug dealers. And it's funny because it's like our spies do get caught all the time. You said, I want to know why that Brittany Griner trade was so important. It is prestige. All right, let me make you guys mad. Let me make you guys mad for a minute. All right, which one? Y'all can choose. We'll cover a little bit of each. We got how Donald Trump got elected. We can cover a quarter of that. Or, oops, they did it again. Barack Obama was the setup. Actually, let me piss y'all off. Let's go to how Trump got elected again. I know you guys don't like this FBA ADOS tone talks. Let's see what he got to say. This might piss me off too.
On how Donald Trump came into office and how we're missing the discussion. I just want to get into the discussion because I feel
that does
like,
sound like a comedy movie.
There's really two prongs to how he became president. First and foremost is the white female vote and the white vote at large. Secondly is Kamala Harris deciding based on her own ego to run for
this man okay, let's go.
Office, despite the fact that all the data showed that she would lose to Trump. And then she ran a horrible campaign in my view. I feel like we should be livid with the white vote and we should be livid with Kamala Harris. And we're not mad enough with either. Let's get right into the discussion. So this is Tone Talks again. And part of what...
Now, a lot of people like Tone Talks, but he's hit or miss. He be way off. You said, nah, it makes sense. I seen this. Okay, you seen this? Okay. You say he makes sense? Okay. All right, let's go.
We're seeing with this discussion, and again, you can call in 310-388-3499. I want to hear from you. I want to hear the discussion.
Because we covered the whole election, so let's see. I was just about to get into that. People say tone is either hit or miss, but let's go.
But what we're seeing, in my view, is in many ways what Kamala Harris did is being totally ignored. And when I say what she did, it's not my view. It was the general consensus view that she could not beat Trump. And some people that are watching might be confused because they didn't understand that politically. And I'm going to make it clear. So when she announced, when she was allowed, or they were deciding whether she was going to be the nominee when Biden dropped out, the New York Times puts out this article, how these 10 Democrats would fare against Trump, rated by our columnists. Now, I myself already had a view based on my political analysis of Kamala for the better part of 4 to 5 years prior. She was not a competent candidate against Trump. I believe, as I said before it even happened, she was running a bad campaign for president initially on her own.
There's really nothing to say. Kamala didn't do anything. She didn't even take advantage of half the stuff Trump was taking advantage of. I'm not gonna lie, that McDonald's thing was an alley-oop. That McDonald's thing was an alley-oop. She could have literally, like, it's like, come on, shorty. What gets more American than McDonald's? And I ain't gonna lie, it is a black stereotype, but that should be true. You know, she was too good to go back to McDonald's for a good minute. And your boy Don the man, T-Rump, he was in there putting bags together, you know, scooping fries and stuff like that. Donald Trump served you a fucking... I wouldn't even eat that meal. I would go right back through the drive-thru and order another meal. Because that meal is probably worth a lot of fucking money now. Donald Trump was in there serving. I don't know how Kamala fucked that up. So I think we made the right choice, because I think she would have fucked up way less. I mean, she would have fucked up way more on something that was way less. You know what I'm saying? Like something that was easy. But let's go.
Apologies. And what happened was,
if she couldn't read
in South Carolina.
If she couldn't read that, I really don't understand.
There was a deal struck, and I said this before South Carolina happened, that took her out of the South Carolina primary and the trade-off that she was going to get chosen for vice president. But at no point did she show the competency to be a strong national candidate, and that's my view. And here we are, where my view got actually proven out by the fact that she got so little support, both by so many different demographics we'll get into a second. But
no, Kamala got a lot of support. She was just killing off her support. The stuff she was doing was killing off her support that she was getting.
Particularly white women. And as a result of her running a very incompetent campaign, we now have Trump as president. I've been live in a second. I hope that this Sunday, I know it's a lot going on with football and all, that we're able to have this discussion and really look at that white female vote. Look at that white vote. Even look at the black male vote and get some real context.
Because white women aren't stupid. White women are smart enough to... They get on here and they say all of this stupid shit on the whatever podcast and stuff. But white women know when to run under the patriarchy. Hell, the patriarchy gonna protect them before it protects black women. But let's go.
I believe some trickery is going on and leaving out the raw numbers. Because they're like, when you look at the raw numbers of black male voters, they didn't impact the election the way you think.
White women are far from dumb.
In addition, by choosing Kamala, someone who had black men fighting fires when they were supposed to be released, who isn't American descendant of slavery, you put people at a very, very precarious position of their choice of basically, I would feel like in many ways, taking their choice away of a true liberal candidate that showed a long history of being liberal on politics. So we look at Kamala, how these 10...
Kamala wanted to give us weed. Weed.
Democrats would fare against Trump. Again, this is the New York Times that posted this. You have Kamala against Warnock. I think Whitmer. So many different candidates. I think Newsom's on here, and she's the worst choice. So for the DNC to choose her, and I'm gonna read you a couple blurbs from 2 of the 10 writers there at the New York Times to give you context. She had an electable of 4.6 out of 10. She had an exciting 5.8.
Man, when she was vice president, who would have known? I forgot. Like, I forgot Joe and the whole. Like, I forgot she was vice president. She didn't do anything. And Joe Biden, the whole time, a lot of people didn't realize it, and towards the end, Joe Biden was pissed off with her. Joe Biden was like, look, just go stand over there. I'm not going to lie. She was probably a little too fast for Joe Biden. You know, she probably was trying to do a bunch of things, and he like, go sit down, please. I still can't believe Asmund Gold said my favorite president, my favorite dinosaur is Joe Biden. He said my favorite dinosaur is Joe Biden. Man, Joe Biden couldn't keep up with no damn Kamala. Joe Biden couldn't even keep up with himself. His memory was gone. But he remembered to bail out Hunter Biden. He got his son up out there real quick. And that's the thing. You know, that's the thing. You got to play dumb. So the whole time, Joe Biden might be the smartest president we had, low key.
Out of 10, based on these 10 writers / experts reviews of things. Yet they chose her without a primary, a shortened primary. Yet Biden, in addition, decided to drop out late. This affected our total ability to hold Trump to the wall as a felon, not a former.
None of this shit. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you the truth. None of this shit means anything anyway. To tell you the truth, they just wanted to check them. They just wanted to check people's temperature. Hey, man. Hey, Trump might gonna win. Are you scared? And some people was screaming bloody murder. Some people was like, man. You started to see what a lot of people think. And let me tell y'all something. And make no mistake, because this is some real shit that I'm about to say, right? A lot of people didn't care if Trump won or lost. It's all the same. They wanted to see the world burn. Like, there's a lot of people that's like, if I don't get what I want, I'm going to flip this game table over. Do you really think I give 2 shits if Trump wins or lose? That's how people was playing it. And it's like, hey, that, you know. A lot of people didn't give a damn. They were more invested in seeing America burn. You know, if this doesn't go my way, I want it to burn. That's kind of where a lot of people was at with it. Crazy as kept. You know.
There's no way that Trump should be president other than running somebody as incompetent as this, in my view. But here we are, and he is president. And you have to go forward. You have to go back to that moment where we could have chosen a stronger candidate, where we could have chosen any of these people to run for office. And I believe most of them would have beat Trump. That's my view. He wasn't a hard beat. But if you run in your campaign, and we'll get into it in a second, like Kamala did, it becomes a hard beat. Harris has a feeble electoral track record. She struggled badly in 2020 and barely before then. This is Ross Barkan from the New York Times. She won her first attorney general race in California, but she'll benefit from a likely unified Democratic establishment, and she can forcibly press the case against Trump on abortion.
Now, what the FBAs and the ADOS people was talking about, they were screaming and crying bloody murder, and was saying that, oh, we gonna be back in slavery if Trump gets in and blah blah blah. And then this second time around, they couldn't run that goofy slavery narrative on you guys, because guess what? We've already been through a Trump presidency, so we kind of knew what to expect. Now, did a lot of people fall for it still? Of course, a lot of people fell for it still. And, oh my God, we're going to be back in slavery if Trump is... And maybe, and just maybe those weren't the people that was paying attention during the first election. You know? But even if they were paying attention or not, we still went through a Trump presidency and a pandemic. Don't forget that. We went through a Trump presidency and a pandemic at the same time. So, you know, they had to switch up their tone. Tariq Nasheed was telling you this time around, like, hey, vote for Trump. And people was like, huh? No, I love the FBAs. I like the real ones. I don't like the fake ones. No, but that's what the FBAs did, you know? That's exactly what the FBAs did. They said that, hey, you know, because these are the fake ones. A lot of the ones on the internet are the fake ones. The real FBAs, they think completely different. But look, Tariq Nasheed said, you know, vote for Trump. And then what did you guys see? You guys saw black women turn on Dr. Umar. Because black women was sitting up here. Black women didn't give a damn. Black women was sitting up here pretending like they were riding with Kamala. They didn't even know who the hell Kamala was. It was just like the reverse Obama effect. They just saw somebody black and they're like, hey, vote for them. They're black. We may not never see this again in our lifetime. Just vote for them. And then you know what happened? Umar, he was like, you know, nah, this ain't where, you know, this ain't what it is. This ain't where it's going, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. And black women turned on Dr. Umar. Because they were like, yo, we, you know, you did all this simping. Black women, we've been waiting for this moment. And let me tell you something. If Kamala had won, black women wouldn't even be rocking with her. That's how fake they are. If Kamala had won, black women would have been talking about her hair. They would have done her like they doing Kelly Price. They would have been talking about her appearance. Bro, Kamala, if Kamala won, she would be a skeleton right now. Because of the stress. What's going on, Misty? If Kamala had won, she would be a skeleton right now because of the stress. Okay, Misty about to troll. Look, Misty probably a Kamala supporter. But yeah, if Kamala had won, she would have been, you know what I'm saying? She would have been hella stressed. And I would have never, you know, I was saying this before. I'm like, bro, you can't trust Kamala in no damn room with no damn Vladimir Putin. Putin will eat her ass up. President Xi in China would have ate Kamala's ass up. You know what I think happened? I think the Democrats was already locked in a bunch of deals, like a bunch of shitty deals before. So when when somebody else comes into the office, right? Like with the Democrats, I think when somebody else came into office, they're like, oh, well, we were already in the shitty deal, so let's keep it going, or it makes no sense trying to change it. because we're not gonna get out of this, this bidding war. So, here, let's negotiate with them and send them more stuff, and then we'll get out of it this way and stuff like that. I think that's what really happened. And then they just keep with the crazy deals. And then what happens is the new presidents, like when they get in, like a President Xi or a Putin will be like, hey, look, well, we already have this deal on the table, so the smartest thing to do would be this. And then they feed into it like, oh, okay, all right, I see how we got that set up. Let's offer him more nukes. Let's offer him more this. Let's offer him more that. And see if we can negotiate it that way. And then we just got into a series of shitty deals. That's kind of what it seems what happened. But anyway. Anywho. Yeah, she would have divested halfway through her presidency. Them dudes would have ate Kamala's ass up. But let's go.
Rights. I want you to remember that she won her attorney general's race on the back of truancy laws and instituting some right-wing policy here in California. We've done numbers of shows on it if you're confused.
Them people turned, they divested, and them people turned on Umar. And they wasn't trying to hear Umar where he was like, hey, we shouldn't vote for Kamala. They try to get him up out of here.
There's no question that she was the champion of incarceration behind truancy laws. You can watch my interview with Sheree Peoples. So now we have this candidate that has a lackluster history when it comes to liberal policy running as the left-wing candidate. It won't hurt that she'd be the nation's first female president, and only the second non-white politician to occupy the Oval Office. So was Barack Obama. He had a second candidate, and she was going to be Jamaican and Indian. And then it was all built on the idea and the identity of the struggles of American descent of slavery, because that is the largest voting bloc in the voting bloc that represents a total loss, a total lack of representation for hundreds of years. None of that made sense. And part of what happened when the American descent of slavery movement made it clear that she was sitting her campaign on top of us while doing no politics for Adolph's people, it became real clear that she was a transparent candidate. A mediocre politician from a deep blue state with low national approval ratings, she may find a way to win, but she would be nobody's top choice were she not the top choice of the president. And again, if you remember, Biden took a while to slow walk her even after his dropout.
All right, we kind of know this. Hold on, y'all. Let's check this out. Give me 1 second.
Our families. 1994 crime bill, it did contribute to mass incarceration in our country.
In the meantime, an awful lot of people were jailed for minor drug crimes after the
Exactly right.
Was it a mistake to support it?
Let me just say it up front. Barack Obama was not a win for the culture. He was a setup. He didn't save us. He sedated all of us. He didn't fight for the people. He fronted for the elites. And the fact that people is still worshiping him like he is some type of untouchable icon.
I think we know this too. Now, shout outs to this sister. She's been doing a lot of great work. Shout outs to her. Even though she has like a crackly voice and her mic picks it up. Now with Obama and some people finding out that, hey, damn, Osama bin Laden worked for us, and it's like, yes, Osama bin Laden definitely worked for the United States of America, right? Some people said they needed Obama in particular to take out Osama. Isn't it just crazy how their names just Barack Osama, isn't it crazy how their names just kind of line up? So they were saying they needed Obama to take out Osama. So it'll be kind of like a legendary cover-up. Again, remember, Osama worked for us first. And was it Daddy Bush that gave Osama his weapons and taught them how to use it and stuff like that? And then he came back and He went crazy on Baby Bush. And then Obama, quote unquote, finished it. But let's go.
Tells us how deep the psychological manipulation really went. They branded him as hope. Hollywood turned him into a hero. And let's be honest, America got caught in the fantasy. But Black America, we treated him like he was the second coming to Jesus. Meanwhile, he picked Joe Biden for his vice president, the man that wrote the actual blueprint for mass incarceration. He bailed out the banks that stole millions of homes from working class families, and not just Black people, Latino, white, everybody. He pushed LGBT and gender ideology harder than he pushed marriage, fatherhood, or actual healing in any community. He didn't fix anything. He repackaged dysfunction in a tailored suit and sold it as progress.
Damn.
And quite frankly, I find him disgusting.
Damn.
And his wife too.
Damn.
If she's really his wife, I find her disgusting as
Damn.
well. These people never cared about the Black community. They never cared about America.
Damn.
They care about symbolism, celebrities, and stand in the elite's good graces. Obama didn't save us. He psychologically disarmed us, and he drove a wedge between Black and white Americans like we hadn't seen in decades. He didn't unite this country. He split it clean down the middle and weaponized identity to do it.
Yeah.
So this episode is not just for Black people. It's for anyone who still believes the illusion, anyone who thinks race loyalty means silence, anyone who's been watching the country spiral and wondering why and how this happened. Because if you think Obama was a win for the people, you've been hypnotized. So today we're breaking the trends. We're pulling back the curtain on the branding, the policies, and the propaganda.
Stop. You know, if she speaks into I don't know how to say this. If she speaks into her mic a little bit more, she needs a gate on her voice, but she's not really, she's still a little bit nervous. You know what I'm saying? Like when she gets real comfortable, you get like a whole different voice, you know. So yeah, her voice is kind of like
and exposing how Obama became the most dangerous kind of puppet, one who looked like us but never moved with us. I'm Carmen JC, and I'm here to wake people up. Make sure you like this video so it gets around, because more people need to hear the truth. Let's get into it. They didn't pick him.
And the funny thing is that you know what's funny? Obama, rest in peace to Hold on, guys. Okay, yeah. All right. So yeah, like the funny part is that Obama, rest in peace to RBR, Barack Obama. Obama was supposed to be Obama and Michelle Obama was supposed to be inspirational to like the middle class Black people. Like he was supposed to be inspirational to, you know, the more, you know, the type of Black people that Black people don't call Black people. You know, like Black people will give Black people will give her shit. You know, they will definitely give her shit. Like, oh, you ain't really Black for real. You didn't go through the whole Black experience and blah, blah, blah and stuff like that. Like Black girls like her will get, like, you know, and maybe, listen, I'll say this, and maybe she probably actually read Michelle Obama's book. You know, I wouldn't put it past her. You know, they really was supposed to be like the poster child of the, you know, and I've always said this too, y'all, that Black people need to have a first Black family. Even though we would fuck that up too. But like we kind of use celebrities as like a ruler in the Black community and shit like that, and it's like we should have like a first Black couple, you know, just you know, as like a role model, you know, for you know, Western, you know, Americans and stuff like that. But then again, we look too much to celebrities, and you know, somebody will be a wise guy and be like, but Kuda, what about celebrities? And it's like, that's the problem, is that we look at celebrities as like Black royalty, and we don't have like actual black royalty. And then I thought about it. I was like, well, if that's the case, it would still fail, because then the black royalty will start hanging out with the celebrities, and then it just, yeah, Will and Jada almost made it. I'm not gonna say Tiana Taylor and Iman Shumpert, but what does this generation of Negroes have? A$AP Rocky and Rihanna. Oddly enough, they actually are doing a little bit better than projected. But yeah, Will and Jada was the big one. No one, sadly enough, no one really cares about Denzel and his wife. Shaq be cheating on his wife. Snoop Dogg cheats on his wife. Michael Jordan, we already know where that's going. Because remember, coming up, we used to have a bunch of positive black people that, black families and stuff like that. But, Family Matters is gone. Steve Urkel is Stefan or whoever he is these days. Laura is big as a house. It's all bad, y'all. There's really no real representation of quote unquote black people. Bernie Mac is gone. Nobody really knows what the hell happened to him. They just glazed over his shit. Like, it was just one day you wake up, Bernie Mac's gone, and then he's just like, everybody just moved on. I'm like, damn, nobody's sad about this? Nobody just asked questions. I don't know any other couples. I'm trying to think. If y'all come up with some other black couples that's gone now, let me know. Cause I Laura done blew up. She big as a house now. Laura's on some, hey, big head. Bro done turned into Stefan Urkel for real. I ain't gonna lie, whole time Myra was the baddest one anyway. I was like, I don't know why he neglecting Myra. Like, Myra bad as hell. And honestly, Steve Urkel, hold on, before we get back into this, Steve Urkel was actually okay, because guess what? Steve Urkel came with a chick. Remember I was telling y'all when people started acting stupid, is like, and y'all gotta see the new Pop the Balloon. That shit is weird. Well, y'all gonna see it because of me. Or if y'all go look for it on your own. But there was this episode with this woman in this blue dress and this blue outfit, and I heard they have a new one coming out. But it was this woman in this blue outfit, and she was like, the dude was up there, and he was like, I'm up here looking to build generational wealth and all this other stuff, and the girl had like 2 kids and shit like that. It's like, bruh. We are at a point right now as black men that you sound dumb as hell talking about some, man, I'm trying to build generational wealth. I'm trying to rebuild the kingdom. What kingdom, nigga? You are from Detroit. What kingdom are you trying to rebuild? What kingdom? Oh boy. Anyway, it just seems like a lot of our efforts are just going down the drain, man. Yeah, I heard that was coming too, Young Jay. That should be interesting. But no, what was I about to say? The black community is just, I don't know what's going on with us, man. Anyway, let's get back into this real quick. Hold on.
Because he was special. They picked.
And it was crazy. I'm gonna say this too before we keep going. You know, this girl kind of strikes or would strike a lot of it would strike a lot of brothers and sisters as like she's like the uppity suburb girl. But in reality, this is kind of what you want your daughter to be. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I wouldn't say they were middle class, right? Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, they were rich. You know, what you call it? They were rich. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Phil was like a famous judge father, and you had Hillary and a bunch of other you know. You had Hillary and a bunch of, you know, like other, you know, you said niggas get comfortable living lies and get uncomfortable when you won't get comfortable with the lies that's true too. But no, but what I'm saying is that like black people like this whole, you know, they like this whole, you know, look at all the rappers like, oh, I came from nothing. And it's like, you want your daughter to kind of be like this. You know, you want your kid to kind of be like, I wouldn't say Travis Hunter, but you want your kids to be good, you know, like well raised and stuff like that. What's the whole point of getting out the hood and having a hood ass kid? I mean, look at Boosie. Boosie going through that right now. You know, his son getting locked up with guns and shit like that. It's like, nigga, you are rich. Why are you riding around with pistols? You know, look at T.I. You said most black women used to talk like her in the 80s. Yeah, but look at it. Since the 2000s, right? Since the 2000s until now, what do you hear? Almost everybody, even Asian people, come to America and do that shit. What do you? Yeah, look at Ja Morant. Oh, you know what I found out? So I was watching this rap documentary, right? I was watching this rap documentary, and they were talking about you know, I was watching this rap documentary on this rapper from Florida. Because we were talking about people signing to Cash Money not too long ago, and YouTube was listening to my conversations, and they brought up one of my favorite rappers. Remember, I used to play this song on the show called "Griffith Did Nothing Wrong" from this rapper named Rob Banks. And I remember a couple of shows ago, I was telling you guys that Rob Banks is Shaggy. He's his son. You said black folks started that adoption of street talk and hip hop dispense talk over television, music, and now the internet. Well, I was gonna say that black people start, and everybody that comes to America now start using the Valley Girl accent, which is like literally straight ripped off from Cali. You know, the Valley Girl accent, yo. But no, I was talking about Rob Banks, and Rob Banks is the son of Shaggy. You know, the Jamaican you know, reggae, you know, Wasn't Me, you know, y'all know the song. I didn't know, because we had like a big hip hop talk not too long ago, right? I didn't know that there's this artist out, and he's supposed to be like one of the newer emo artists of today's age. I don't really listen to his music, but I heard of him and a lot of his stuff. Speaking of privileged kids, and not really kids that went through hella nepotism, but there's an artist named Destroy Lonely. Y'all know about Destroy Lonely? He's supposed to be like one of the he just is like one of the new emo kids. I kind of lumped them in with Touchdown Tizo and all them other cats. What's going on, party? There's an artist named Destroy Lonely. I did not know that Destroy Lonely is I-20 from Disturbing the Peace. I didn't know that was his son. So we getting to that age, y'all. Cause I was watching a couple of documentaries and stuff like that. Like and the guy was talking about some of the artists and where they disappeared and went. And he was talking about my boy Made in Tokyo and his brother 24 Hours, who used to go by Rolls Royce Rizzy. You said I had to drill my son on multiplication. Tell him don't worry about it, you know, just learn the basics, because he might not use any of that shit anyway. But yeah, learn how to multiply, you know. Shout outs to Freshest in the Class Junior. You said Michael Irving's son. Yeah. I mean, even look at what you call it, look at Magic Johnson's son. Oh, everybody got mad at him. Till this day, people are mad at Magic Johnson. That nigga, dog, Magic Johnson's son, he let down so much black people. Magic Johnson's son is the reason why black people don't. Magic Johnson's son is the reason why black people definitely don't want their son to become G-Hay. That one little boy ruined it for all of us. We was already halfway out the gate when Dwayne Wade's son started doing that shit. It's like, we saw this already. You just don't let your son become Magic, man. Well, his son. I don't know what his son called himself. But anyway, you said if you refuse to live the lie, you said if you refuse to live live a lie, niggas will try to impose a lie on. Yeah, they'll project it onto you. Like, there's a bunch of goofies in this Discord that I posted, and they really think their opinion matters. And it's like, bro, get the fuck out of here. Your little bullshit opinion don't matter, bro. Just enjoy the show like everybody else. Just enjoy the fucking show. Shit. You said, I be feeling bad sometimes. Like, a lot of this shit you ain't gonna use later, but yeah. I mean, that's really what it is. I mean, that's how America is. I kind of was cursing people out about this on Think Media's channel party. I was like, man, listen. Why the hell before I create content, I gotta impress a goofy ass algorithm? Why? Oh man, Kuda, it don't matter how good your content is, man. If you don't do this, man, YouTube ain't gonna kick out your video. And it's like, okay, so I gotta impress a dusty ass AI before I can become creative. Cool story. Anyway, let's get back into it. You know, but anyway, I've been saying this every time I review her videos. Black people, you want your child to kind of be uppity. You know, now I get it. You don't want your kid to be a square, you know, because, you know, a lot of those rich square kids, they're fucking weird. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, you want your kid to kind of be, you know, you said, I heard LL Cool J has a Yag son as well. Yeah, a lot of these artists, they hide their children, which I don't blame them, but like, I don't know. Y'all let me know. Is most of your kids gonna be weird if you put them in the public light? I mean, look at Will Smith's kids. We don't know what's wrong with them kids. You know what I'm saying? Are they G-Hay? Are they? Didn't Willow Smith just the other day made a post about eating coochie? Like, who ate up all the coochie here? And it's like, I ain't gonna lie, rich kids' jokes are dry too. You know. But listen, if y'all ever lived in Florida for a good amount of time or lived anywhere else, you know, you ran into some weirdo kids. Like I used to run into kids that grew up on the damn golf course and shit. You know. Standards are white. You said it's not uppity. Niggas call having standards uppity. No, some of these kids are coons. You know, I know what you're talking about, Party, but some of these kids are straight up coons. You know. But it's like what War Master said. A lot of the kids back in the day, they did talk like this young lady here. But guess what? That got replaced for the Valley Girl accent. You know, the Valley Girl voice. You know. But look, if y'all can stand her crackling voice, yeah.
Him because he was obedient. Barack Obama didn't arise from the streets of Chicago by shaking hands with everyday people and earning their trust. He was selected, protected, and strategically inserted into the political machine. And quite frankly, that's the part the black community still don't want to admit. He played the game and he played it well. In 1995, State Senator Alice Palmer, a respected black woman in Chicago politics, decided to run for Congress. She gave Obama her blessing to run for her Illinois State Senate seat. But when her congressional campaign failed miserably, she came back to reclaim her seat. Obviously, Obama was like, no, and she had to run against him. But he didn't just run against her. He challenged her nominating petitions, he questioned the validity of her signatures, and he got her kicked off the ballot. In fact, every single one of the opponents was challenged and eliminated.
Oh man, she throwing it out there. Obama a slime bag. And like I said, it be the girls like her. These are the girls that will read Michelle Obama's books. You know, these are the girls that will read all of Michelle Obama's books. These are the girls where, your auntie, I'm pretty sure her auntie probably bought her Michelle Obama's book for like a birthday gift or something like that, because, Michelle Obama and the daughters, I ain't gonna lie, the daughters kind of fell back, but Michelle Obama was really supposed to, quote unquote, inspire black women. But isn't it funny how when you listen to the majority of these fake feminist women out here, they don't reach for Michelle Obama. They don't use Michelle Obama as even though Michelle Obama is still a horrible Michelle Obama is a horrible example. Notice the quote unquote feminist women, they don't reach for no Michelle Obama. And you will see a lot of black women talk crazy about Michelle Obama's skin tone too. Low key, high key. You said, I remember watching her talk crazy before. Michelle Obama? Well, remember, she from Chicago. She from O-Block. So
Eliminated. Obama ran unopposed and won by default. That was the first red flag, and the machine took notice. He wasn't just ambitious. He was useful.
Yeah, I mean, they were using Obama to taunt black people. If y'all remember, during Obama's term, black deaths skyrocketed, and they dared him to do something. They wanted to see if he was going to really do something.
Obama's early years were rooted in grassroots organizing, like the media wants you to believe. He rose
What's going on, Chaos?
under the shadow of Mayor Richard M. Daley, who served as Chicago's mayor for 20 plus years from 1989 to 2011. The Daley regime
She need probably like a little bit of a vocal coaching. There's nothing wrong with that.
was pure political rot. City jobs were handed to insiders, rigged contracts, and corruption scandals everywhere. And here's where it gets even tighter. Valerie Jarrett, who would later become Obama's closest advisor in the White House, worked directly with Mayor Daley as a deputy chief of staff. That connection was already baked into the system he was rising through. Obama didn't fight this corruption. He maneuvered around it, quietly and strategically. By the time we reached the year 2000, Obama had made his first big leap and ran for Congress against Bobby Rush, a former Black Panther and a sitting congressman. He lost badly. That loss probably showed him that to win at the next level, you don't need ambition, you need real power and backing. And that's exactly what he started to build. One of his biggest political boosters was Emil Jones Jr., the Illinois Senate president. Jones mentored Obama, treated him like a political son, and most importantly, gave Obama credit for major legislative accomplishments by putting his name on key bills. That move helped create the illusion that Obama had a stacked legislative resume perfectly timed to run for U.S. Senate. And Jones didn't stop there. He cleared the runway for Obama's rise. Nobody in Chicago's political class seriously opposed Obama's Senate run because Emil Jones was behind him. And in return for all the political protection, Obama never once challenged the Daley Machine. He looked the other way as corruption ran rampant, as communities crumbled, and as crime exploded in Chicago's South and West Sides. He never addressed it, never exposed.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Chicago did get horrible under Obama. King Von was out there running a... King Von was out there running a mud.
It, never acknowledged it because that was the deal. But let's be clear. His
Yeah, this is the same girl with the Trayvon Martin thing. She be catfishing on her what you call it, on her thumbnails though. Let's go.
run for U.S. Senate was literally just given to him, considering that Blair Hull, a wealthy Democrat and a major contender, collapsed after divorce documents revealed allegations of verbal and physical abuse, with reports saying that his ex requested a restraining order and accused him of threatening their child. That made his campaign completely fall apart. Then you have Jack Ryan, the Republican nominee and the former Goldman Sachs partner who was destroyed in June 2004 when sealed custody records were unsealed. Not suspiciously, of course, exposing alleged sex club behavior and pressure for public sex acts.
She probably looked up to Candace Owens.
With his wife. The media frenzy forced him to drop out, and just like that, the path cleared and Obama walked straight through to become the next U.S. Senator. Behind the scenes,
Obama and Raheem Emanuel. Okay, I thought you were butchering Obama's name. Like, not Obama, Raheem.
David Axelrod was the one crafting the image, a former political reporter turned media consultant for Chicago's elite. Axelrod had been a mouthpiece for the Daley Machine and now was building Obama into a brand, not a senator, but a president in waiting. After winning the Senate, Obama didn't waste time. He hired Peter Rouse, one of the most seasoned DC insiders, and immediately began building a national campaign operation. He was backed by all the political elites: Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Citibank, Chase, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, insiders like David Geffen, Oprah, and George Soros. From Silicon Valley to Hollywood, they were all on board. Just think, he was very close with Rahm Emanuel, who later became the mayor of Chicago, replacing Mayor Daley. Very close with Hollywood insider Ari Emanuel, Rahm's brother, one of the most powerful agents in entertainment. And he was also backed by Zeke Emanuel, the third brother, who helped author his healthcare legislation. Interesting. You know, nothing says grassroots like being besties with one of the most connected brothers in politics, medicine, and Hollywood. Meanwhile, the media sold him as a grassroots miracle. Sure, Obama collected more small donations than anyone at that time, but he collected even more money from Wall Street bundlers, big tech donors, and corporate elites. The grassroots narrative, an illusion, a brilliant one, but a lie all the same. Obama wasn't rising in spite of the machine. He was the machine's newest product.
He said, I remember when Tariq called Obama a skinny, musty... skinny, musty tether. I'm not gonna lie. Listen, and that was another thing with the FBAs. And I ain't gonna lie, that's warranted. That's warranted. That's warranted. I'm not gonna lie. Any type of backlash that Obama get from black people, he earned it. You know, cause black people did extra go out of their way to ride for Obama. Hell, rest in peace to RBR. RBR, he was still talking about Obama can get another term, and it's like, RBR, bro, it's over, bro. Barack Obama. These other YouTubers done forgot about RBR, man. I'm keeping your name alive, bro. But yeah, you know, I mean, I wonder what RBR would have said, him hearing Obama coming back talking about you need a gay friend and all this other shit. It's like, god damn. I'm not gonna lie though. I'm not gonna lie though. Maybe I've said this in the past, and maybe I can say it again for y'all to get this game. But listen to what I'm telling y'all. Barack Obama wasn't telling y'all to be friends with gay people or gay men, or to put a gay man friend in your life. You know what he was doing, right? He was actually warning y'all. He was warning y'all. He was warning y'all, because honestly, the future that we're going into, and honestly, if you black, you know, you really need to take heed to that with your family, because you know, black people, we they really try to make it seem like we're really homophobic, but honestly, black people have a lot of gay people in their family, you know, and it's really your civil rights. It's really your civil rights being used, and you know, niggas running around screaming about reparations and shit like that, when really, you know, even the LGBT community, you know, they owe you a check too. Just saying. You said nah, Obama wants to sell Hondas. Look. No, but look, if you really paying attention to what Obama was saying, he was warning people like, yo, look, you better have some gay people around you, because in the future, if you not really friendly or you know, or opposed to them and stuff like that, you not gonna really have a bright future ahead of you. And there's some truth to that. You really not gonna have a bright future ahead of you. I'm gonna tell y'all this, right? Because we're gonna be reporting on it so much in the future, right? Yeah. We're gonna be reporting on it so much in the future. Black women are scared of gay people, and they're gay as hell. But let's go.
All right, we going. What a money resign. What a money resign. What a money resign. What a money resign. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm
where the wood,
what the wood,
where the money reside, where the money reside,
where the money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me, because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay.
Oh,
so
my
by the
God.
time
What's going on, Larry? I'm gonna do another show. We gotta talk about this. We got a lot of the heavy hitters in the building, and y'all don't gotta say nothing. I mean, unless you want to. And y'all can put a 1 in the chat if I'm telling the truth or not. So I got into a little bit of a spat with some Samuelites. All right, y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. I want y'all can let me know if I'm bugging or not, because y'all might not like this person. Y'all might not like this person, okay? I got into it, y'all, with a couple of people. I'm not gonna say whose channel name it was, but I got into it with a couple of people about this. So you know how a lot of the people that came in the manosphere after 2020, they're Samuelites. You know, that's a term that I came up with, and people are running and using it. Whatever, I don't get credit for half the shit I do anyway. But they're Samuelites. And this guy was arguing with me. He was like, you know, Kevin Samuels came up with this and Kevin Samuels came up with that. And I'm like, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. I've already predicted these arguments, you know, about to happen and stuff like that. I'm like, bro, you have no earthly idea what you're talking about. Because, you know, I'm like, you're just a fan. You know, there's nothing wrong with being a fan of Kevin Samuels. Rest in peace to Kevin Samuels and stuff like that. But you're a fan. And he was just saying, Kevin, you know, we do. That's a story. As soon as I get a new one, that's a story for another day. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because then I'll be able to sit back and laugh about it. But now it's not a funny matter. Shout outs to War Master. But look, because War Master don't like him either. And listen, y'all don't have to say anything but put a 1 in the chat. I'm going to say some of the most realest shit y'all ever heard. If you know what I'm talking about. So listen. Kevin Samuels, right? We have a bunch of new Samuelites here in the space. As a matter of fact, most of the people in the space are Samuelites. They're new Kevin Samuelites, right? And you know what? Most of these people don't know who they're actually listening to. You know, you're not really listening to Kevin Samuels, right? You know the like modern America and all of these people that are talking. You know they're not listening to Kevin Samuels, right? You know Kevin Samuels is not who they're reciting and quoting, right? And it's all gonna make sense when I say this. These people are not listening to Kevin Samuels at all. Those aren't Kevin Samuels talking points. And it's genius, but it went over a lot of people's head. They're not even listening to Kevin Samuels. You know who they've been listening to and quoting this whole time? You know who they've been listening to and quoting this whole time? For the most part, with the exception of certain little talking points. You know who they've been listening? Oh, God damn it, War Master. Fuck, you beat me to it. Damn. I'm trying to walk him down. Damn it, War Master. You done beat me to... I'm trying to walk y'all down, and here comes War Master beating me to it. Yes. Yes, War Master. Yes. Yes. They're listening to BGS Ibmore. They're listening to BGS. Truth only. Bro, they're listening.
Thank you, girl. Sprinkle.
To BGS Ibmore. CIA, especially sign language. That's all BGS Ibmore. They're listening to BGS Ibmore. Shout outs to Truth Only. Yeah, BGS and Obsidian. Yes. Larry said, bro, there were 60-year-old white women at my job talking about Kevin when he blew up. They didn't know what they don't know what they don't know. Exactly. War Master said Ibmore dudes are weird. Ibmore was the first FBI. All right, let me stop. You said about what? You said what happened? You said BGS did say he would. Oh my God. Yo, Truth Only was here for all of this too. 100%. War Master called it. War Master called it down the center. They're listening to BGS Ibmore. You know, I'm pretty sure I said this before, but I say so many things and go over so many things with y'all. I had to reiterate some of the stuff that I said years ago. I'm like, y'all niggas ain't even listening to no goddamn Kevin Samuels. Y'all are really listening to BGS. They are listening to BG. All of this stuff is from the BGS Ibmore playbook. 100%. No, nothing's wrong with BGS, but BGS kind of, you know, he be doing a little too much. And it's not to rag on BGS, because I actually like BGS. You know what I'm saying? I think BGS is cool, but they're not listening to, and BGS was wrong about a lot of shit too. You know, BGS was wrong about a lot of shit, but you know, it's like nobody's perfect. You know. But you know, after a while, you get super irritated listening to these people thinking they know something. It's like, bro, you don't even know who you're listening to. That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. That's the insane part right there. It's like, bro, you're listening to BGS. And let me tell y'all something. I swear to God, if you hear somebody running with this talking point and saying this, they were listening. Oh my God. Let me go on mute because I'm finna. Party said BGS be wiggling when he's. Oh my God. Not wiggling when he's wrong. Hey, yo. Yeah, he be repositioning. Like he will move the goalpost so many times. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm like, there's really nothing. If you know BGS is interesting, but there's really, you know, I'm not gonna say there's something wrong with him. Even though I'm not gonna lie, if you go to certain places in the manosphere and you say that, you asking for an argument. You know what I'm saying? You asking for an argument. But no, not wiggling, bro. Fuck. All right, but look, BGS do be wrong about a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? He do be wrong about a lot of shit. And then when he be wrong, then he double backs and says that, oh well, I was just running an experiment. And it's like, no you wasn't, man. It's okay, no you wasn't. Oh, I was just running an experiment. But not just BGS. They're listening to Obsidian also. You know, they're listening to Obsidian also. You know. So I just want y'all to pay attention. You know, go listen to BGS. If you need to listen to BGS like right now or later on today. Or if you listen to BGS, because a lot of you guys listen to BGS. I check my analytics, Nyoko. I check my analytics. You will see exactly what I'm talking about. I'm so mad War Master picked up on that so quickly, too. It's like he knew exactly who I was about to say. I was trying to walk y'all down to it, and it's like, fuck. War Master, smart as hell. Yeah. No, but and War Master probably caught on because I said War Master don't like him. And it's like, oh, I know who that is. Because War Master knows. And a lot of people that's been around here, you know what I'm saying? Truth only knows. And it's like some of the stuff that you're gonna hear is like, I know where I've heard. It's like oh, we've heard this before. You know what comment made me rethink of this? People was like, oh, winter is coming. And I'm like, bro, now you got regular people saying this. I'm like, this is uber ridiculous. Now regular Reggie people are saying this. Yeah, he packaged it right. Yeah, he was the total package when it came to marketing, male excellence. Yeah, I would say that. And then I'm not even gonna lie, and this ain't me hating. This is absolutely not me hating, but the timing was right too. You know what I'm saying? The timing was right. You know, the timing was right. Kevin Samuels, like his timing was right. You know. You said BGS be in the room where the brick got broke down, but don't be at the table sometimes. You know, that gives him wiggle room. That's funny as hell. That's funny as hell, party. But no, I wanted you guys to pick up on that. I wanted you guys to pick up on that. You know, it's like this is all repackaged BGS gumbo. You know what I'm saying? Because just some of this stuff you're gonna be like, man, I heard this before. And if you can pinpoint it and not just say what people in the manosphere say, like, oh, that's just manosphere talk. It's like, no, that's actually specifically BGS talk. But Kevin did repackage it, you know, for sure. You know, no doubt about it. Watch out. All right, let's listen to this a little bit.
It's January 21st, 2007. The official announcement, Obama declared he was running for president. Let's be clear, the groundwork was already laid, the branding was polished, the media was drooling, and the billionaire class was all in. And Black America, we were just excited to see someone who looked like us, even though nothing he stood for actually served us. Obama didn't disrupt the system, he perfected it. He removed his mentor, crushed opponents through technicalities, and climbed each rung of power without ever getting his hands dirty. He made betrayal look like hope. He made manipulation look like progress. He wasn't revolutionary. He was a Trojan horse in a tailored suit crafted to emotionally disarm a generation while the elite pulled the strings. Before we get into the housing crisis, we got to stop and talk about one of the biggest slaps in the face that Black Americans completely overlooked. And that was Obama making Joe Biden his vice president.
He said just enough sass. BGS lived long enough to see iterations of bullshit, so you gonna be accurate. He said, I go to him when I need an old lens. Man, the manosphere has been misusing BGS though. BGS is better off with like the Gnostic talk. That's BGS at his best. Like BGS is at his best when he's talking about like the chick crack, you know, when he's talking about zodiacs and like esoteric stuff. Like this space been misusing BGS, and that's something that I've been saying for years. I'm like, man, BGS is getting misused, you know.
Let's cut the fairy tale.
Yeah, Obama finessed the millennials like crazy.
This wasn't hope, it was betrayal in a suit. You mean to tell me that the first
not many Trojans
so-called Black president, the one we cried for, danced for, and called a win for the culture, picked the same man who helped design the blueprint for mass incarceration? Joe Biden didn't just vote.
My president is black. My Lambo's blue. Where Jeezy at? Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm not. Maybe it's nothing. Just hope it ain't the cops, okay?
For the bills, he wrote them. The 1986 Anti-Drug Abuse Act handed down mandatory minimums with 100-to-1 sentencing ratios. 5 grams of crack, 5 years in prison, no parole.
Crack.
500 grams of powdered cocaine, which white folks use, got the same sentence. And it gets worse. The bill gave cops the power to take your home, your car, your cash without a conviction. It stripped inmates of Pell Grants so they wouldn't get an education, and it flooded Black neighborhoods with police and federal surveillance. Then in 1994, Biden doubled down with the crime bill, nearly $10 billion handed out to states to build more prisons, but only if they passed tougher laws. More prisons, more police, more lives ruined. Specifically, Black lives ruined. 3 strikes, life in prison. Juveniles being charged as adults, gang enhancements, surveillance in schools and housing complexes, and once again, no college access behind bars, no education, just cages. And Obama said, yeah, that's my guy. You literally cannot make this up.
I mean, who was Black Lives Matter supposed to matter to? Like, who was Black Lives supposed to matter to?
Let's take a look at this clip of Joe Biden standing in front of Congress. Take a listen.
I'm the guy that said rehabilitation, when it occurs, we don't understand it and notice it. And even when we notice it and we know it occurs, we don't know why. So you cannot make rehabilitation a condition for release. That's why in our system, there's the federal system, you serve 85% of your time. I remember when it was going on, when I was making these arguments in the late 70s, they used to call Biden's same time.
No, Biden though, everybody took a break. Didn't nobody care about politics when Biden was in office. And I ain't gonna lie, it's really them quiet presidents that be fucking everything up, low key, high key.
For the same crime provision. It's
They'll
a
do the
shame,
most
but we
damage.
don't know how to rehabilitate. But there is a consensus, and I will cease.
There's two presidents you got to watch out for, okay? Two presidents you got to watch out for. You got to watch out for the handsome president. That's when they get away with the most bullshit, i.e. Obama. You got to watch out for the handsome president, and you got to watch out for the quiet president. You got to watch out for the handsome president, and you got to watch out for the quiet ones. Oh, you talking about 94 Biden? Okay. You said pretty Ukrainian life. War Master said BGS should have stayed out of politics. You can't promote leftist ideology to black men otherwise. Ibmors, remember, Ibmors are still hoteps. Okay, so Ibmors, you got to look at it like this. Ibmors still came from, Ibmors still came from Negroes worshiping black women. So in what you call it? BGS wanted y'all to vote for Kamala. BGS wanted y'all to vote for Kamala. So what I'm saying, it checks out. The Ibmors, they're covert, not even covert, but even overt Democrats still. So it's like a lot of black people still haven't learned. They still haven't learned. But let's go. Let me finish this before this battery runs out. Hold on. Let's get back into it. They're all Democrats. That's why it was kind of crazy to see the actual real hoteps like Tariq, the Umars, and a couple of other ones saying, hey, don't vote for Kamala.
We must make the streets safer. I don't care why someone is a malfactor in society. I don't care why someone is antisocial. I don't care why they become a sociopath. We have an obligation to cordon them off from the rest of society, try to help them, try to change their behavior. That's why we do in this bill. We have drug treatment and we have other treatments to try to deal with it. But they are in jail, away from my mother, your husband, our families.
Now let's take and listen to a more older Joe Biden singing a very different song.
What I was against was giving states more money for prison systems that they could build, state prison systems. And you have 93 out of every 100 people in jail now is in a state prison, not in a federal prison.
What's going on, Chaos? Yeah, BGS voted for Kamehameha. Yeah, BGS voted for Kamehameha. And it was so funny because like even MOT and everybody here, they were talking crazy. Yeah, fences make good. Yeah, neighbors and fences and the Pookie and Ray Ray. That's why it's funny. I want y'all to laugh at the people talking about some goddamn Young Thug. Like imagine listening to weirdo niggas that you can't even, you don't even think listen to Young Thug trying to tell y'all about Young Thug in the Manosphere. I remember when Young Dolph died, they were like, "Oh, we lost our brother Dolph." It's like, no, don't call him y'all brother. Y'all niggas was running around all year calling people Pookie and Ray Ray and shit like that. And the moment Young Dolph or somebody died, oh, he's our brother. No, he wasn't. He was a Pookie. This is why you don't listen to the niggas in this space and stuff like that. Because, and this is why they don't like me neither, because I tell the truth. Because at some point, these niggas want Pookie's women overtly, and it's like, I thought you were supposed to be disgusted by Pookie's women. Look, it's 2025 and they're still talking about black women and what some of the stuff that they're doing. They want Pookie's women so bad. It's not even a joke. You said, can you prove that with it? BGS, weren't you not here for the past 4 years, Chaos? You listen to BGS. BGS, MOT, and all them dudes was telling people to vote for Kamala. It was so funny, and people was making fun of it. It was literally overnight. Right? He was like, they were like talking crazy about Keisha, and then the next day they were like, but yeah, Trump's a lunatic. We gotta vote for the least, the least evil, and they steer towards Kamala. The manosphere. This is why I was telling people in the manosphere at the time. I was like, bro, the manosphere needs to hide its political views, because the thing is that like everybody in the quote unquote real world is running around saying that, oh well, the manosphere is the reason why Trump, why we got Trump why we got Trump in office and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, that's not true. No. Let me tell you what happened. Him, MOT, and a lot of people was running around here. Why do y'all pretend? This is this is the reason why you really can't tell the truth in the manosphere, y'all, because people have this Mandela effect. The manosphere has this Mandela effect. This is what happened. The manosphere is there's a surprising amount of what you call it, and it's chalked up to daughter dads too. There's a surprising amount of Democrats in the manosphere. Number one. Okay. Number two. They were saying to vote for Kamala, and they were in MOT, and a lot of people were running around saying you're an idiot if you don't vote for Kamala. They were trying to shame dudes in this space, saying that they were an idiot if they voted for Trump. I don't know why y'all playing like y'all don't know. Let me tell y'all what happened. Let me tell y'all why y'all are caught up in the Mandela effect. Cause let me tell y'all exactly what happened. They were sitting around here telling y'all to vote for Kamala the whole time. Yeah, he said Biden also. Thank you. They were telling y'all to vote for Kamala the whole time, and then when she lost, then they switched overnight because she was embarrassing. They couldn't really claim her. Then overnight they switched to Trump. Yeah, man, come on. Yeah, he was talking about unaliving people and unsubscribing people if they don't, and calling people dumbasses and stuff like that. I'm like, man. And I've even covered it. I've done endless videos on it. That's why I was like, it don't even make no sense for black men to sit up here and talk about no damn Donald Trump, because these people here, hold on, y'all. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, these people here, they're a lot of these guys in the manosphere, they're Democrats, and they're hardcore Democrats. Like, when you start threatening violence against the nigga for the vote, it's like, damn, you feel strong about Kamala, but it was funny because it was like they were just talking shit about Keisha, and then now telling you to vote for Keisha. I did a whole show on it. Yeah, they were trying to Obama us. Absolutely new. That's a part of the manosphere that I really hate. Conveniently, the space plays forget games. I never heard that before. It's like, bro. Yeah, they switched a month before she won. They switched like a month before she won. We covered the whole thing. Everybody switched. Remember when I was covering Stephen A switching? Remember when I was covering the Young Turks switching? Everybody switched. Everybody started coming over to this side, and we were sitting up here laughing. And I was like, I hope y'all in the manosphere really, really understand that y'all cannot trust half these dudes that y'all are listening to. Like they literally was telling y'all to vote for Kamala. And was saying you was stupid if you didn't vote for Kamala. And people in the beginning, people did start questioning them like, yo, I thought we was this. I thought you was anti-Keisha. You just did this whole Keisha bashing content, and then now all of a sudden you telling us to vote for Kamala. Because a lot of them they were mad because a lot of black dudes in this space were happy that Trump was running again, and they're like, yeah, man, you know, because remember we were talking about, man, when Trump was around, you know, we was balling a little bit more. The world was a little bit better, even though it was COVID and stuff like that, man. We was talking about that stuff. The BGS and a lot of people was running around here telling y'all to vote for Kamala. And let me tell y'all something. Let me even sweeten up the pot. Let me tell y'all something. 80% of black men voted for Kamala. And guess what? Black women still turned around and cursed niggas in this space out. When they did what black women wanted them to do. Black women never turned around and said, hey, brothers, thank you. Y'all showed up. All of those smear campaigns and stuff like that. And they shamed y'all, and black men voted for Kamala. That's the craziness about this whole shit. You said BGS debated MOT and the Black Brain Trust about Kamala being Kamala being bad, being a bad candidate, not trying to cape for the guy, but you off there. No, you know what it was, Larry? BGS took that. You said threatening violence is in the Democrats' playbook. No, but that's true. That is true too, War Master. But hold on. BGS took that debate because MOT was going at him anyway. It didn't matter if he agreed with Kamala and stuff like that. MOT was baiting and trying to debate BGS anyway. And they had a problem. And Complex in them and stuff like that was kind of you know, batting for MOT. So that's what it was. It's not that like he was you know for one or the other. He was gonna debate MOT anyway. MOT has it out for BGS. So they were gonna argue about anything anyway, even if they agreed with Kamala. They disagreed with so much other stuff that wasn't enough to change his viewpoint on it. You know, so I know what it looked like, but that's not what it was. You know. You said you might have to prove this one, Kuda. Show the video. Chaos, you are always over at BGS. It's all right. You know what? It's just a rumor. It's not true. I'm just gonna say it's not true. You can even go to AB Media. Shout outs to AB Media. They were telling y'all in the manosphere to vote for Kamala. And people were confused. There was people coming over here saying, yo, I like BGS, but I don't know about that whole voting for Kamala shit. And then you had a lot of people, and then yeah, they're conservatives now. Yeah, come on. See, party was here. Party, man. You War Master and everybody and Link and everybody that's been here, y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. Because guess what? Do y'all remember Do y'all remember, right? Do y'all remember when yeah, AB is hilarious. I like AB. Yeah, here go that I never heard it. Yeah. Do you let me throw this out there. Do y'all remember when what was I about to say? What was I about to say? It was some wild shit that happened in the space, and we were laughing about it because the shit was so funny. Do y'all let me see. Hold on. You said that section leans ambiguous as hell. Yeah. Right, UFO. Yeah, no, we're not going back and forth on this chaos. I'ma just say you right. But no, do y'all remember when what was I about to say? Damn. Fuck, I totally forgot what I was about to say. Damn, I just had the biggest brain fart ever, y'all. It might come back to me. But no, I mean y'all can pretend. Right now, everybody's pretending to be pro Trump. And right now, everybody's pretending to act like they wasn't pushing Kamala. They were pushing Kamala heavy in these spaces. You know what I'm saying? They were absolutely pushing Kamala super heavy in these spaces. You know what I'm saying? And it confused me. I'm like, shit, I thought we was Manosphere. You know, not saying that meant anything, but shit. No, not FD Signifier. It was something else I was gonna say. But the Manosphere does that. Like the Manosphere, yeah, I'm old as hell, man. I'm old as fuck. I just had the most biggest brain fart ever. I just looking at Joe Biden just messed with my dementia. He's on the screen, y'all. Looking at JB just messed with my dementia. But no, when the space is ready, and it's gonna confuse y'all a little bit. When the space is ready, they take up for Keisha. You know, shout outs to my brother Minister Jap. I love Minister Jap. Jap's cool. You know, that's my bro. But remember when dudes were faking like they were gonna go travel? Remember when dudes was pretending to be passport bros? Yeah, brain fart galore, bro. That shit hurt. I damn near forgot what the hell. And it was good too. It was good too. I just forgot. It's all right. It's not worth proving anyway. JB. No, but look, remember when the space was pretending to be passport bros? Remember when the space was pretending to be passport bros and dudes were supposed to be leaving to go mess with exotic women in other countries and shit? What's going on, N1 Play 5? Welcome to the show, man. So remember, Minister Jap, he said he never went anywhere. He never used his passport or anything like that. He was supposed to get his passport and go travel and stuff like that and go see, the different women and stuff like that or whatever, right? Minister Jap, remember he called Keisha's German shepherds and stuff like that and talked real crazy about, Minister Jap was going wild on the Keishas, right? Just saying, and just going in. Right? Y'all know how Minister Jap do, right? And remember, they were like, okay, well, why don't you get your passport? And Minister Jap was like, because remember, the Manosphere was still stuck on trying to call people. Remember when the Manosphere, I'm going to take y'all back to some real shit. Remember when the Manosphere, before they start culture appropriating every single male movement, remember when the Manosphere was calling passport bros PDF files? They try to pretend like they don't do that now, but they definitely did. Remember when they were calling passport bros PDF files? That was a big thing in the Manosphere. Yeah, and everybody got mad at me because I actually traveled that I actually went to Thailand. But no, that was a big thing in the Manosphere. Remember when they were calling passport bros PDF files, and they were telling Jap. They were like, well, why don't you go get you, since you keep complaining about Keisha, why don't you go get you a different race of woman, right? Like like a Latina or whatever. They were just basically telling Jap to travel, and Jap was like, no. Jap was like, no, I'm not gonna travel. And it was basically, I'm not even gonna lie. Like I said, I'm cool with Jap, but basically it was like, okay, so instead of getting better women, you choose to date Nikisha. You choose to date Nikisha. Why even sit up here and complain about Nikisha when you choose to date the quote unquote Keisha? And it had a point there. But I guess, Jap can get him a Keisha. A lot of guys that complain about them or got something to say about them, they don't necessarily have trouble with them. But Jap says that he's not going to leave to get better women. He's going to sit here and date the Keisha, even if he's going to sit here and complain about it. And guess what? That's what all the black men in the manosphere did and does. When they left the States, all you heard was, see, I'm over here with Maria and she's better than Keisha. And I'm like, bro, anybody with two eyes can see through the bluff. Cause you're gonna go right back to the USA. You think going on a vacation is gonna make you is gonna get you married? No, you gotta spend some time overseas. These people didn't know what the hell they was talking about. And even before BGS, again, Chaos, he wasn't talking about being a passport bro or none of that. These people started talking that shit later on when Mad Bus Driver came in. Because a lot of people, the Mad Bus Driver movement and SYSBM always been there, but until like late 2018, 2017, little bit of 2016, that's when BGS started talking about SYSBM and stuff like that. The manosphere wasn't for no damn passport bros. The whole Ibmore movement and the whole manosphere movement, for the most part, the black manosphere movement was to reconcile with Keisha. That's what Winter is Coming and bringing them back to the table was for. It was really about black men reconciling with Keisha. The manosphere, for the most part, the manosphere that most people know is a reconciliation with Keisha movement. Yeah, they were calling people dirty foots. Yeah. And y'all know me, if y'all was here during the Player Talk days, we were always talking about traveling. Dudes was even talking about traveling to go see Jessica and shit like that. Like, y'all, come on, man. Watch out. You said the dude knowingly smashed behind Taz. Who did he hit behind Taz? Whoa. You said Jab got a white girl, so he don't need to travel. I don't know if he got a white girl. Party says, UFO, I know you be staring at the footage like Michael Jordan when he heard Gary Payton talking that shit on Last Dance. Party also said they think they talk conservative but not pro-Trump, but the language they use sound like a Trump supporter because the backlash be too much. Yeah. But there's a lot of conservatives. There's a lot of conservatives in the space. And guess what? All of the conservatives in the space, they end up arguing with niggas in the space also. You got Angry Man. He remember he labeled himself the street conservative. You had Hood Conservative. You got Ty City. Ty City says he's conservative. You said no Kuda is to gain access to black pussy. Yeah, that's what the manosphere was. But the manosphere, especially the Ibmore side of the manosphere, because you got to understand the Ibmore side of the manosphere was the guys that came from the Hotep sector but knew they had to do something. The Ibmore side of the manosphere were guys that are fresh off the worshiping Keisha boat. You know what I'm saying? So the Ibmores are the ones waiting around for Winter And the Ibmores are the one waiting around, you know what I'm saying, to see what's gonna happen with Keisha. Remember, I was telling y'all, I'm on some player shit. I like, what? You waiting for winter to come so Keisha can act right. What is going on here? You know? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You're waiting on a woman to act right. I don't even want a woman that you gotta wait for that. You gotta wait for her to act. Oh no. That's setup vibes right there. That's some setup vibes right there. If you gotta wait for her to act right. That's why they were like, winter is coming. Yeah, they ain't Cypher level. As a matter of fact, Cypher was actually, if you tell the story another way around, Cypher was actually the smartest one in the Matrix. Morpheus lied to Cypher. Morpheus lied to him. You know, so Cypher was justified. You said smashing something that Taz was smashing on the regular is some wild shit. Who hit something that Taz hit? All these people low-key was sleeping with each other anyway. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. All right, my battery about to die. Hold on. Let's get more deep into this, all right?
Prison, because they built more prisons. I also wrote into that bill a thing called drug courts. I don't believe anybody should be going to jail for drug use. They should be going into mandatory rehabilitation. We should be building rehab centers to have these people housed. We should wipe out, we should decriminalize marijuana, wipe out the record so you can actually say in honesty, you ever been arrested for anything? You can say no, because we're going to pass a law saying there is no background that you have to reveal relative to the use of marijuana. And so there's a lot of things, but in addition to that, we got to change the system. I joined with a group of people in the House to provide for changing the system from, punishment to rehabilitation.
And all of those quote unquote FBA, because Nyla would have technically been FBA. Why wasn't Taz calling himself FBA? But all of those FBA women are traitors, man. Nyla and Cynthia G are some of the hugest treasonous FBA traders on the planet. Those women directly talked about going against the black community and sleeping with white men. And niggas have still yet to call them out. Talking about some B1. But over there agreeing with sleeping with black men and causing genocide in the womb and saying that, man, they was scared as hell of Cynthia G, y'all. Cynthia G scared the piss out of Taz and Nyla. They ain't gonna admit it today, though. You know, they probably back cool with her, but they definitely ain't gonna admit it today.
Along with a guy named Arlen Specter, who you may remember, I wrote the Second Chance Act.
In the meantime, and what's her name? What's the other girl name over there with the big ass titties that broke up with that white man? What's her name? I was about to call her. What's her name? Yvette. I forgot that lady's name. Damn, my memory.
An awful lot of people were jailed for minor drug crimes after the
exactly right.
Was it a mistake?
Yeah, no. Cynthia G jumped ship when she fell out with Tariq. Fake ass. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you the truth. And this is stuff that pro-blacks need to talk about and stuff that I would like to talk about with them. That's scary as fuck. That's scary as fuck. That you would have a woman. This is another reason why I'm pissed off and I don't want to hear that the kumbaya story from none of these hoes, bro. You would have a woman that will put a big ass battery in your back and one fucking fallout, she run into the white man. Nah, dog. I don't give a damn what the black man does. You do not race jump like that. You know, if the way they be speaking and that shit is in a lineage, all that lineage bullshit talk and all that bloodline bullshit talk, bro. The first person when you fall out with a nigga it should be to another nigga. You don't instantly just out of nowhere go straight to divestment. And that should let you know they're double agents, you know. And BGS, you know, he's talked about it, how and it's in the book too. Daughters was it Daughters of the Trade? You know what I'm saying? About how the group of sisters that we got now, for the most part, they were assigned to black men. They were assigned to black men. You know? So that shit is crazy. I don't give a damn how crazy you fall out with your dude. You don't do that. You know what I'm saying? But let's go.
To support it.
Yes, it was. But here's where the mistake came. The mistake came in terms of what the states did locally.
Mutant udders?
What we did federally, we said it was, and you remember, George, it was all about the same time for the same crime.
And let me just say this before anybody tries to twist it. None of this is about playing victim. There's a difference from being a victim and calling out what actually happened. One is weakness, the other is awareness. Because most Black Americans personally know someone whose life was ruined by these bills. This is not a theory, this is reality. Families were destroyed, dad's gone, son's gone, whole family trees ripped apart, not by the streets, but by policy. And just for the record, Black people didn't invent crack. That is not us. We are not chemists. We don't know how to manipulate controlled substances into a cheaper, more addictive form and mass distribute it through the community. That has the CIA and the cartel written all over it.
You win some, you lose some.
Now, sure, they might have rolled it through our neighborhoods and taught people how to
some.
cook it up, but let's not act like it was born out of the Black community. No, that was an operation executed by the CIA. They got us addicted, they watched crime go up, and they used that chaos as strategy to flood our neighborhoods with cops, seize our homes, separate our families, and profit from the destruction. And they knew this would happen every step.
Now, isn't this crazy that you have a suburban? She's a suburban. You have a suburban girl telling you this, and the sisters that claim that they love the community, you don't hear them talking like this on their shows. That's another thing y'all got to keep in mind also. These women nowadays have shows. So if you so happen to sit in the clouds and listen to them, and it's like, let's see what they're talking about. Let's see what they're talking about. But they're so quick to tell you, hey man, you need to ride for the Black community. But you have one, not even full fallout, half-ass fallout with them. And they run into Mr. Cartwright.
Of it. This was never about public safety.
And making sure you know they're running to Mr. Cartwright.
This was a setup and they knew it. Even Kamala Harris knew it. Take a listen to this clip of Kamala Harris. Take a listen.
That 1994 crime bill, it did contribute to mass incarceration in our country. It encouraged and was the first time that we had a federal three strikes law. It funded the building of more prisons in the states.
So now the same people who helped create the problem are suddenly...
And Joe Biden didn't like that. Joe Biden didn't like that. She was, even though it was true, she wasn't supposed to say that. Kamala got forced to say that.
Saying, yeah, maybe we overdid it. You think? Nah, you don't get a cookie for admitting it decades later while still benefiting from the system that you helped build. This is why Obama choosing Biden matter. Because when you pick the guy who architected this mess, you're not fixing the system. You're preserving it. Let me say this again. Obama picking Biden wasn't a mistake. It was a message that representation doesn't mean liberation, a message that they will give you a black face to keep you emotionally loyal,
true,
while handing the real power right back to the same man who helped destroy your community from the inside out. and sadly, a lot of us schools. Now let's move on to how they fumbled the housing crisis and left Black Americans, well,
And y'all talk shit
all
about
Americans
the
out
real
in the
black men
cold
in the process
once
too.
again. So why am I telling you about the rise of Obama? Because it didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened during one of the biggest economic collapses in modern history, the housing crash. And when he stepped in, he didn't rescue the American people. He rescued the elites that caused it.
Well, he
J.P. Morgan, the same elite that donated to him.
Okay.
Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, he arrested. Yeah, Obama, he did the bailout for the cars. You know, he did the bailout. You know,
Another elite that donated to him. Citigroup, another one of his top donors. These were the people
I know you blacks love your Pontiacs.
Barack Obama bailed out. Not working class families who lost their homes, not the single moms trying to get the lights on, and not Black Americans who saw their generational wealth gutted overnight. When Obama got into office in 2009, the country was bleeding. People weren't just hurting, they were wiped out. 8.8 million jobs were lost during the crisis. Over 10 million families lost their homes. White households lost about 11% of their wealth. Latino households lost
He blamed that on Bush.
44%. And Black households lost over 31% of their wealth, the largest loss of Black wealth in modern U.S. history. Entire neighborhoods were gutted,
That got blamed on
generations
Bush.
of savings gone. But instead of fighting for the people, Obama got to work protecting the ones who caused the collapse. He passed trillion-dollar bailouts under TARP and stimulus packages that were sold to us as relief. But the real relief went to the top, the very banks and institutions that ruined our lives. And after he saved the firms on Wall Street, the same Wall Street firms that ruined our lives, made people lose their houses, then came and bought them back. Amazing.
Well, the housing crash, and then also too, it was he blamed it on Bush, and his bailout really came was for like the auto companies, the automobile companies and stuff like that. But what was I about to say? We're in that problem right now where a lot of the corporations bought houses instead of, like, you know, the corporations that would buy malls and stuff like that and buy bigger lots and stuff. They own a lot of the houses now. But the thing is that they're not mortgage companies, so good luck renting from them. You said she from the hood, Kuda. She said modern, right? She said ask me what I know.
Cleaned up their mess, profited from the chaos, and left us holding the bag. Not to mention, we paid for it.
She a hood girl cosplaying as a suburban.
That's right. The American people didn't just get screwed over. We were forced to fund our own betrayal. The banks got bailed out. We got billed.
What we kept saying, who was that the dude that said that saying that I kept butchering y'all? When we go to hang them, they're gonna be the ones to sell us the rope. Okay.
The elites cashed out, and we cashed in our savings just to survive. Everyday Americans were drowning, and Obama threw the lifeline to Wall Street. And through it all, Obama sold the country a slogan, hope and change. But what he really sold was a fantasy, a carefully packaged emotional weapon.
See, black people didn't know that Obama was doing all of this stuff. I mean, just think about it. Even right before the pandemic, when was the last time did you actually really hear black people talking about crypto and stuff like that? Black people wasn't into no fucking crypto. You, the whole Obama term, you've never heard a soul in your life. I thought it was a scam, my stupid ass. Black people was afraid of crypto. You really, if you really think about it, you only really heard niggas talking about crypto during the pandemic. And that's where people started building those crypto channels. Like really 2018, maybe 2019. Anyway.
Take a listen to Obama in his own words.
All across this state, there are families who've done everything right, but who are now facing foreclosure or seeing their home values just plummet because of the bad decisions on Wall Street and in Washington. Now, the other week, Senator McCain came out with a proposal that he said would help ease the burden on homeowners by buying up bad mortgages at face value, even though they're not worth that much anymore. So here's the thing, Florida. His plan would amount to a $300 billion bailout for Wall Street banks. And guess what? It would be paid for by all of you, the American taxpayer. And that might sound like a good idea to the former bank lobbyists who are working on Senator McCain's campaign, but that's not the change America needs. We have to act quickly to address this housing crisis. And that's why last March, I was calling for us to help innocent home buyers. That's why I fought to make sure the recent rescue package gives the Treasury Department the responsibility and authority to help homeowners avoid foreclosure. But we should not put your tax dollars at unnecessary risk. We should not let banks and lenders off the hook when it was their greed and irresponsibility that got us into this mess. We should not be bailing out Wall Street. We should be restoring.
Yeah, I got this video I want to show you guys on the next show, how millennials got fucked. I'm not gonna lie. Millennials got fucked. Gen Xers, they were old enough to see the play, but millennials got fucked. Millennials are eternally fucked. Like, millennials got fucked. Millennials got fucked. We got fucked. You said government create booms and busts like crypto. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just exactly like crypto. I didn't even think about that. Great observation. Yeah, like millennials, like, and we're in right now. Like millennials, good luck if you own something. A lot of millennials believe in renting instead of owning. And they're halfway right, but they're wrong. Gen Z, I was talking about Gen Z, but Gen Z, they know not to feed into this shit. I mean, I ain't even gonna lie. It's not even if they know not to feed into this shit. Do they even have a choice? You know what I'm saying? Gen Z know this shit ain't real. Millennials are still trying to drink the Kool-Aid. You know, Gen Zs are more aware of the modern world than millennials are. In terms of moving. A Gen Z can teach a millennial how to move to a certain degree. And then I've said this a lot of times. There's so many millennials that wasn't paying attention this whole time. So they got sucked. They definitely got sucked into it. Yeah, they're gonna be. Yeah. I saw that. Yeah, I saw an article of them talking about alphas and stuff like that. But the generation they're really trying to dupe is the betas, which is going to be the AI generation. Gen Z is not Gen Z. You know, AI was coming out when Gen Z was around, but like technically, the real AI generation is going to be the betas. Them the ones that's gonna go to school and be taught by AI and stuff like that. Like all of this shit is just one big ass experiment. Millennials are fucked to a certain degree. It's like the generation that you kind of want to. It's like the generation people want to forget. You gotta damn near squeeze them out at this point.
Opportunity on Main Street, and that's what I'll do when I'm president.
You got put through too much. Look how much recessions we done went through. Look how much goofball wars. Like, what the hell are niggas supposed to believe in nowadays? Nigga, you better off believing in Papa Legba.
United States of America.
He used symbolism to
All these dumbass speeches, and look where it got us.
manipulate us. He used identity to disarm us, and he used rhetoric to distract us from the fact that he was never with us to begin with. He wasn't sent to save us. He was installed to protect the ones who caused the collapse. He represented the people who paid for him, not the people who voted for him. He was the face of progress, funded by the architects of collapse. And the ones who suffered the most, working class families.
And that's what I was saying. I was just telling War Master this a couple of days ago. I'm like, I'm actually scared for us to get into office. Because I don't know what the hell that shit is going to look like. And I like Vance. I like Vance. But I don't know if we're going to add Vance. See what I did there? No, Gen X, y'all got a good, y'all know what y'all are doing. Gen X's aren't confused. It's the millennials that are confused. Gen X, y'all gonna do y'all thing. Y'all been doing y'all thing. It's the millennials that are confused. Now Gen X might suffer a little bit when it comes to the choices. But the choices of what? Some of the goofy ass millennials, you know, some of the goofy shit that millennials choose to do. But honestly, Gen X, y'all already set. Y'all gonna be okay. Y'all know how to live life. Y'all know where to go. Y'all know what to do. And I will say this though, if you were a Gen Xer that got caught up in the bullshit, because I'm not gonna say that y'all are smooth sailing, but if you were a Gen Xer that got caught up in the bullshit of yesteryear, you know how to lose everything and get it back. You know how to lose everything and get it back. And honestly, the America that Trump is trying to restore, the last glimpse of it was y'all generation. Detroit was still an automotive hub and all that other stuff in y'all generation. You know, you could still be a kid in y'all generation. You could still, you know what I'm saying? Truthfully, and I've talked about this in you know, to an extent. Truthfully, this goofy ass bomb that fell on the millennials was supposed to fall on y'all generation. You know, cause y'all didn't really get unscathed. You know, y'all kind of with the millennials. You know, but the older millennials, the older millennials will definitely rock with Gen X, but the younger millennials, shit. Cause Gen X kind of got screwed over too. Like I said, if Gen X went broke, they know how to get it back. Oh my God, War Master said Gen X got screwed like a cheap whore. Bro, like a Project Code. Yeah, no, but y'all didn't get the full brunt. You know what I'm saying? The stuff that fell on our generation was supposed to fall on y'all, and that makes it even worse too. I must say that. I'm gonna throw that out there. That makes it even worse too. Cause the stuff that was supposed to fall on our generation fell on y'all generation, but the fucked up part is that they were anticipating it to fall on y'all generation. Gen X played hot potato. You know, y'all played hot potato. The shit was supposed to fall on y'all generation, and that shit fell on our generation. Y'all was supposed to be in the experimental generation. It's just that I think, you know what happened? I think technology took a little bit too long, and then that's when the millennials got caught up into that shit. I think the tech boom took a little too long, and we thought we were getting the best of it, and we just started beta testing everything, and then you know, You said it did fall on them. It fell on the tail end ones and the millennials. You said it did fall on them. They was actually in the marketplace though. But yeah, no, but they got to, we had to beta test everything. Gen X already kind of knew what certain things was. Like we had to grow up figuring that shit out. Whereas where they already had a case usage for all this stuff that that was coming out anyway. I would say Gen X had the best technology boom because we were playing with that stuff as kids. So think about it. Playing with something as a kid doesn't mean that you know more about it or you used it better. You understand what I'm saying? Like, being the age that I am right now, if the Zune was to come out, I would appreciate it because it's like, yeah, I'm in the music. I know this, that, and the third, and I can really play with its capabilities and stuff like that. Being a young nigga or a kid when the Zune comes out, it's like, oh, I got this cool player that I can just press stop and go and all this other stuff, and it looks shiny and it's nice. But I'm gonna still go outside and go play with my toys or whatever. You know, they got to actually really see technology. Me, I had a Razor, you know, when I was growing up, a Razor cell phone and stuff like that. I didn't, man, listen, I found that. I remember one time I was cleaning something out and I found my Razor and I was like, oh shit, it's an ugly ass phone. But when I was younger, man, what? You know, so you know, Gen Z, I mean Gen X, they got to, you know, they got to really play with technology. Yeah, and then Gen X did create a lot of the cool tech, you know. You said I remember 95-cent ice cream at the Rite Aid. You said you get 2 scoops for under $1. Yeah. Man, listen, you put an ice cream truck in my hood, that shit is like a rare Pokemon. Niggas don't even become ice cream truck drivers no more because they get robbed. This new generation don't know how to handle a damn ice cream truck drivers. Ice cream truck drivers used to save our lives. Out there dehydrated as fuck, and that ice cream truck man coming, it's like, oh shit. Man, niggas will hear the ice cream truck outside and run outside and go get their favorite shit. This new generation don't know shit about I ain't gonna lie. I'm about to say something real fucked up, but it's the truth. The ice cream truck man turned us into some dope heads, cause I was gonna tell y'all, niggas don't know about Fun Dip, and when you think about it, Fun Dip is like some borderline cokehead shit, where you put that white stick in that pixie dust and niggas don't know about the Attitude Era. We used to get the WWF. Ice cream with the 2 cookies and stuff like that. And Stone Cold Steve Austin was on it, and The Rock and all them dudes. And we used to cut out the little thing, and we'll have like a WWF trading card. Man, listen, watch out. We were literally the AI era, but we just didn't call it AI. We called it the computer. The millennials. When the video game was cheating, we were like, "Oh man, the AI is cheating." We'd be like, "No, the video game is cheating. The you know, the computer." He said millennials is kind of like standing in the street with a light, with nonstop trap. Yeah. They sold us candy cigarettes. Watch out. Remember buying your crush her favorite ice cream from the ice cream truck? Watch out. Yeah, and we had fake cigars. We had the bubblegum cigarettes. Man, our generation got screwed the fuck over. Bad. You said you guys had the cigarette shaped chewing gum. Yeah. But nah, you only get one blow out of it. When you blow it and the little dust, man, that man, listen. That motherfucking fake cigarette gum was ashy as fuck. That was the ashiest gum on the planet. Gum damn near broke your teeth. This new generation don't know about nerds. They don't know about nerds. They think they don't know what I'm talking about. They think I'm talking about actual nerds when I'm talking about the candy. New generation don't know about nerds. Warheads. Watch out. He said, we still have ice cream trucks, but I live in the suburbs. Yeah, I mean, listen, think about it. If you were going to start an ice cream truck, Larry, that's the place you would want to be. Don't nobody want to be no ice cream truck man in the hood. It was lucrative at one point. Shit, if I was an ice cream truck, I'd be in the suburbs too. Them kids appreciate shit. You drive your ice cream truck in the hood, niggas jump on the back of it trying to get a ride. Yeah, Pop Rocks. We had all the crackhead candy, basehead candy. I ain't gonna lie, Pop Rocks was actually cool. I used to love the hell out of Pop Rocks. We used to have warheads. We used to have crybabies.
Black communities and the very people who thought they were finally being seen. So unfortunate. So the housing crisis was only the beginning because
they don't know about the gobstoppers and gushers.
And I tell you, Barack and Michelle Obama are a piece of work. I am not kidding. They are a piece of work. They didn't just sell us hope. They sold us a whole identity crisis. While Americans were losing their homes and jobs, the Obamas was out here making history, all right?
Actually, the Obamas didn't really sell us an identity crisis. Black people sold us the identity crisis. The Obamas came separate.
Just not the kind of history we needed. Because instead of fixing what was already broken, they helped break what was still intact. Gender, identity, and basic common sense.
I don't think this girl was alive during Bush, but baby girl, when Bush was in office, nothing was intact. Nothing was intact. It only seemed like it was intact because guess what? Around that time, you had to pretend like you were patriotic. So we had to go along to get along. They just flew some shit into our buildings and we like, oh, fuck that. We can't have that. But it wasn't perfect, though.
Michelle was supposed to be fighting for childhood obesity, and Barack was supposed to be fixing the economy. But somehow we ended up with drag queens in classrooms, rainbow flags on embassies, and kids being taught that gender is a choice. Let me put it to you like this. Obama didn't just support the LGBT movement. He elevated above everything.
Oh, yeah. Hubba Bubba. Fruit by the foot. What was... no, I'm getting fruit by the foot mixed up. What was that bubble gum that came with the measuring tape? It came with the ruler.
Else. He gave it legal protection.
I got something that's just as Gen X as anything else. Y'all remember Archie? Y'all remember Archie bubblegum? Archie and Friends with Jughead? Oh yeah.
Government funding, corporate backing, and cultural priority. And it wasn't just the White House. Facebook backed Obama, Google backed Obama, and Hollywood most definitely backed Obama. And what do they all have in common?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, LT man. Big League Chew. Yes. Oh yes, Big League Chew. Yeah, bubble tape. Yep.
The platforms that shape culture, promote trends, and silence resistance. So when Obama pushed gender ideology, big tech and Hollywood...
Shout outs to LT, man. Yes, sir.
...amplified it, wrapped it in glitter, and piped it straight into every screen in America. And this happened all simultaneously. While Obama was pushing laws, Hollywood was pushing confusion. You had the rise of Young Money around this time when Nicki Minaj became very popular, pushed
Man,
by
she said
Lil
Young
Wayne,
Money.
who openly admitted that
Yeah,
he
yeah, the bubble gum with the comic strip inside. Yeah, Archie and Friends.
built her to be a Barbie, which basically manufactured behavior packaged as progress. She pretended to be bisexual. I don't know if she was, maybe she wasn't. I don't know. I
No, she
haven't seen her
pretended.
do anything super bisexual since then. She's now married with a child, but she came out extremely promiscuous, switching wigs every 30 seconds, and shaped her whole image around dysfunction and wore the most outrageous clown-like
Remember, I was telling y'all,
costumes,
Nicki pushed
just
the
a pure
BBL culture.
spectacle. She didn't push music, she pushed confusion. And she was also one of the first mainstream artists to push a male alter ego, Roman Zelensky, a flamboyant, violent gay male spirit who
No, that's cap. See, her generation don't know. No, there's a lot of women that push the male alter ego. I'm not gonna say nobody like MC Light or nothing like that, but what's her name? Foxy Brown, even Emil, and there's a lot of women that push the male alter ego before Nicki. Nicki just did it pretty good.
lives inside of her. Let that sink in. She didn't just create a character. She claimed a man lived inside of her. And even Beyonce around that time had created Sasha Fierce, an alter ego that supposedly made
Sasha,
her
not
bolder
Tasha.
and more aggressive. But Nicki's alter ego was male, which was telling. But none of this was about music. This was all psychological warfare. The wigs, the surgeries, the alter egos, the cartoon body. It blurred the lines between real women and performance. So now men can slap on a wig and get celebrated as a fat
Yeah, the
bitch.
Brat was
And
another
this
one.
whole
Good
shift,
one.
it-
Good one, LT, man. Yeah, the Brat was another one. There's a couple women before Nicki. And I don't want them to say that the rappers did it. The MCs were doing it too.
didn't come out of nowhere. It was backed by policy, by law, and by design. Here's some of what Obama did to lay the foundation for all of this. In 2010, he repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell. In 2012, he added gender identity to the Civil Rights Protection Title VII. In 2014, he signed an executive order protecting LGBTQ federal workers. And in 2016, he issued trans bathrooms.
So that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Obama didn't tell you to just be friends with G-hate people. He warned you. Hey, in the future. Hey.
Directive to public schools. Amazing.
Tuh.
And what did all this do? It
Watch
forced
out.
schools, companies, and institutions to adopt gender ideology or get punished. It gave activists legal power, created a culture of fear, and made disagreement dangerous. It told children that their identity is fluid, that their body is wrong, and that the truth is offensive.
He scared a lot of kids in their puberty years with gender dysphoria.
It didn't liberate anyone. It destabilized everything. And Michelle Obama played a major role in this too. Don't think she's
Hey, kids, you want to get high? Hey, little Jimmy, stop acting like a pussy. Your penis is going to turn into a coochie. They were scaring the shit out of these kids.
innocent because if you pay attention, the elite.
Yeah, MC Light. And then also, too, remember, if y'all ever watched the movie Set It Off, Queen Latifah, she was a dislike.
These always like to target women and children, just like Oprah and her School for Girls in South Africa. Michelle had Let Girls Learn. And let's be honest, there's some serious stuff going on with Oprah.
You know what's funny? I hate when they do movements for women and shit like that. That's the problem right there, making these hoes feel special and shit. Let girls learn, as if somebody was stopping them from learning. Women always excelled and learned in stuff like that, and they got these bullshit movements making it seem like, oh, you gotta learn now because someone's stopping you. Who told women they can't learn? I'll be catching that shit. Let's go.
School. Can we admit that? They always package it like it's about empowering girls. But behind the scenes,
It's always some goofy shit like somebody is stopping somebody from doing. Oh, these men are restricting you from learning. And then these hoes eat that shit up like it's top ramen noodle. Like, okay, can you tell us who actually told you to stop learning? The patriarchy. Patriarchy didn't tell them shit.
Something else. because the goal isn't to build strong women. It's to emotionally shape young girls before they can think for themselves. You don't see them pushing.
Who told women they can't?
Boys lead. You don't see elite funded schools for young men because they're not trying to raise strong men. They're trying to confuse young women. And they know that girls are more emotionally attuned than boys. When they tap into their feelings, they'll make decisions based off emotion and not logic. Boys typically lean towards logic. Girls are easier to manipulate emotionally, and the system knows that. So they don't waste time. They start young, they target emotion, they program confusion before common sense ever has a chance. Trust me, this was never about LGBTQ rights. The elites don't care about anybody, so they definitely don't care about LGBTQ community.
You said they say it that way because they want actual physically to make anybody do anything in turn. Yeah, that's true. But it's dangerous when kids hear this shit. Oh my God, somebody's trying to stop me from learning? That's how you get indoctrinated. Dumbass. Oh my God, somebody's trying to stop me from learning. Ain't nobody trying to stop you from learning. People act like if they had the resources that they would learn. Here we have a generation full of kids that got phones in their hands and don't know shit. Literally, that device that you have in your hand can determine if you're going to get rich or not for the rest of your life. People have all the knowledge in their hand and still don't learn. Listen, the person that can read a book, I'll say it like this. The person that's illiterate holds no candle over the person that can read a book and chooses not to holds no candle over the person that's illiterate. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, if you can read a book, but if you know how to read, if you learned how to read, but you don't, you really don't hold no candle over nobody that's illiterate. Because it's literally a muscle. It's literally a muscle. The same thing like anything else. If you don't use it, you finna lose it. You know what I'm saying? But people really do buy into this narrative like, oh, they're trying to stop us from learning. Oh, they're trying to, somebody's like who is they? Yeah, the ultimate charm and disarm, absolutely.
But LGBTQ serves as a gateway because there's a straight line from LGBTQ to transhumanism. This wasn't about gender freedom. It was a prep course for transhumanism. If they can convince you that your body isn't sacred, if they can convince you that you weren't born right, then they can come back around and tell you to put a chip in your brain or merge with AI or upload your consciousness to some cloud server. And you'll be already programmed.
Upload your consciousness?
To say yes, because they spent years telling you that you can be something you're not, that you can be whatever you imagine, even if it's biologically impossible. It is not liberation, it is the mission. So when you see kids who can't define what a woman is, just remember the pipeline didn't start with TikTok. It started with the Obamas. Let me be clear. Barack Obama came out of the south side of Chicago. Same streets where black boys were gunning each other down. Same blocks where real music was born from real death. Not just any death. These were children. Imagine these kids walking around saying they're smoking on Tuka. And Tuka was a 14-year-old kid that was murdered by another kid. And you got the whole internet.
Right, party.
It is disgusting.
That part.
And yet nothing, not a word, not a press conference, not a plan, just silence from the Obamas. Michelle too. She's actually from Chicago. Little Miss Southside.
People said Michelle is actually worse.
She claimed to be so relatable as they watched these children die in the streets, do drugs, and promote dysfunction. Literally, the city that made them both became a war zone, and they didn't care. They cared about branding, hope, and change.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Shout outs to LT Man. LT Man, can you let us know? Because maybe you would know more than we can. Right? Did the Obamas ever come back to Chicago or do anything or run any type of charity or attempt to fix and clean up the streets? Don't let us find out that Trump is about to clean up Chicago streets before the Obamas. You know Obama ain't gonna like that. Obama, all he do nowadays is just sit up somewhere and go to meetings every so often and just talk shit about Trump. So you know Obama ain't gonna like that if Trump be doing some real shit, but at the same time, you know, he go for the bragging points. Cause he will get up on the podium and say, I cleaned up Chicago before Obama. You know, Chicago had a black guy, and I cleaned up Chicago before. Trump's a fool. You said use the simps to fight other men politically, and then when you get the old regime out, eat the simps. Yeah. Kill off the old ideology that can remember. You said, nope, they built a multi-million-dollar installing Emmanuel as, oh, damn. You said them coming back to Chicago wasn't, okay.
For these major corporations. But there was no hope for the American people. And there was definitely no hope for Black Americans because Obama didn't give a damn about Chicago. He didn't give a damn about Americans.
When Americans turn into Americans.
He cared about his own agenda. He didn't care that they renamed Chicago Chirac. He was too busy dropping bombs in the actual Iraq. Let's take a listen to this clip of him saying
damn, that's a bar,
exactly that. Take a listen.
Today I authorized 2 operations in Iraq. Targeted airstrikes to protect our American personnel and a humanitarian effort to help save thousands of Iraqi civilians who are trapped on a mountain without food and water and facing almost certain death.
So let me get this straight. As these kids were watching their friends die
I
in
ain't gonna lie,
America
King Von was
and turned
active
trauma
around this
into
time.
soundtracks, Obama was focusing on dropping bombs. We have to understand what really happened in Chicago and why this is continuing to happen. Drill music exploded in 2011, and by 2012, Chief Keef was everywhere. Violence became a vibe, death got turned into content, and Obama, he never acknowledged it. Why
He
is
sure
that?
didn't.
Is it because Mayor Daley and all the other big power players in Chicago who backed him and helped him rise to the top? So now he's just completely ignores the corruption within the city? So instead of caring about actual crime, actual violence, what do we get? Identity politics, emotional manipulation. Trayvon Martin's death was politicized, Ferguson was exploited, and right on cue, BLM was born in 2013. Not as a grassroots healing effort, but as a psychological trigger, funded, staged, and platformed to keep Black pain on display while ignoring real solutions. And I really find it funny that nobody decided to make BLM for the drill music that was in Chicago and for the boys that were killing each other at an alarming rate. I'm not talking about adults. These were kids. Man, I can't get past it. And yet and still, here comes BLM, funded by figures like George Soros, just like he backed Obama as well with these unorganic movements that are manufactured distractions and propaganda machines dressed up as progress. And here's what people don't want to admit. The country wasn't even thinking about racism like that until Obama came around. He backed these Marxist organizations, pushed racially divisive narratives, and used the media to traumatize the Black community into believing we were under constant attack. He made it look like the police was just hunting us down, when in reality, they were carefully choosing which cases to air, which cases to loop, and how to frame the story.
That's true.
All to emotionally manipulate Black people into feeling oppressed again. And it worked. Because instead
That's true, because Black people sat around and was like, what is Obama gonna do?
of fighting for solutions, we were too busy fighting shadows. And all while we were fighting shadows, we were praising him, not realizing he was selling us up a freaking river.
Dang.
Not to mention, DEI started creeping up in every part.
I know her dad, proud of her.
Parts of our lives, school, corporations, entertainment, but nothing for fatherhood, nothing for family, nothing for marriage, just rainbow flags, feminism slogans, and more.
Yeah, the switches came through Obama's era. The 30 clips that came through Obama's era, 30 clips got. I'm telling you, Chicago. Remember, we were talking about it, party. Chicago changed gun culture. For sure. Chicago changed gun culture.
Propaganda. And speaking of propaganda, let's not forget in 2012, Obama signed the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act, which made it legal for the U.S. government to run propaganda campaigns on its own citizens. So the dysfunction we started seeing in the music, media, reality TV, it wasn't accidental. It was engineered. Love and Hip Hop launched in 2011. By 2012, the Atlanta version had exploded, and suddenly reality TV made cheating, fighting, and emotional dysfunction look normal. And where were the Obamas? They were silent. They promoted these platforms, sat down with Oprah, did magazine covers, while the community drowned in garbage culture. At the same time, we saw the feminization of men in real time, skinny jeans, painted nails, rappers wearing dresses. Masculinity was mocked, and nobody said a word. By the time 2016 came around, just like that, sex work was mainstream, plastic surgery exploded, IG models and stripper aesthetic became the new normal. Rappers like Drake told girls to chase a bag, who is also a part of that Young Money family. He told men to chase clout, not character. And through all of this, the Black family kept collapsing, and the Obamas never said anything because they didn't give a damn. They don't care about Black people. They don't care about Americans. They care about the elite. And in this country, we cannot let the elite and the people who work for the elites divide us. Black people thought Obama was like a messiah. And it's time for us to wake up. It's time for us to understand that Obama sold us up a river and made our problems worse. He might not have single-handedly destroyed Chicago, but he definitely sold us out and let it happen. So I know about Frank Marshall Davis, Lolo Sotero, Big Mike, and all the other controversy around Obama. But I would be here all day if I went through it. So ultimately, my point is, Obama is a fraud. They lied, they branded him as progress, but he was propaganda. They gave us a puppet with a perfect smile, but behind the branding was betrayal. And we're still dealing with the damage, from the streets of Chicago to the spiritual confusion in the country today. Barack Obama didn't lead a revolution. He ran cover for an agenda. And millions of Americans, especially Black Americans, were emotionally manipulated into defending the very system that's been destroying us from the inside out. But that spell, it's breaking. And conversations like these are how we take the blindfolds off one by one. If this episode opened your eyes, even just a little bit, make sure you subscribe to the channel, drop a comment below, and tell me your thoughts. And
What's going on, Gems? Yeah, I like her. She's actually doing her thing. Her voice gonna take some getting used to, because it's kind of stickly and crackly, but you know, she was spitting. I'm not gonna lie, she wasn't lying about Obama, man. He tried to double back. He said Frank Marshall Davis like Brown Boys. What's going on, Gems? Good to see you, player. As always. Dang. Yeah, she was cooking, man. She was absolutely cooking, man. You said she sounded like Lady RFK. She got like an old lady's voice. You know what? You know. I couldn't take an argument with her. It's super serious, but hey, you know. But listen, everybody, my battery is about to die. We are going to be back. I got another political show coming up. We are going to get back into this video right here with Tone Talks. And also, we're also going to get into Ben Shapiro on The Breakfast Club, talking about the left, schooling them. Easily schooling Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro schooled the hell out of Lauren LaRosa. She didn't know what the hell she was talking about when it came to deleting the fetus. Yeah, they talked about that. She was talking about deleting the fetus and she didn't know what the hell she was talking about. And it just makes you see how stupid a lot of these shorties are. And you know what's the crazy part about it? A lot of women, and I've been saying this for years, they get around dumb-ass dudes for years to sound smart. They will date a dumb dude to sound smart. It's easy to sound smart when you date foolish dudes. Yeah, my baby's smart. She actually not. And she get a freebie on you too, because you the one that's gonna take the brunt of it. FMD is a commie and one of Obama's mentor. Who's FMD again? She gives off that she doesn't argue. No, you know what's funny? It's the girls like this that are actually crazy. You got a lot of women that sit around and be like, I'm crazy. And you ain't, and she ain't crazy. A real crazy woman ain't gonna tell you that she's crazy. The real crazy bitches just snap. This one right here look like she'll light some shit on fire and bleach your clothes and all kinds of shit. She look like she would slash your tires, you know? She look like she don't just say shit, she just snaps. You know? She got that crazy look. Let me let this go for like 2 seconds before we get up out of here. Hold on.
Made no sense. The failure of the Democratic establishment in giving us an avenue to not choose Trump cannot be understated. This may be one of the greatest debacles by a convention, by a party in the history of the nation. And because they control media, nobody is holding them to the fire that you fucked up and gave us Trump. Now, in the end, people still got to go in that booth and vote for Trump, and I hold them accountable. I hold every Trump voter accountable. I don't want to hear about your small business when these tariffs affect you. But at the same time, you cannot run an incompetent candidate and then tell us that we didn't choose incompetence. When you look at the national polling data, NBC, ABC, I'm going to talk about the percentages, but you'll notice that something is missing. In the chat, how many people notice what is missing here? Well, I'll tell you right now what is missing. What's missing is, and I see everybody in the chat. I want to make sure that I come to you guys because I know I haven't acknowledged you. Thank you so much. Please support the channel. And she's trying to run again. It makes no sense. We got everybody in here. We're having this discussion while everybody else watching football because everybody else don't understand. You need to understand what just happened here and what Trump is going to do to your lives. What's missing here is raw numbers. I believe also there is a propaganda to not tell you how little the black vote really is in raw number in comparison to the white vote, because that way white women can walk off without being held accountable for their raw numbers. And I'm going to talk about the raw numbers in a second to give you context that it is not the black vote. And again, black men, just like we saw with Hillary, with the
I don't understand. I mean, other than the numbers, white women really don't have to vote. Other than the numbers and shit like that, white women are really in a safe place when it comes to voting. They really don't have to vote. And the only reason why the black vote matters is because it's the numbers. Of course, they're going to count their votes first, but they're going to be like, hey, you know what? We're going to play this numbers game. We need everybody to be, invested in this. They get scared as hell when we don't vote. They think an uprising is coming. And that's not true.
And she had back in the day, you cannot run a candidate that locked up black men that basically is as incompetent as she was, using Cardi B and Meg.
Yes, they can, and they will. And that's what they did with Kamala.
The Stallion, and then blame the voting base for not choosing this goddamn incompetent.
Yes, they already know who's gonna be president, man. They like, come on. Why we gotta go through this every fucking year? They know who's going to be president already. They know who the hell they want to work with. They just had to play dumb this year because it's like, damn, do we really want to work with Trump again? The man throws a whole monkey wrench into what they got going on.
Candidate. Black men, 21%. Black for Trump, 77% for Kamala. That is much lower than normal. Black women were still 92% and 7% for Kamala. But what they don't tell you is this is actually a drop off from Hillary to Kamala. So I think Hillary was at 94, 90.
Literally, Kamala and Hillary had the same speech. I got the whole video of them saying the same thing. Even down to when they lost, they said the exact same thing.
5 or something of the sort, and that Kamala lost like 2 points. So you run a
not tone tits,
quote unquote black female candidate, and she gets less support from black women than the white woman did. Okay, but I don't blame either of those voting bases when you ran this non-American descendant of slavery, very, very inconsistent candidate that believes she can cater to us with this low-grade people like Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion. I blame her first for thinking that she gets the right to run. I blame Biden as well for dropping out.
And let's not pretend. Remember, during the election, they were the ones they were the main ones running around screaming, "They not like us." And they were going to turn on Tariq during the election at one point. Tariq had to remind them that Kamala is not of FBA descent. Are we gonna play dumb with that too? They were openly calling Kamala an Indian woman. Come on, y'all forgot? I was playing what's that song? What's the name of that damn song? Fuck, my elephant memory is killing me. I was playing Katia. Remember I was playing Katia? Oh, fuck. They were really trying to run that whole narrative. Halfway through the election, niggas was confused. They're like, okay, so do we vote for Kamala or not? Well, she's not FBA. Okay, but that doesn't tell us who to vote for, you know? That's what niggas was on. Now, I did play Take Your Booty to the Poll too, but I'm talking about that Katia because she Indian. But you know what? Let me tell you how fake people was. They did Dr. Umar fucked up because Umar was telling women not to vote for Kamala. And they threw Umar under the bus. And I think they would have thrown Tariq under the bus also if they didn't like him. But they threw Dr. Umar under the bus. And that was pretty fucked up. Because Tariq was saying the same shit. And he had to remind them that Kamala wasn't black.
That late. And I blame...
Yeah, she was sitting... Yo, oh my God. The memes that came out of that era was ridiculous. With Kamala sitting in the bathtub with the collard greens and laughing, bruh. 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 Oh, fuck. Somebody said, well, what y'all did with Kamala, somebody need to go apologize to Rachel Dolezal. Remember the meme with Rachel Dolezal where she was like cracking my black ass up? Bro, black people can't take shit serious, man. Yeah, that's when BGS wiggled his way up out of it, bro. So keep in mind, bro, if you hear somebody say that or run around with that narrative, y'all know where they got that from. If y'all like Kevin Samuels and y'all are listening to Kevin Samuels, you are listening to parroted BGS rhetoric. All of that shit is BGS. All right? People don't even know who the hell they listening to. It's straight up BGS. But listen, guys, I'm going to be back in the next couple of hours. Look, we got Ben Shapiro. We got some more disgusting politics. We got, oh man, we got a lot of stuff to talk about politics-wise, all right? So bring y'all hard hats. And I got some more stuff to double down on. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. And I wanted to talk too about Young Thug. That was some dirty macking shit that happened with Young Thug, man. They just don't want to see that man happy, man. But listen, it's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host. I'll see you guys in a couple of hours. It's Player Talk. Peace. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button. I appreciate everybody for supporting the show. I got you guys on the next one. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.